right. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, we should be live here. Perfect. Welcome to the stream, folks. We do have a tornado warning here in central Louisiana. We got Woodworth and Alexandria that are currently in a tornado warning. As you can see, we do have a storm that is exhibiting some supercellular characteristics here. You can see that rain is wrapping around on the backside here. And we do have some rotation trying to get started right next to Woodworth. If you guys live anywhere near this storm here, near Woodworth, Coley, Chambers, Moreland, Inglewood, Latner, and Whittington, you guys do need to be in your safe spots. Again, we were hoping that pre-morning convection would sap the energy, which there is a decent amount of pre-morning convection out in this region, but we still have what appears to be an open warm sector that is raring to go here this morning. I haven't really had much time to look at the mesoscale analysis, but we will get to that in a little bit. We also have another tornado warning down here with this storm. As you can see, there's a decent little area of some rotation right now. This is a radar indicated storm. It is trying to tighten up as it moves off to the east towards 110. If you guys live in the path of this storm, along 110 near Juanita, Singer, Newland, Longville. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots as this pushes up to the north and east. Let me bring up the risk for today as well. Just switch over to that really quick. Give me a second. This is the latest SPC. As you can see, we do have a moderate risk now been issued. That's going to be for parts of Louisiana near Alexandria, going into Jackson, Mississippi, and also into parts of Alabama, with a 10% tornado risk or an enhanced risk that extends all the way into central Alabama. We got a 15% hatched. That means strong tornadoes. The potential for violent long track tornadoes are also possible today, especially given the fact that prefrontal moisture or storms that we were expecting aren't as wide as in coverage as some of our older models are. I think we're kind of getting a mixture here in between the NAM solution and the HRRR, because there still is a decent amount of prefrontal showers out in front of these, but at the same time, there still is a warm sector with plenty of instability and shear that is ready to go right now. So, if you live in any of these areas, make sure that you guys are weather aware. We also have a 5% and a 2% extending all the way into parts of Georgia there as well. So again, to be weather aware as we go throughout today, it could be quite the dangerous day for sure. Let's go check back in with this storm. Yeah, it looks like that rotation is starting. Trying to wrap up a little bit better here. Still a little bit on the broad side. But you can see there's a couple of instances here where we do have some tighter rotation there. And actually, you can really see that this thing is wrapping up. We might even have a little bit of a donut hole happening here just to the north of Woodworth. Let's go back here and check on this storm north of Lake Charles. Yeah, decent little area. It's not the biggest storm ever, but there's a decent little area of rotation now crossing over 27. I do want to try to see if I can get a webcam on this. This is coming pretty close to one of our webcams. So let's go ahead and check that out really quick. See if we can't get a view on this storm. I know we have webcams in Alexandria. See if we can't get some sort of view of what's happening here. This is near Willow Glen, which is right here on this little intersection here. The storm's going to come pretty close to there. I don't think the center of circulation is going to pass over Willow Glen unless we get an inclusion with the storm, which essentially means that the storm is going to be, or the storm has the ability to potentially go up to the north, or the mesocyclone does, as it occludes into the main rain shaft here. What are we looking at? We are looking at a very dangerous day. Very dangerous day across the country. Not across the whole country, but in the southeast. In the kind of the southeast parts of the southern plains. I haven't looked at the mesoscale analysis, though, so we'll probably do that in a second. What did you do to make the instability go away? Pretty much nothing. Pretty much nothing. Let me take a gander for the first time here at the the low pressure system isn't super compact right now. It's a little bit early. The warm sector isn't super wide open either. There is a little bit of capping uh, forming in Mississippi due to some of this prefrontal convection. Lower level lapse rates are under 6. So that little bit of convection in the early morning did do a number on the environment. So there's a little bit of a that does seem like I really let me see. We'll come back down here. Let's check on this storm real quick. We'll do another analysis. Oh man, yeah, rotation is starting to tighten up here south of Juanita. We have got we were getting pretty close to being able to this storm being able to produce a tornado here, heading off towards 110. These storms will struggle to produce tornadoes now, though, because of the lower lapse rates. That doesn't mean it's impossible. The shear is going to try to overcome that. We can definitely still get some tornadoes today, but I'm hoping that because we have lapse rates under 6, especially here in the southeast, that usually helps bring down the tornado potential a little bit. But I mean, still seems like we have the chances here for some discrete supercells that can become tornadic, which in any environment, especially a strengthening shear environment, you can still unfortunately get tornadoes and potentially strong to violent tornadoes. So we're still going to be watching out for that potential, especially as we go into the nighttime today. That shear is going to be ramping up. All right, latest scans here. We still have an area of broader circulation. It's not tightening up just yet as it approaches 49. Heading towards Chambers, Moreland, and Inglewood still. You guys still need to be in your safe spots. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. Any walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Little interesting thing that I'm noticing is that we also have a little bit of a supercell trying to form directly to its south. It's kind of interesting. It even has a little tiny area of rotation with it as well. We kind of got a merger happening right now, so that might keep the tornado potential of this storm down in the short term, unless it does a little bit of a nudge. If this can interact with this storm in just the right way, we might even see there's two things that can happen. The merger kind of screws up the storm's ability to produce a tornado, or it nudges the storm into a little bit more of a tornadic state. So we'll see which one it decides to do here. Kind of hard to tell given how small these or not. They're not small. They're big compared to us, but compared to the actual features that we can measure inside of these storms, this interaction is actually quite small. But it looks like they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning here. Tornado possible. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going to be watching out for that. All right, I do want to check around here for some other storms. I don't want to get too much of a tunnel vision. I want to stay ahead of everything. Looks like Shreveport's got a couple of storms around it, but nothing looking dangerous. And just a line of thunderstorms pushing off to the east. Looks like Dallas is good to go for the rest of the day. We also got some storms reaching as far south as Killeen, Waco, Temple, and down here near Austin as well. A little bit of storms trying to fire there. None of these are dangerously rotating, but there's a small chance for tornadoes this far to the west. It's just not elevated. Also, little quick update. We do have a tornado watch that extends all the way from eastern Texas through central Louisiana going into southern Mississippi. So if you guys live in any of these areas, you guys need to be really weather aware. I don't think that tornado threat's really going to pick up until later. All right, listen, we did get a tornado warning dropped here, by the way, which is not surprising. That rotation has been struggling there. I do want to check our camera again, because this is not going to be where the rotation is, but it is going to be where we could see some heavier rain and wind. But it seems like the severe warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, is pretty manageable as long as you're indoors and away from windows. Let's go back over here and check in on this storm. It was pretty close. It looks like it broadened out again. Well, little bit of a signature there. It's in a weird spot of the storm, though. It's kind of behind the main area of precipitation. It's not really where I would expect a tornado to be. We'll have to wait one more scan. I mean, it's still there as the latest scan. That might just be some wind damage, or we could have a little weak tornado on this storm in between Juanita and Sealy. It's going to continue to push off to the north and east towards 171. We have a small CC drop. It's just in a weird spot of the storm. It's like kind of in the backside here. Not really where that couplet is. Let me see if we can get all the latest. Yeah, you can see the couplet was here 2 minutes ago, so it's probably like in this area. And then this CC drop would be behind it, which would be kind of odd. So this might be like some weird little quick spin up, or it could just be some wind pushing some leaves, and that's getting caught by the radar itself. I do want to see, though, if we have any cams closer to that. I don't think we have many north of Lake Charles. Let me go check that out. Yeah, we don't have any north of Lake Charles where this storm is, unfortunately. Not a bad camera. It has a lot of sky in it. I like that. We'll keep that camera up for now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. This is going to be either a very long day or a day that's kind of choppy. It is kind of looking like it could be a choppy day, though. We'll see. Okay, let's go. Since we have a little bit of time here in between scans, let's go kind of over the environment, at least of what we have right now. And there really wasn't that much convection. It's interesting to me that, you know, the reason why the lapse rates are a little bit lower here than what was forecasted is probably because of this boundary here from the last storm. We kind of had the storms kind of stall, a little boundary kind of stall over Mobile last night. It actually caused a couple of tornadoes there. And that seems to have kind of cooled down the surface here. So one of the things that we are watching for is if those lapse rates are going to get back up. And it does seem like they do that out in front of the main line there as we go about 6 hours into the future. Those lapse rates being low are going to be an issue. They're definitely going to be an issue. So that's a good sign. And also, if we look at the storm food, you see these blue shaded colors? That is a capping inversion, or a cap, essentially a bottle cap. It's going to be sitting over these storms, trying to keep them a little bit less dangerous. All right, it's like a cap on the potentiality of the threat here, right? And that essentially is there because of one, that boundary has cooled down the surface, but the air above it is still a little bit warmer and a little bit drier, right? So that keeps the thunderstorm activity down because it's hard for them to rise up in that past that, but it shouldn't be impossible, all right? So we just still got to watch out for that tornado potential. Let's go over to our 500 millibars. Yeah, you can see that trough is really far. Some of the models 2 days ago were saying the trough would come through kind of this area, but it looks like the ones that were indicating that we're going to get that southern push of the trough is correct here, which would lead to more forcing, more storms, a little bit more of a messier mode overall. And yeah, our lower level shear in Louisiana isn't super strong yet. Isn't really that strong. We're talking about 20 to 25 knots. Kind of a disorganized lower level wind field right now. But if we do get any storms fire over here in eastern Texas, kind of out in front of, like, kind of over in the College Station area, if we can get any storms to mature in there, we're going to have to watch those. But for right now, these storms in Louisiana are in relatively weak shear environment. But again, this is only the beginning of the day. We're going to be expecting that shear to really ramp up as the storm progresses throughout the evening. Hail is for sure a thing today. Yeah, it is. We could see some significant hail today if everything can line up. But with the lower level lapse rates being that low, it's going to be hard for these storms to produce hail. Hail threat will probably increase as long as we can get those lower level lapse rates you know, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Recover, which some of the models are indicating will happen once we get the line that's over here near Colleen and Waco to push into this region. It's also could be pushing some a little bit better lower level lapse rates uh, back up into this area. But right now, with the low amounts of shear that are out here in the Louisiana area, we could still definitely see some tornadoes, but it's not going to be, we're not talking about probably strong or violent tornadoes here at this very moment. But as that shear environment increases, as those lower level lapse rates try to recover, that is going to be a big sign on what we're going to be able to be seeing not only today, but also going into tomorrow. You know, if those lower level lapse rates never recover today, which again are super important for these storms, especially in the southeast. Essentially, what those are, right? So let's say at the ground you have like let's say like 80-degree temperatures, and then up aloft you have like 10 degrees, right? Then that's a pretty big difference between the temperatures. So your lapse rates will be higher, which means your updrafts will be able to rise faster, right? It just pushes that air up a lot faster when you have a tighter gradient between the two. But let's say, you know, the temperatures, let's say it's 10 degrees up there, 80 degrees there, but then it's like 60 degrees here. You know, storms are going to struggle to rise into this portion of the atmosphere. So there's going to be, you know, the different temperatures and different layers of the atmosphere really dictate how strong that updraft can push up, which is very important for a storm's ability to mature and then tap in to the spin environment that is out there to cause tornadoes. So, you know, it's very, very important that you have lapse rates that are high enough to sustain thunderstorm growth. And so right now they're a little bit low, a little bit too low, but that could recover. You know, we could get some little areas that aren't really picked up on the modeling too well. Some little areas kind of increase the lower level lapse rates to the level that's required that just won't show up on the models or won't show up on our data. And so we can have little pockets where that happens. So there's still definitely chances where we can get tornadoes. And also, as that shear picks up, right, it's going to increase the buoyancy, which will help the updraft rise a little bit quicker, help the storms mature a little bit better. If you get merger interaction storms combining into one, that can also help the updraft get a little bit stronger. And then we can see the chances for tornadoes to rise again, even in an environment where you have some lower level lapse rates a little bit too low. And so, you know, it's a dynamic environment. It's always going to be dynamic. And there we go. There's our last tornado warning expired. It is now expired, which is great news. We'd like to see that. But still got to watch these storms. Still got to watch these storms. But I will say, those lower level lapse rates being that low is hopefully going to be encouraging. But this is good. This is good. Now that we have no tornado warnings ongoing, we can now give you guys a little bit of a better picture of what's going to happen throughout the day. We can go look into the future and look at our latest information for you guys, because we do have new models to check out and really give you guys a picture of what's possible here. So as you can see depicted here on the latest HRRR model, the 12Z model literally just came out about an hour ago. You can see it's going to be pretty messy throughout the day, right? As that storm kind of comes off from the east, it's going to continue to be messy. This is not the scenario yesterday that everybody was freaking out about. This is the scenario that all the models have been saying is possible for the last couple of days. And the HRRR came out with an outlier run, and everybody freaked out about it. For good reason. I mean, you know, when there's a scenario that's that crazy, you need to take it seriously. But it definitely still seems a little bit messy here on our latest HRRR run, which is great news. But that does not mean nothing, right? We have a lot of convection along the cold front. QLCS tornadoes will be possible throughout the day. If we get any more prefrontal cells appear out in these areas, then we're going to see the potential for some strong to violent tornadoes as they kind of track up. Because what happens, the spin increases a little bit along this cold front here. And then as you get a supercell that develops out in front of it, it's already capturing the shear environment, especially if it's a mature supercell. So it's already spinning a little bit. Then it gets a little push from the line, and you can see these very strong to violent tornadoes. Like, for instance, this is a scenario like Amory, Mississippi, where we had that EF3 tornado come through. It was very similar to that. We've got to be watching out for that to happen. And that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we've got to watch out for that scenario. But yeah, the HRRR has a big old line here, and that's going to continue all the way through into Mississippi here. And you can see as we go into Mississippi at around 7 p.m., we are going to have a lot of little cells kind of popping out in front of this thing, right? And if we come over here to our shear environment and take a quick look, take a little quick gander, you can see that that lower level shear is really picking up here. Once you get into those 60, 70 knot lower level shear levels, that's a lot of wind. That's a lot of wind. That's going to be a lot of spin in the atmosphere that the storms can latch onto and start to rotate and drop tornadoes. So we can have a scenario here where we have multiple QLCS tornadoes going on with the line itself. And then also, yeah, I mean, look how far north that instability goes. We could easily have tornadoes as far north as near Tupelo, if this is correct. And then these storms out in front, you got to watch out for those little prefrontal storms as they move to the east. Because again, right near that line is where the most lift is going to be, and that's going to be a problem going all the way into Alabama. So there is a scenario where the lower level lapse rates kind of keep this tornado threat a little bit more muted earlier on. But then once that line gets going, once that shear really increases, once we get all these prefrontal cells to fire out in front of it and interact with that line, that could be kind of the peak of our tornado threat, and that's at 8 p.m. That is if some of these storms can't overcome the kind of the crappy environment that's out there right now for tornadoes. Severe thunderstorm watch for Northwest Houston, Fort Worth. Okay. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on that. I'm gonna bring up the reporter page just so I can be in the know. But yeah, so that's what we're looking at, and that's gonna be at around 8 p.m. Okay. Hey, thank you, King, for the 20. Thank you for going live early. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I told you I was going to cover this all. I was going to try to hit every tornado warning. We'll see if it's possible. I'm a little bit sick, if you guys can't tell. Didn't have time to take a shower or anything. I threw in a beanie, and we already had a tornado warning. So I woke up, and I was like, oh, crap. Gotta go. Made some coffee. I was like making coffee and the thumbnail at the same time. It was quite impressive. But yeah, as we go into 8, 9 p.m., you can see we continue to see these prefrontal supercells out in front of this with that broken line. Let me see if we still have instability enough here. Yeah, still have plenty of instability there. So, and that shear is only going to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger as we go into the night. Look at this. This is that lower level shear. Once we get in those oranges and reds, that's getting stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger. And then it lifts off to the north and starts to weaken. So it really does seem like our tornado threat will be mostly subdued, but still happening at 1 a.m. But it won't be as bad. But we'll definitely see a break at 1 a.m. You can see the line's a lot more broken here. Hey, thank you, Tabletop Geek, for $2. I do appreciate that. The line's a lot more broken here, right? You're not seeing too many organized supercells, maybe a little bit further to the south here. Still a QLCS tornado threat all the way up where that shear is going to be up into northern Alabama. Got to be watching out for that. That's going to be at around 1 a.m. And then as we push this into Georgia by around 6 a.m., it still would not surprise me. Now, the tornado environment is not going to be super prime here as it moves into the 29th. Okay, it's just not going to be the environment's not going to be nearly as bad as it was going from Mississippi into central Alabama. That's why we have that 10% hash risk and 15% hash risk and not one over here, right? But it is going to still, I would not surprise me if we are still getting tornado warnings all the way until this point. So it's going to be quite the long 2 days here. And then this is going to move off to the east, and we could easily see a line of thunderstorms extend all the way from Florida up into Ohio as we go into the 29th, and that will eventually sweep off to the east and go exit out of the East Coast by around 2 a.m. But let's go over our latest risk for all the new folks in here. So we do have an upgrade here, a 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 here, which is It just means that today's going to be dangerous. It has that possibility to be a very dangerous day. All right. That's in the red area there. We have a 15% chance for tornadoes. That's going to be for areas like Natchitoches, Alexandria, Natchez, Lake Providence, Jackson, Macomb, Hades, Laurel, Meridian, and Philadelphia. If you guys live in these areas, you are in that area where we're most concerned about stronger, violent tornadoes with long tracking capabilities. Okay, especially if for some reason we get a little bit more of a discrete mode earlier on, then we're going to have a lot of problems here in Louisiana. But if it's more linear, we might not see it really develop until we get to eastern Louisiana, but still very conditional at the beginning of this threat. Not a whole lot of model agreement, perfect model agreement, but there is enough agreement to be like, okay, we definitely need to watch this environment as it develops. Then we have a 10% also. This is a 10% risk for strong tornadoes. It's going to be for Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Mobile, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, over there just to the north of Monroe as well, coming into parts of Texas like Nacogdoches, Lufkin as well, and Jasper, south of Longview. We have a 5% risk for tornadoes around that. Huntsville, near Birmingham, Montgomery, New Orleans. Looks like we just got that severe thunderstorm watch come out for Dallas, Plano, Tyler. There. And then also we have a 2% near Houston, up towards Memphis as well, Atlanta, Dothan, and Tallahassee. So this is one of the dangerous risks. We also have another dangerous risk. As this forms into a line of storms, we're going to have issues with damaging winds. Okay, this is going to be especially along that leading edge of the line where the shear is interacting with all of that instability. We could have 75-mile-per-hour winds and above. So even if you're not getting a tornado per se, you could be getting winds that are still strong enough to damage like a trailer home or knock down a bunch of trees. So if you live near a bunch of big trees, make sure that you are super weather aware as we go throughout the day, not only for tornadoes, but also for these damaging winds. And it's going to be for Monroe, Lake Providence, Jackson, Meridian there as well. And then the hail risk is not too big of a deal. We're going to have a couple instances of 1 inch to maybe 2-inch hail, but it's not on the forefront of my concerns. Those damaging winds and that tornado threat is definitely going to be what is the most concerning thing for today. Going into tomorrow, we have a marginal risk all the way from northern Florida up into Ohio. Kind of our bullseye over here in parts of Alabama, Atlanta, Augusta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, Greensboro, and North Carolina, Roanoke, and Richmond there in Virginia. Coming over the tornado threat, not going to be as big of a day, but still would not surprise me to see tornadoes all the way into Georgia, going up into South Carolina, North Carolina. And look at this, we could have tornadoes as far north in December in West Virginia. That would be crazy. If we get a freaking tornado in Virginia or West Virginia in December, that would blow my mind. I'm not going to lie. That would be astonishing. That is just something you don't see. Something you don't see like ever. That would have to be a record or something. Wind, looking for some damaging winds all the way from Alabama up into Virginia, and then hail, not really as big of a chance for that. Yeah, that's kind of the latest forecast here for you guys. And yeah, we're going to continue to watch these storms now. Get back into some live coverage. See if we can't catch a couple of these guys on camera. Yeah, you can see that these storms are struggling right now, and I think that's because of those lower level lapse rates. They are, and also we don't really have that lower level jet really pushing into this area just yet. Once we see that lower level jet push in, then we'll really start to see some storms fire. You know, these might have to be some storms that we watch here in the future. If these can start to mature, this is an area where that lower level jet will kind of push into first. You're in Alabama right now visiting family for Christmas, New Year's. Oh, wow. Well, just stay weather aware. We'll keep you safe. I'm from Alabama, too. I live in northern Alabama. Went to school down here in Mobile. Also went to school for a little bit up there in Birmingham. Thinking I wanted to do a different path. But yeah, I've been all around the Alabama area. I'm very familiar. My favorite Alabama city is Flora, Alabama. They didn't know that it's not quite Florida. It's not quite Alabama. So they just made it Flora, Alabama. Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi is definitely going to be super aware today. Super aware. North Carolina. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Your risk is tomorrow. Yeah, looking across the board here, definitely seeing some cells trying to, hang on, trying to mature. But we're not quite seeing any of them become dangerous again. So this is not like a rapid fire beginning, which is not what we would expect when the lower lapse rates are this low. I thank you, Lady J, for gifting 5 memberships. I do appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Lady J. Again, we don't do like sponsorships or anything. We don't have Radar Omega paying us thousands of dollars because we don't want people to control what we say. So that those donations go a very long way in allowing us to just function as a channel. So thank you so much. Lurking, getting ready for work. Yeah, you guys, if you guys haven't had your coffee yet, I would suggest you get going to do that. Henderson, Texas. Let me see where that is. I am unsure on how long my voice will last, by the way. I'm getting sick. I don't know. It's like some sort of sore throat thing. And I also did an 8-hour live stream a couple days ago. Yeah, Henderson, Texas needs to look out on the short term with this portion of the line. Could definitely maybe get some early QLCS tornado action out of this. But it seems like your biggest threat's going to be some damaging winds, some thunderstorms there. So if we are getting some severe thunderstorm warnings off to the west of Killeen, it's going to be for quarter-sized hail. So we're moving towards Killeen. We could probably get a view on that. I know I have cameras near the Killeen area. They sometimes work and they sometimes don't. Let me check it out. That can't be right. I mean, there is a view. Kind of sucks. But it's better than nothing. And then we're also going to have a lot of storm chasers on today as well. So we'll have a lot of views throughout the day for sure. See if I can get this up and working. Give me a second. Sometimes OBS is a little bit annoying. There we go. This is the current view of Killeen, Texas. As you can see, it's just very murky. Storm's not quite there yet, so it's worth keeping an eye on it. We might see a nice little shelf cloud. Hopefully we don't see any tornadoes on this one. That would not be good. Killeen, Texas is pretty populated, so actually, on any camera, it really doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't matter if it's 1 billion people or just one, in my mind at least. First red tornado. Oh, from GS70 stealth. Oh wow, what does that mean? I'm not even familiar with what that means. Will Huntsville be okay? Alabama? Maybe. I do think there's a chance for some QLCS tornadoes up here, so you definitely need to watch out for that. Definitely need to watch out for that. The main thing that we're watching out for, I think how today's probably going to play out here is that we're going to continue to see these storms try to fire kind of in this warm sector. We're going to see them try to mature. We're going to get dang close. Some of them are actually going to be able to do it. But, once this forms into a line of storms and then we really start to see those prefrontal cells develop as we go into the evening and overnight hours for eastern Louisiana going into Mississippi, that's when I really think our tornado threats probably going to be at its peak. QLCS is basically like a tornado in a line, right? So here's a line of storms. When you have a storm out here all by itself, that's more discrete. When it's in a line like this and it's an embedded supercell within that line, that is a QLCS supercell. And then if it produces a tornado, it's a QLCS tornado. And If you want QLCS means quasi-linear convective system, which is not confusing at all. Try saying that 3 times fast. That's probably pretty easy. Yeah, out here in the warm sector where we're really watching, we had 2 tornado warnings out here earlier. Those have been allowed to expire. And so far, those storms are falling apart. I don't see any rotation on them anymore. Let's come check out a little bit further off to the east. The instability out here is getting eaten up, and the shear up here is really not that strong. I'm not expecting these storms to do anything overly surprising at this point. We'll keep an eye on them, but this convection here is definitely going to keep the instability low and the cap high. This is going to cool the surface of the Earth in that area, and the temperatures above it will continue to be a little bit heavy or a little bit higher, creating that cap. This is our warm front up here. See a lot of rain and showers, nothing severe, as it's probably a little bit north of where that main instability axis is. Wouldn't rule out like maybe a QLCS tornado trying to happen along this leading edge here. And then, yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at. We're at the very beginnings of what is going to be setting up to be a potentially very dangerous day. Yeah, Huntsville is not in the main risk, but I would definitely keep an eye out. I would definitely keep an eye out for the Huntsville area. Because the instability won't go all the way north towards Alabama, but that's where the shear is going to be super high. Probably some of the highest shear that we will experience out of this storm will come out of like the northern Alabama region. So even in a low instability environment, that shear can add some more buoyancy, because that's all that instability is for, is buoyancy. Allows air parcels to rise easier and faster, and the shear can help out with that. So even though you don't have enough storm food or instability up to the north, that really strong shear can still cause tornadoes, and potentially even strong ones still. It's not guaranteed, so that's why, and there's low confidence on it, so that's why it's a 5% to a 2% tornado risk. But for the most part, I would still be pretty weather aware up there. What are the thermals? We go. Yeah, I don't think we have anything new on that. Let's see. Yeah, we did just get a new thing in, so let's check it out. Yeah, the thermals are kind of bad right now. They're kind of bad. 2,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram. We have a lot of capping inversion in place. I'm also curious to see what the satellite imagery is looking like. I bet you we're socked in the clouds. Yeah, we are pretty socked into the clouds too. So this is going to be an issue for the storms, not for us. This is good news for us. It's just clouds everywhere. Clouds everywhere. So it's going to be hard for that instability to recover from those prefrontal showers. It's going to be harder for those lapse rates to go back up. We're looking out for some clearings out there for some sunshine, but there's a lot of clouds out there. You can definitely see that kind of showing up here on our model runs. But yeah, you can see that we do have a lot of storm food out there, but it's kind of in just this one little short corridor. One little short corridor here. It's not really as widespread as the yesterday's HRRR run. So, where that doomsday scenario that came out of the HRRR run last night is not going to happen here. It's just not happening, thankfully. But the environment should recover. If it does not recover significantly as we go into the evening, it's gonna have a big effect on what's going to happen for the rest of the day. I think a name last for the $50. I appreciate that. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. That is a huge help. Thank you. I appreciate your compliment, and it's very nice. But yeah, this is why, the models were showing this. All the models were showing this yesterday until the HRRR came out. And, that's why I made my forecast yesterday. It's like, this is a powerful storm, yes, but there's a twist, right? And the twist was We got a lot of prefrontal showers, and the lapse rates might not make it up there. And so I couldn't confidently say this was going to be the worst storm of December, or the worst this, or this thing's going to slap this storm's going to slap the taste out of your mouth. I couldn't. If it does look like, if I'm confident about it, I will make a title somewhat similar to that, because then it's actually a storm that's worth saying words like that. I still think it's going to be dangerous. I still think we really got to watch this environment. Although there's a lot of thermal problems, a lot of flies in the ointment. When you get that shear really start to ramp up, which seems to be where our most confidence is that the shear is going to ramp up. It is going to get stronger. That spin is going to get stronger. It can eventually overcome a lot of these kind of failure modes that are going to be out there today. So we've got to still watch it very closely. We still got to be weather aware. This by no means means that to let your guard down. All right. But it's not going to be as a tornadic day as it could have been. If these prefrontal showers never happened, if we didn't have this sinking boundary down here, keeping those lapse rates low, plus the prefrontal showers happening, if none of those two things existed, we would have already been in full-blown tornado outbreak mode right now. Those two little storms that got tornado warned would have already have produced tornadoes. But because the environment's lacking a little bit, they weren't able to get it done. This one might have produced a brief tornado, though. We might just not have seen it on radar. Anything for Killeen? We're watching out for Killeen. So this is our camera in Killeen, Texas. We're waiting for these severe thunderstorms to come through. We're talking about quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The one to the north, where some of these pinks are near Kempner, going to be traveling along 14, probably pretty close to or into Killeen. Some hail is definitely going to be possible. But yeah, we're watching Killeen, see if we can see this severe thunderstorm come through on our cameras, as this is the one of the only severe thunderstorm warnings that we have ongoing right now. Yeah, no tornado going through Killeen right now. Or there's been no tornadoes with this storm. Yeah, just stay aware. A lot of think of it like this. A lot of the building blocks are there, right? They got all the materials, the construction workers are there, they're present, but they're lacking concrete, right? But somebody might think of some way to make the building still work. Might not be up to code. It might be a little couple of violations, but it's still possible that they could build something, right? Because that's why we still got to watch out. Because if we can get a mature storm, fire in that shear environment right in front of the line, we're still talking about the potential for strong to violent tornadoes today. And now, I've been making the distinction from what's the difference between a weak and a strong tornado. Here, let's come over here. We'll do a little bit of a drawing exercise here. We'll draw 3 houses. All right. So weak tornado, probably rip off a couple shingles. If you live in a trailer, it's still going to be bad. But for your average house, right? The shingles get lifted off. You might see a fence get knocked over, a couple trampolines flying, right? But for the most part, a decently built house will be okay in a weak tornado. In a stronger tornado, like EF2 and above, we'll see that roof get lifted off, maybe a wall crumble, okay? So we're watching out for those kind of tornadoes today as well. But when you get a strong to violent tornado, a violent tornado, those are the tornadoes that can completely remove a house off of a foundation, right? If you're not underground for a tornado like that, your chances of survival are very, very low. So that's why there's it's not just saying the word violent has meaning behind it. It's not just something that we say, to get you all, jumbled and fearful, although you should be scared of these storms and should be prepared. Be scared and prepared, because you want that fear that you're going to feel is going to make you respect the storms, and it's going to make you act. You don't want to be unfearful. If you're sitting on your front porch looking for a tornado, you're doing the wrong thing. You won't seek shelter if you're not feeling any fear. It's scary, and it's okay to feel that feeling. But get a violent tornado, that's what we're talking about, EF4 and above, okay? So those really strong ones that can cause a lot of problems. That is possible today, okay? So I really want you guys to be weather aware. If we get a storm mature, that is the kind of tornado that we could see today. You never get scared. Well, trust me, if we've got a strong to violent tornado coming towards you and pointed at your city, you're gonna get scared. Or hopefully, if you don't get scared, then I don't know what's wrong with you. Your brain's in fantasy land. The key thing is to not panic, but fear is healthy in a situation where it's warranted. It forces you to act. So it is a feeling, a good feeling to trust, especially if you have a tornado coming towards your house. Because then you act, you get into your basement, and you get your family together, and you get your dogs, you get your important stuff, and you get in there, right? You prepare all that stuff beforehand because your fear or anxiety, which is the feeling before fear, is creeping up, right? And you over prepare because of that anxiety. On a day like this, that's warranted. It's okay to feel those feelings. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what or what not to fear or feel, but I can tell you the importance of those emotions and why they're there. The people that don't fear tornadoes are the people like Reed Timmer that drive into them on purpose. The people that don't, and I bet you he even fears them a little bit. I bet you he's always a little bit scared when he drives into them. All right. Even a Reed Timmer. Although I don't know. Sometimes it just doesn't seem like, and sometimes he's just screaming in excitement. So maybe he just has zero fear of tornadoes. It's also the people that you see those videos where there's somebody sitting on their front lawn with a camera, right? And they're filming the tornado come right towards them. Some people are even inside the tornado, still filming. Those are the people that aren't scared of tornadoes, that have no fear and almost killed themselves doing so, right? So it's good to have that fear when it's warranted. All right. That feeling shows up for a very important reason. And it comes from your ancestors, right? When times were a little bit simpler, right? A little rustle in the leaf. Is that just the wind, or is it a predator? You act. And that could save your life if it's a predator, or in this case, a tornado. If you had no fear, you ignore it. You'll be looking this way. Could potentially be a predator behind you coming to get you. So it's just a survival mechanism that forces you to act, which is a good thing. It's not a good thing though if it's not warranted. If someone's trying to take advantage of the emotion of fear when there's nothing happening, that's when it's not good. Yeah, it looks like that northern portion of the severe thunderstorm warning for Colleen has been allowed to expire, but it is getting pretty darn close to this camera. You might see a little shelf cloud. Yeah, Florence, Alabama needs to be weather aware today for sure. For sure. Healthy dose of fear is what keeps you alive. Absolutely. I think that the main thing about fear is moderation, knowing when to and when not to. That's a hard skill to master. So I think that's why a lot of people are a little bit hesitant to even talk about fear in the first place, because it's something that people don't practice. Like, right, they don't really think about it until it happens, right? Because most of life there's not really filled with fear unless you're just in a crappy situation somewhere in your life. Actually, people don't really talk about emotions that much anymore. I think just in general, or at least guys don't. According to movies, that's like females do that more than guys, but I think guys feel it and they talk about it in their head. They just don't talk about it to each other. They're for some reason they're taught to not to not feel those kind of things. They're important, yeah. They're just important to understand their functions, right? Like understanding the logical functions behind emotions can actually be powerful. Like happiness, that's a reward system for when you did something good or did something that led to a good outcome that has an actual function for your brain. It reinforces whatever action led to that to be a stronger connection in your brain. That's why it's bad to be happy all the time fakely, because then you're rewarding yourself for nothing and you're making all these dumb connections in your brain. Happiness has a function. Same thing with fear. If you're fearful all the time, you're making all these and it's not warranted. You're making all these bad connections in your brain. If you want to really get down to it, there is science to to emotions, and they all play their roles and they all have their functions. And the only reason we're talking about this, I'm looking at the radar, guys. I will like this is how this works on my channel. We usually get off subject a little bit. We talk about we're still technically on subject. We're just talking a little bit in depth on other things. I'm always looking on the radar, as you guys can see, checking out the cameras, all that kind of stuff. While I'm talking, I can multitask. If I see something that sticks out to me, like we got a supercell here, but it has no rotation yet. I'm watching it. But I'm not seeing anything right now that's catching my eye. All these cells over here are staying kind of baby storms right now. None of them are maturing, which is not overly surprising. I'm still watching for these cells back over here. I still think if these can mature, it's going to be that first area where that shear is really going to push into. And that could definitely cause some issues there if that does get started. But I mean, we're kind of still in the early portions of this risk here. Let's go to the wide scale view, just so everybody can see their storms. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here, heading towards Dangerfield and Gilmer. Wow, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with that one. So watch out. Well, a quarter-sized hail and a tornado possible tag on it. That's going to be that small chance for QLCS tornado that we talked about. Nothing at Houston. Yeah, Houston's going to be later today at the southern extent of this line. Yes, hydrate. 15% hatch risk. I don't know. I don't have like a good source of. I don't have a good source of information that I can just type that in and figure that out. I don't know where people get that from. I'm not a history nerd, unfortunately. I wish I had more history nerdiness about me, because people do ask a lot of questions like that. Just a weather nerd. Florence is going to be like in like late night. Well, it's actually not a lot of severe storms, tabletop. We only have two. One of them is actually decently strong, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That could definitely knock over some trees. Probably will put some power outages there for Dangerfield and Gilmer. So I would definitely be aware. Let's go look at our 2-hour rotation on this. And it seems like that southern portion of the storm is rotating the most. Let's come over to our high definition radar. See if we can see anything. Yeah, unfortunately, the picture here is just really confusing. Not really getting a good radar signal out of this storm right now. Areas of rotation are could be in these areas a little bit of it, but I can't really tell you for any certainty how strong those are. You can see how glitchy and blocky this velocity data is in comparison to this. You see how smooth those gradients are. Then over here, it gets all blocky and the colors kind of change randomly. They're not changing randomly because we have a strong area of rotation in there. They're changing randomly because of we have a messy, contaminated radar signal coming out of this storm, probably due to the fact that our radar is a little bit far away, and it's kind of looking through a bunch of different clouds that are kind of confusing it because it's just shooting radar beams out there. If they bounce off something they're not supposed to, it's going to bring back some of these weird signals here, which happens a decent amount of time. As it gets closer to the radar, we should be able to get a better view of what's happening there. Sister lives in a mobile home, so it's not much more safe than a camper. Yeah, mobile homes are just not the play when it comes to severe weather. If you live in a mobile home in any of these areas here today, I would already have a plan, or just be at a friend or neighbor's house that just has a little bit more of a structurally safe house. Or develop a plan. Find out where your local tornado shelters are. Sometimes mobile home areas already have tornado shelters. Most of them don't, though, I don't think. Uh, find a tornado shelter, find a house, find a business, even just a brick business that has a basement. Find one of those. Call around, be like, hey, y'all got a basement in your Domino's? Thank you, Maya, for the 5. Your partner is in love with the hat. Thank you. I had to just throw it on. And literally, I woke up at 8. I woke up at 8. And then I went live, I think, at like 8:30. So I didn't have time to do anything. Barely had time to make my coffee because I didn't look at the environment. I did look at those storms though, and they were starting to wrap around. So I was like, crap. And then they both got tornado warned as I was setting up my stream. So I just had to initiate the live stream. We'll be on pretty much all day today. Pretty much all day. The interesting thing about this storm over here near Colleen is this is kind of the only area where we have those lapse rates above 6, and that's where we're getting some of our severe storms, severe weather happen. So we are getting pretty close to Colleen. So let's go switch back over to our Colleen cam. See if we can see anything. Cameras over here in Colleen. Storm's really close. Yeah, North Carolina is going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be like an overly dangerous day like today. But we could get some changes in the models as we get closer. So, we might have a little bit more of an elevated tornado risk if today plays out in a certain way. Is it mainly going to be actually not today? If those lapse rates never recover, it's going to be harder for a discrete cell to produce, right? If those lapse rates never recover and we get a lot of that forcing come in, a lot of overconvection, a lot of mergers happening, then most of the mergers will be deconstructive mergers. It's usually how that plays out. So there are going to be times when those mergers are constructive, and we'll be talking about tornadoes. But as long as those lapse rates stay lower, the prefrontal supercellular storms it's going to be a lot harder for them to produce tornadoes. And the latest forecast says that's going to be the case all the way until this line forms back here in Texas. Eventually, as this line over here pushes into parts of Louisiana, it's going to bring some better lapse rates with it. And any storm that forms out in front of it will be able to mature a lot faster. And those are probably going to be our main threat throughout the day, starting off here in eastern Texas, going all the way into Mississippi, western Alabama as well. So, still no thunderstorm. I wonder if the camera's just facing the wrong way. Probably is. We should see something. Well, I got a Jackson in Mississippi in an hour to Dallas. This should be fun. Yeah, well, probably not going to do a direct path if I had to guess. Yeah, because Jackson's over here. I don't see any flight paths. You guys would have to fly to Memphis, then through Arkansas, and then back down to Dallas. Because if you try to do a direct route, you're going to be flying through like the worst area. So I would expect delays. How much of a problem could the sun cause? In this scenario, if we can get so the sun does play a role in every severe weather outbreak, but not in the sense of you know the solar flares coming off of the sun causing severe weather. There's no scientific evidence yet. I'm not saying there's never going to be scientific evidence, but for right now, there's no concrete scientific evidence that does anything with the severe weather. But where the sun does play a role are just the rays that it releases every day. The radiation that comes off of it hits our planet Earth. Infrared radiation makes it down to the surface, warms up the atmosphere, and causes more buoyancy with that instability. Okay. So if we can get a clearing, which kind of seems like might be happening down in here, we'll see. If we get a clearing down here, those lapse rates are going to improve a little bit. And also, so is the amount of instability. And it would definitely become a more concerning event here. But for now, our risk area is completely socked in clouds. There's just clouds everywhere. Those rays are coming off of the sun, bouncing off the white clouds because white is a reflective color. And some infrared radiation is still making it through down to the surface, but not as much as it would have been if there was no clouds in the way. So, sun does play a role, and so do the clouds. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check that out over here south of Dallas with this little guy here. No rotation on it, but half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible here for Malone, Martins, and Blooming Grove. Yeah, NATOcast always goes, and I don't trust NATOcast on these events. I'll just be honest. Sometimes it gets it right, sometimes it doesn't. It's pretty much what I trust the most on these events is what is happening in the moment. What I see on the mesoscale analysis, I monitor it hour by hour, every new update. And, as long as we do that, we usually have a really good understanding of how these events play out. What are the possibilities? The real-time data. Using models today at this point is pointless because the storm's already firing. And the event's already playing out. Thanks for teaching you. Yeah, no problem. Why do you feel that we're going to have some level of strong tornadoes going to impact a town? I mean, it's definitely possible. Even with all the failure modes, again, which we have a decent amount of failure modes right now, but even with all the failure modes, which a failure mode means things that can keep the threat lower, you can still get, we're still expecting strong lower level shear to develop, especially as we go into the nighttime. So, I think a lot of our failure modes are going to struggle to keep these storms at bay with all of that shear in place. So, yeah, I mean, I do think even though we have all those failure modes, I do think we will see tornadoes today. They're just going to struggle a little bit more than if we didn't have all these failure modes. Let's see here. Hope it's not like Rolling Fork. I think we all are in agreement on that. What do I think Shreveport will look like today? Rainy. You guys are north here, but there still is a little bit of a QLCS threat, especially with this guy. This kind of part of the line here. And then this back here as well. It's going to be rainy. You guys are kind of right along that warm front. All right. So it's going to be rainy. It's going to be thunderstormy. We're going to have some severe weather. Like we just got a severe thunderstorm warning over here just recently. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Cotton Valley and Haynesville. Not too big not a bad storm. Going to be loud, but as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be perfectly fine. But yeah, it's going to be storms like that. It looks like they did downgrade the severe thunderstorm warning to north of Tyler. There's going to be storms like that pretty much throughout the day, and some of them, especially as that lower level jet ramps up, will have a little bit of a higher chance of rotating later on the day as we go into the evening. Yes, sunlight does act like fuel. Yeah, because what essentially happens is you get moisture. Moisture is buoyant in itself. When you get that moisture mixed with sunlight, it becomes even more buoyant. That's what we call instability. That's what's different between dew points um, and uh, and instability or surface-based CAPE. Convective available potential energy builds as you get more heating at the surface. It's kind of a mixture of those two factors, and that's how you get instability. How does Temple look? Temple is just down the line here of Colleen. This is the look in Colleen right now. Once this line comes past you, though, it's over. So Colleen's about to be done with today's threat. After this line passes Colleen, heads over into Temple, you guys are good to go. Hello, Michael. Welcome, welcome. It's storming here. Yeah, I think you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, Michael. So continue to stay indoors and away from windows. Yeah, we're starting to see some darker clouds make it into the Colleen area. So I can't say for certain this camera's facing the wrong way, but what is coming over our heads most likely right now is that shelf cloud. So if you take a little gander outside your window here in Colleen, especially in eastern Colleen, and look back to the west, you could probably see a pretty cool shelf cloud coming your way. This is not a severe thunderstorm. I wouldn't suggest going outside given the fact that there's probably a decent amount of lightning out there, but if you want, you could definitely take a cool little look at some of the clouds that are coming your way. In Radar Omega, there's a cam. Let me see. In Colleen, there is. Let me see if it's one I can use. I don't know. Does anybody know? Like in Colleen, there's a building with 3 flags in front of it. One is the Texas flag. The other one's American flag. Does anybody know what kind of building that is? If it's a government building, we can show it. But if it's not, then we can't show it. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Just a little refresher for all the new folks in here. We got a lot of thunderstorms out there, a couple of severe thunderstorms. We got a tornado watch over here in eastern Texas going through central Louisiana and in parts of southern Mississippi. Couple things right now keeping the storms at bay, but overall, still watching for the potential for today as the shear will be strong. Up here, further up to the north through Dallas, in southern Arkansas, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch out there as well. We used to be affected, not as bad as most of these areas to the north, but you still could definitely get some severe thunderstorms down there near Houston. And thank you, Contessa, for being a member for 8 months. I do appreciate that. We're still expecting to get it pretty bad in Henderson, Texas. Yeah, I would still keep an eye on it for sure. Oh wow! Look, there's the whale's mouth of the shelf cloud. You can just see it. So that is essentially the updraft of the storm that we're looking at right here. It's called the whale's mouth. It looks like it's like a dome above your head of clouds. This is the updraft out in front of that line of storms, pushing the air up into the atmosphere. Hey, thank you, Michael, for the 11 months of support. Thank you so much. Happy 11-month anniversary. Yes, thank you. Again, that's a huge help out to the channel. You guys are awesome. The temple look. I guess so. It's a pretty cool cloud. Y'all want to? We don't have anything super pressing to look at, so we'll keep it on here for just a little bit. We'll watch this little whale's mouth cloud for just a tiny bit, and then we'll go back in and we'll do another detailed breakdown of the radar. But I'm just giving the environment to change a little bit of time here to change because typically in the beginnings of a severe weather outbreak, it takes a little while for the storms to decide what they want to do. You're out when I see flags that aren't. Is a higher potential than the high risk caused by the Barnsdale? That's hard to tell. Given how it's starting out, it's going to take a little while, but it is certainly possible that we get tornadoes like that. Yes, today. There is definitely that potential. Jackson, Mississippi, right now. Let's do a little bit of a detailed breakdown here. AAA for the two. Thoughts on Northwest Mississippi and the Memphis area today. Yeah, need to be weather aware. Some of our models are indicating that enough instability could come up there. If we do get a big old line form and move up to the east, could have to watch out for some QLCS tornadoes up there, but it's a little bit less certain than further down to the south. Yeah, got a lot of showers and thunderstorms heading towards Jackson, Mississippi. These storms, as of right now, they're not really in the best shear environment. Not really expecting them to start to rotate too much. And there's a lot of overconvection here. So a lot of thunderstorms right now with these. We're going to be watching these storms potentially in the future as the line approaches, because these ones are going to be moving mainly north to south all the way until this line comes, and then that line is going to sweep these storms off to the east and into the line. So we'll probably have to watch these guys later on today, but not really necessarily too much right now. A little bit of some storms here starting to mature. Definitely, we're going to have to watch any storms that can mature really in this region. I do want to see what the lower level shear is doing like now. Yeah, we're starting to get a decent area of lower level shear develop really in like this area here. About 35 knots in the center. Something like this. 30 knots over here. So the lower level shear is starting to pick up. So we should start to see some more convection try to fire here in this area. We do have a decent amount of instability down here, so I don't see an issue of these storms getting started, just not really confident on them being able to mature due to the lower level lapse rates. Yeah, looks like we're getting some stronger winds. It's a good catch help. We're getting some stronger winds on this storm near just to the east of Gilmer, heading towards Ore City, Jefferson, and Linden, Texas. Definitely some stronger winds on the leading edge here, and maybe an area of rotation is trying to develop here on this side. Very broad right now, but we got to watch for this southern side to surge, and then potentially for some rotations on this northern little couplet here. It's going to be traveling off to the east towards the Lake of the Pines, and Jefferson and Linden. Definitely some stronger winds on the southern side there that need to be watched. We might even get a let me read these. Yeah, I mean, there's some 80-mile-per-hour winds aloft on that. We're kind of far from the radar, though, so no guarantee that those are making it down to the surface. But if we get any reports that it is, we'll probably see an upgrade again for this severe thunderstorm warning, because as of right now, it's progged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll see. Just because there's 70-mile-per-hour winds aloft doesn't necessarily mean it's going to make it down to the surface. I do want to check in on this storm. Yeah, no rotation on this storm northeast of Shreveport. Still pushing off to the north and east towards Haynesville. So for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. In the back over here south of Dallas, we still have a couple little storms trying to fire here, kind of away from where that best shear environment is, though. Kind of weak shear here. So these are probably going to remain just severe here with $half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. 3 warnings. Yeah, three severe thunderstorm warned storms, and 4 warnings technically right now. What's the chance for tornadoes? Yeah, we can go over that again. We haven't talked about that in a while. Let me see what happens if I turn this on. Okay, that's perfect. All right, let me clear that out, and then we'll go over toward the severe weather risk. So if you guys are unaware, and we'll turn off our weather alerts for just a small time here so we can really see this map. So this is our latest risk for today. As you can see, we got a little bit of an escalation overnight from the SPC. It was mainly driven by the HRRR run yesterday, which has since fallen apart. Keep that in mind. But still, the potential is there for some high caliber tornadoes that could be violent and extremely dangerous. Long track tornadoes are also possible today. It's just big question marks on that. Definitely be prepared for the worst, though. Here in this red, this means a 4 out of 5 for severe weather. Okay, and one of the main reasons why this is a moderate and is going to be because this is tornado driven. Let's go ahead and pop over to our tornado chances here. As you can see, areas like Natchitoches, Alexandria, Monroe, St. Joseph, Natchez, Macomb, Jackson, Philadelphia, Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg are all in that 15% hashed risk for strong tornadoes. Areas like Baton Rouge, Shreveport, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, just to the west of Montgomery, Mobile, Alabama, is in a 10% chance for strong tornadoes. Okay, you guys definitely need to be watching out for that potential. Tyler, Beaumont, New Orleans, Gulfport, Montgomery, Florence, Tupelo, Pine Bluff. Over here in southern Tennessee, south of Tullahoma, kind of like near Pulaski, Winchester, Lawrenceburg, are all going to be in a 5% tornado risk. This is going to be mainly QLCS driven. They're not going to be as strong tornadoes, but some of them still could pack a punch, especially, I would say, if up here in the northern portion here. It's going to be a little bit less instability, but that shear is going to be ripping out in front of the storm. So that's going to be when it's pretty much at its peak. I'm a little bit concerned up here for northern Alabama, even though there's not a risk up there. We could get an instance still of a strong tornado. I wouldn't completely rule it out. Around that, we have a 2% for tornadoes here in the green. So yeah, as you can see, it's a dangerous day. The potential, the ceiling is there. Tornadoes will most likely happen today. Yeah, turn all my other stuff on here. We'll move on. Storm reports are on. Weather alerts. Need them back on. I do want to come back in and check on some of these storms. A little bit of rotation trying to get back started with this storm, but relatively weak storm at this moment. These storms over here near Coshada and St. Augustine are still struggling to mature. Do check on these guys. Yeah, all these storms are just mainly showers and thunderstorms. This one is still got that severe potential. The hail might be dropping off on it, though, and it might just be some damaging winds coming up towards Haynesville. Looks like that worst of it might go just to the south of Cotton Valley, Louisiana. And over here in eastern Texas, south of Texarkana, heading towards Linden and Jefferson. Still some stronger winds on the southern side, but not really seeing that rotation wrap up too much there. So mainly still just a wind threat of 60 miles per hour pushing off to the east. South of Waxahachie, still talking about $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Blooming Grove, south of Italy. And that line of storms is pushing through Killeen, and it's about to make its way towards Temple and Waco. And this is what it looks like underneath it. Still not a whole lot of rain and wind just yet in Killeen. It seems like it's a pretty slow-moving line. Do you think the update will expand the 15% hash risk? No, I don't think we're going to get any more escalations on the risk, especially with the latest HRRR run that just came out. No, I don't think a high risk is possible. No. Let me see if any of the storm chasers I work with are live yet. I am going to have to use the restroom at some point. I rushed onto here. Here, this is what we'll do. You guys stay tuned here. Just give me a brief moment. I need to use the restroom. It'll probably be about 3 or 4 minutes, and then I'll be right back. I will leave you guys on this screen here so that you can continue to watch the radar. There's nothing pressing right now. If a tornado warning gets issued while I'm in the bathroom, I'll cut it short and come right back. But I'll leave it up so you guys can at least track your storms for just a moment. Just give me a second. I literally woke up and went right into cover. I didn't have time to do any of my morning duties, for lack of better words. So just give me a second. All right. I am back, perhaps in record time. All right. I'm back. Sorry, guys. Had to do some important, necessary at that. All right. So let's go look at it. Look at the radar. Looks like we still got a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Blooming Grove. Still some half-dollar sized hail possible. Not really convinced on that at this moment. It seems like the storm is struggling at the point. Kind of merging with some of this more uh, more scattered precipitation, which is going to be a lot more cooler air. It's going to be working into that storm. So we might see that severe thunderstorm warning kind of expire. They're keeping an eye on some of these storms, but again, they are in that lower level lapse rates and are not really quite that favorable. We'll see if they can mature. Over here near Houston, still watching the potential for some of these storms to get going and move off to the north and east into a little bit of a better environment as the shear increases. Let me change my title. I did realize tornado threat broadcast. There we go. All these other storms so far are staying relatively calm on the east side. Little update for north of Shreveport heading towards Haynesville. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll eventually be making it towards Haynesville, Louisiana here in a moment. And then we still got this guy. I do want to check this guy out on the high-definition radar here for a second. Yeah, still not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation. Mainly just a line of wind. Potential of up to 60 miles per hour heading towards Linden and Jefferson. Thank you guys for being patient, by the way, while I did my little break. Yeah, Homer looks fine for now. We'll see. I mean, this is acting, I will be completely honest, this is acting exactly like the kind of event you typically see when you have an approaching low pressure system in a warm sector with low lapse rates. This is usually why, when we get that as the initial start off an event, I am a little bit more conservative with my wording on what's possible throughout the day because all of these storms are going to struggle to mature. We'll see a lot of them try to fire in this region, but it's going to take them a while. It's going to take them a while. So hopefully that holds off for the majority of Texas going into Louisiana, but I still have this feeling if this line can really eject off to the east with that increase of that lower level shear, we could still see some very dangerous severe weather. We're just really in the early morning. This is kind of the informational period of the risk here where, I'm mainly live here to talk to you guys, to let you know what I see before the event starts, and also to answer some questions. Is this the same system that's heading on towards South Carolina later on? Yeah, that'll be tomorrow, and yes. When does the Arkansas tornado threat start? It's going to be getting started mainly with this storm here, and then if this warm front can lift a little bit further to the north, that as well. So you're kind of in your main tornado threat right now. How many rounds for Florence? I think 2. These prefrontal, maybe even 3. Prefrontal storms will eventually lift up into this area. We will have a line of thunderstorms eventually push into Mississippi. That'll be in the evening, overnight hours here. And then along the front of that line, we could have some more prefrontal showers develop. So you could get those first. So you might get these first. They won't be too bad. These ones will really be watching out for. And then also the line could have a severe and QLCS tornado threat with it. I show the latest. Yeah, we can show the latest model runs. Yeah. So if we go over here to the 12Z, you can see that the HRRR is handling these lower level lapse rates pretty well. You can see how it keeps most of the prefrontal storms in front of this line of storms here. They keep them weak, which is what you would expect. But there are a couple that do try to mature out in front. We got to watch that. And then also you see this line of storms starts to crash into here. That would be a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat. The orientation of the line is pretty interesting to me. Typically, with a more QLCS tornado threat, you want it to be oriented a little bit more like this. If it's slower moving, and it's going to have a little bit less of a chance of developing those QLCS tornadoes, but still possible. But where I'm kind of most concerned, at least at this point on the latest HRRR run, is once we get into Mississippi. Honestly, we have this. See how the orientation of the line becomes more south to north. And then we also have a lot of these prefrontal supercells out in front of it. That to me is like the most dangerous look, especially like going from like central Mississippi into eastern Alabama with all of these. And if we come over here to the instability, and we'll do that really quick. Where is it? You can see that we have plenty in this area, plenty of instability, and that lower level shear is really picking up. This could be the peak of our tornadic event here. If those lower lapse rates keep these storms in eastern Texas and Louisiana a little bit weaker, and it's not mature, and the orientation of the line is truly like that, we could be seeing more of an overnight into the morning event here with this line of thunder, or with this severe weather and tornado threat. Because that lower level shear is going to be picking up. We have plenty of instability as we go into eastern Mississippi and western Alabama. You can see we got all of these prefrontal cells out in front of it. It might be too many of them, but if you get one of them that takes advantage of the environment that's here, you could definitely get a strong to violent tornado still. But it's going to be lower chances, to be honest. But still definitely a chance for that as we move into really starting off at around I would say around 4 to 5 p.m. and then pushing off to the east, and then kind of falls apart. The only thing that's going to really allow our storms to get going a little bit earlier from really now into that period is if we get some favorable storm mergers that allow these storms to mature, regardless of our lower level lapse rates. But man, you can really see we got a messy look here. This is not what the HRRR was saying last night. It was definitely a big fake out that a lot of people kind of tuned or kind of got a little bit too overexcited about. You always got to be careful when looking at models. You need to look for trends. If you just get one shift in the trend, right, you got to wait for the next one. Because if it's a big shift, like a big drastic change, it's got to be backed up with more model runs. NAM came in messy. Now, the HRRR this morning and the 12Z is now coming in pretty messy. And again, we've already looked at the meso analysis. That's the reason why this is coming in more messy, is because one, our low pressure system isn't really that tight. It's a little bit broader of a low pressure system right now, not really tightly wound. The orientation is a little bit neutral, positively tilted, rather than negatively tilted, which would allow for more moisture advection, a little bit better thermodynamics. And so, the picture that, like, here, let's simplify it even more. We'll look at, I don't like looking at these, but we'll look at the significant tornado parameter. As you can see, there are still chances there for some tornadoes. There's going to be chances all the way along that line, but you can see it really escalates as that orientation changes. And this is where I'm most concerned here. Orientation of the line changes to a little bit more north-south. You get all those prefrontal cells out in front, and you can see this is probably going to be around our peak of our tornado event, starting at around 6 p.m. and then moving all the way into eastern Alabama, eventually fizzling out there. And there's still some chances, though. Again, if we can, this does not tell you that this is where the tornadoes are going to be. This is telling you the potential if you get a storm to mature in this area. So even earlier on here, we still have some potential for strong to violent tornadoes if any of them can mature. That's the big if, right? If none of them can mature and the lower level lapse rates keep these baby storms, they're not going to be able to reach up into this significant tornadic environment, and they'll get sheared apart and fall apart. But that becomes less of a likelihood as you get more forcing and along a strengthening line, a little bit more shear. You're gonna get more mature storms. It's just always how it happens, and it really does seem like our most dangerous, at least depicted by the latest HRRR, and kind of mixing that with the current analyses that we have right now. You mix those together, this right here is seeming like a pretty likely scenario here. This, and honestly, in my mind, this is what I'm most concerned about. It might even get started, even at around 4 p.m. But yeah, you can see how those really pick up. That significant tornado parameter really picks up. And if we switch over to the future radar here, you can see that, yes, we have mature storms along this line. So QLCS tornadoes will be possible. Southern Charlie tornadoes will be possible. Mature, not too mature out here in front of the storm just yet. So 6 p.m. is not, it is possible that 6 p.m. is just not the time where we're going to be seeing significant prefrontal storms yet. But when we push this into, say, 8 p.m., you see that significant tornadic environment is still very possible here, extending all the way from southern Louisiana up into northern Mississippi. And then now when we go over, you can see out in front in some of that environment, we have a lot more storms trying to mature out in front of it. Okay, so this is why I am more concerned. And you see the line's also a little bit more broken as well. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. As you can see, as we look at the significant tornado parameter, the environment is certainly there. Even early on, right now, like right now, it's indicating that that we could have a significant tornado right now. But as you can see, because of those lower level lapse rates, storms just aren't maturing. They're pretty small. They're pretty baby storms right now, and they're going to stay that way. There's definitely a possibility that they stay that way all the way until this line starts to eject out into this area, and we just get no prefrontal tornadoes in the earlier portions of the event. But we're here just in case, these storms do try to mature. But that's kind of that's how I. Oops. Oh my gosh, I hate that button. There's literally a button that force closes radar Omega, and it's very close to the change the radar scene button. There we go. Oops. But yeah, that's in my mind is how I'm seeing it play out. Maybe a little bit more of an eastern threat there. So we'll see. That makes the most sense to me. That's kind of how my thoughts have been for the last day or so. So we'll see. Light rain right now, yeah. A lot of these storms aren't really too crazy. Like this is, Kalina just got like the southern portion of this line, and as you can see from this camera, we're looking pretty good. Nothing too crazy is going on in Killeen. So the environment that even these storms are working with is just not that favorable right now. Is it possible it misses Florence? The only thing that if we get an outflow boundary that extends, like maybe pushes the warm front a little bit further to the south, yes, there's a scenario where you guys get weaker storms. But most of the models are indicating that this warm front continues to lift to the north as this line comes through. And this line back over here near Waco and Killeen ends up extending, all the way up into northern Mississippi down to the Gulf Coast. So that's my forecast for now until I see something change in the environment. That is the current analysis. We'll see what happens though. The environment is always dynamic, right? One of the things that we are watching for a change in the forecast is clearing of these clouds. As you can see, we're still pretty much completely socked in these clouds, but a little bit early on, one of the indications that we could be looking for a little bit more of a discrete supercellular beginning here is if we start to see these clouds clear here in southern Louisiana. But as you can see, we still got a lot of cloud cover down here. So that hasn't changed throughout the day. And I think this little stalled boundary has played a role here, keeping the lapse rates low. Like we were supposed to have a line of thunderstorms move through Mobile yesterday and just keep on moving. But it actually got stalled out over Mobile. We had a couple of tornadoes down there as well. And from last night to when those tornadoes happened to now, it's only moved about a couple hundred miles. And so the more stabilized air behind it is still in place over here near Louisiana, which is so far. And plus, mix that with the prefrontal showers we had this morning. Those two things are kind of working together to keep the atmosphere relatively stable over here. But all it takes is for those clouds to clear, and then all of a sudden we got a full-blown discrete tornado outbreak on our hand. But they need to clear. If they don't clear, it's going to be really hard for the atmosphere to recover. So we're mainly just monitoring right now. There's a lot of clearing per chasers. Yeah, we can go check that out. I thought, okay, yeah, hold on. We can go look at some of our cameras and look for clearing ourselves. From the satellite view, it doesn't really look like a lot of clearing, so that might be an overstatement by some of the chasers. But we'll see. Let me check it out for myself, see if we can confirm that. We'll use the traffic cameras. Why is that there and also there? That doesn't make any sense. You know? So if I were to guess, we'd already have clearing here, down to the south, or maybe some poking out of some clouds here. Yeah, I mean, even further down to the south, there is a little bit of sunlight making it through. There is some clearing further to the south. Yeah, then just a couple miles to the west, though, we're completely socked into clouds here. Let's go up a little bit further north. Yeah, I mean, there's some sunlight making it through for sure, but it's not like blue skies. Let's see here. Definitely not going to be clear up there. Let's check a little bit over closer to Lake Charles. Yeah, Lake Charles is just socked into the clouds here. Man, you can see that lower level jet is moving, though, bringing some winds out in front of this storm. Starting to shake this camera. Wow, that was weird. That was like a sneeze and a cough at the same time. Personally, what do I think the ceiling of this event is? Violent tornadoes, long track violent tornadoes. The environment is there. That's why we're going to be live all day today, regardless of what happens. Again, all it takes is one storm, right? All it takes is one storm for this to be remembered forever. The El Reno tornado was not the only tornado that happened on that day. There's a lot more tornadoes that happened around the El Reno tornado, but the El Reno tornado was very dangerous tornado, and it's been remembered for decades almost at this point. You know, all it takes is for one very impactful tornado to really cause a big amount of issues. Now, the chances of you, specifically you, getting hit by that tornado is very low, but it's always good to be just weather aware and pay attention. Because if you do happen to be one of those unlucky individuals, then, you know, and you're not paying attention, then you got big problems. Yeah, it's a volatile environment for sure. But, you know, there are very evident failure modes in play and are happening right now. Even if there aren't any tours, we're just vibing. Yeah. No, I mean, we're vibing, we're learning, you know, and, you know, we're getting data. You know, we're learning what the potential for today is, you know, getting the information out. People, I mean, this is a definitely hyped event, right? So a lot of people are probably looking for information right now, but, you know, it's always good to try to look for the truth rather than just hop on a hype train, right? QLCS means that it's a quasi-linear convective system. It's pretty much what we're seeing back here, just a line of thunderstorms. And when you get a QLCS tornado, it's basically just like, you know, like those typical supercells you see, the hook echo out in front of the storm. Instead of that being all by itself, it's inside of the line itself. And those can be QLCS tornadoes. They're briefer and weaker because as soon as those things start to rotate, it starts wrapping all that rain cooled air that's already existing in the line into its inflow. So usually those last a lot. Usually those aren't long tracked, as you know, per se, like a discrete supercell would be. Is this what happens? Oh wait, for the weather Bay of St. Louis will be bad later. In St. Louis, like up here, this St. Louis, or is there another St. Louis? Thanks for the update. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, as of right now, we are seeing what we expected as soon as we started this forecast. What I'm expecting is for these storms to stay small. We still have a chance, though, that some of these can mature in this region. This is the open warm sector. This is where the strongest shear is going to be as we move throughout the morning into the afternoon. And we're expecting these storms to stay small, not mature, due to the lapse rates. I think Tennessee will be bad today. I think there's a possibility, especially in southern Tennessee, if we truly do get a line extend all the way from New Orleans oriented like this as it moves into eastern Mississippi and Alabama. There's the strongest shear is going to be up here. The strongest instability will be further down south. But given the fact that we're going to be talking about 80 to 90 knots of shear up here, you could definitely see still some spin up tornadoes, even with a lack of instability. So that's why areas like northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, just south of Tullahoma, are under a 5% tornado risk. So I would keep an eye on it for sure. Let me send a reminder. Yeah, it's already strengthening. Yeah. Yeah, our latest mesoscale analysis, we now have 40 mile per hour lower level jet here, which is essentially going to help aid the spin with the storms. You can see that coming out of the southwest to the northeast, and it is strengthening, but that's in an area where we just don't have any mature storms right now. And again, one of the reasons why that is because our lapse rates are really low. Whenever you get lapse rates this low in the southeast, storms always struggle. Always struggle. Thanks for hopping on early to prep everyone. No problem. No problem. We always do it. So, if you enjoy like pretty detailed updates before the storms really get started. To be fair, though, we did start the stream with 2 tornado warnings. We've already had 2 tornado warnings today. No confirmation on those producing a tornado, though, yet. But yeah, if you like these little early event updates, we do this every single time. We did it 2 days ago. We did it, and we're doing it today. So hitting that subscribe button will allow you to do it. Also, we make videos with titles and thumbnails that are, that I will never overhype an event unless I think personally that it's worth. I'm not going to hop on a hype train, just because it exists. I don't do it for views. I do it just to make sure that you guys get the info. In my opinion, I'm not always right, but I'm not gonna express an opinion that is different from my own opinion just for views. Ruston, let me see. Ruston, Louisiana. If I remember correctly, it's a little bit further to the north. Yeah. It's conditional further up there. If we can get some maturing cells to actually develop here, then we could definitely see some issues up there near Ruston. Do you want to check out this guy up here? Quarter-sized hail. Okay, yeah. It's an elevated hailstorm moving up to the north into Dermont, there in Arkansas. I do want to check back in on this guy. Yeah, still getting some pretty strong winds here in the south. Looks like we might be getting another little surge on the southern side of the storm near Jefferson, Texas. Meaning we probably have to be a little bit more aware for a circulation to develop here as we go into the future. We do have some smaller storms trying to develop here near Shreveport, south of Minden. Not seeing any rotations with them. Baby storms right now. No, not a whole lot of mature storms. Come check back over here where our shear environment's a little bit lower. Yeah, maybe some broader circulation over here south of and east of Brookhaven, but nothing tightening up or dangerous right now in terms of rotations. Although these storms back over here are about to enter into a better shear environment, they are struggling quite a bit. Also monitoring these storms, if these can mature, they could be an issue down the line as they move off to the north. See, they're going up to the north and east. They shouldn't be too much of an issue for Houston itself, but the shear environment's pretty good down here. So if these storms can mature, we could see these become tornadic in the future. Same with these guys over here as well. It's mainly the little tiny little popcorn cells we're seeing out here and over here that have the potential to mature as they move up to the north and east. And that will allow them to become more tornadic. But if they stay baby storms the entire time, then they're not going to become tornadic. How rare is this for December standards? Not that rare at all. You know, we see these kind of threats throughout the winter all the time. We actually call this second severe weather season. We've even had EF4 tornadoes happen. We've had high risks happen in December before. We've had moderate risks happen in December before. It's not super rare. It is rare though, but it's not like it usually. I mean, at least for the past, I don't know, 3 winters, we've had multiple strong tornado threats each year. Last year, a lot of those fell apart and never did anything. We'll see if this year is any different. That's why that is one reason why I have locked onto the lapse rates as a huge failure mode for these storms, because I have noticed when you have all the other parameters in place, but the lapse rates are too low, you have a lot of struggling like what we're seeing right now. This isn't like 2011, right? No, 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 no. I mean, this could definitely be a quite the tornado outbreak if we can get these storms to mature. But in terms of like the highest ceiling of this event, no, nowhere near 2011. 2011, we had like 800 storm relative helicity, a lower level jet of like 90 to 100 miles per hour or 90 knots. Right when the storms and like almost every single storm was discrete supercell. The lapse rates were like 7 to 8, right? Everything was just in place and at maxed out levels during April 27th, 2011. Hello from Tyler, Texas. Thank you for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We'll do a little update. Yeah, Tyler's just getting some rain right now. Might pick up, though, maybe some flooding issues from this as that moves off to the east. New tornado watch has been issued. Let me check on that. Yeah, new tornado watch has been issued here. I say a couple tornadoes possible. Scattered hail of up to 2-inch size likely, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour likely. It's going to be for Waco, Marlin, Mexia, Palestine, Madisonville, College Station, Navasota, Brenham, Conroe, and Dayton. It's like Houston is just outside of that tornado watch. So that'll pop up here on my map here shortly. Still waiting for my weather alerts to get going here. And thank you, Terry, for gifting 5 memberships. I do appreciate that. If you guys get a membership from Terry, make sure you guys thank her in chat. Because of generous donations like that, we can continue to pay our bills every month, and we can do this full time. So thank you so much. Oh, Clarksville, Tennessee. all the way up north like that. I'm still expecting some like pretty strong winds up here, but the tornado threat should be pretty low. Slidell. You guys are getting some showers and thunderstorms right now. We've been watching these storms just to make sure that they don't do anything. And as of right now, they haven't. Just a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms, no areas of rotation. A weak is really, the shear is really weak out here, and there's just a lot of over convection here. So, not really expecting these storms to do much, really at all, until the stronger shear starts to pick up for them, which will be a little bit. As they'll generally stay in this area until the stronger shear shows up. So maybe eventually we might have to watch them, but for now, they're going to be pretty harmless thunderstorms. You're used to slide out? All right. Oh, they did upgrade this. Okay, yeah. Check this out. We did just get an upgrade here on our severe thunderstorm warning here in Arkansas. We are now talking about golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail that's going to be moving up to the north towards Dermont and McGehee. Or it's either McGehee or McGee in Arkansas City. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Golf ball sized hail is getting up to that size where you're going to start to see car damage. So you guys are definitely in roof damage. So you guys up here definitely need to be getting those cars indoors. If you can't hear any thunder and lightning, if you can, you're out of time already. You check back over with this line, see if it's doing anything. Yeah, it is starting to form a little bit. More rotation there. It is trying. See that rain is starting to wrap around a little bit more efficiently here as that pushes off to the east. Actually, that's going to come pretty close to northern Shreveport. Let me see if we can get a camera in that area. Need one facing west, looking at the sky, and I just don't think we have any. One kind of has a sky view. That might be helpful in the future. I don't think it's going to be able to catch this storm, though, unfortunately. Although I do wonder. I think weather-wise has cams. Let me see. Let me check the weather-wise app real quick. I know they have some in this area. Yeah, none near Shreveport. There are a lot of has cams though in the southern portion of the risks. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for sure. That could help us a little bit. Yeah, there is a little bit of broad circulation here, but it's not tightening up really just yet. But still keeping an eye on this storm for some tornado potential. But for right now, Vivian, Oil City, Huston, Belcher, Benton, and Plain Dealing here in northern Arkansas need to be indoors and away from windows still. Perfect day for today. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of good cameras out in front of the storm. We got a lot of cameras in Louisiana, like traffic cams, a lot of cameras in Mississippi, a lot of cameras in Alabama. So, and we're going to have a couple of storm chasers as well. So it's going to be a traffic cam type day mixed with the traffic cams. We should be able to see what happens in pretty good detail today. So far, so good along this line. Might be seeing a little bit of rotation with this guy over here, south of Waxahachie, but most of these storms over here further into our warm sector and some of our better shear still are not mature. Still watching these storms, though, to the west of Houston. They're not quite mature just yet, but they are in a decent environment. So definitely got my eye. These ones are definitely worth keeping an eye on. And then also any of these storms over here, if they can fully mature, could also be an issue. But so far, so good. They are trying to mature, but they are not quite there yet. Clearing is still occurring. Not really. I mean, still pretty socked in the clouds here. I guess there is some clearing, some subtle portions of clearing out in some of these areas. Also, some clearing taking place over here all the way east of into Alabama. I wonder if I can get a camera into one of those. I do want to see if that's really some clearing there. Let me see if I can get a traffic cam in those regions. Monroe was in one of them. Do we have any cameras in Monroe? We do. A little bit more sunlight over here. So it still kind of seems like there might be a thin layer of clouds. Let me go back and check the satellite real quick. Shadow the tall clouds. Yeah, that could just be the shadow. That's why I am investigating it. Yeah, Monroe is not completely in there, but I mean you can still see that there is some sunlight. Could be a shadow. That's why we're just checking here with our cameras. If we can get any in any of these clearing areas, which I don't think we can. Shreveport is pretty socked in. There is some potential clearing in Mississippi near Natchez. I think I have cameras there. Yeah, like east of Jackson or west of Jackson. I'm pretty sure. Let me get those cameras up. And Mississippi as well, just so I can have them up. I don't have to be scrambling. Um, just want to investigate because finding out where these clearings are is super important. Yeah, we do have some cameras east of Natchez. That camera's got a little bit of crud on it. It still seems a little gray and hazy. Where's Jackson, Mississippi? Is up here. Far west of Jackson as we can go. Yeah, there's still some clouds there, but you can definitely tell it's a little bit sunnier over here, so there might be like a thinner layer of clouds. Go a little bit more to the west. Yeah, I mean, there's some clouds here. I'm not really. That might be a shadow, but maybe just might not be in the right area. Let me try like. What about this one? No, let's try a little bit south of Jackson. I mean, that clearing is, according to satellite, is about to come right into the Jackson area. Let me bring up my. Um, Like, these cameras should be capturing it if it is a solid clear. He's got to find the right one. Oh, yeah, here we are. Yeah, this is definitely a clearing. You can really see those sun rays starting to come in. So we are getting some spots of clearing out in front, especially up here in like northern Louisiana, going into Mississippi, which is not a good sign. That will definitely improve the thermodynamics. New mesoscale discussion for northern Louisiana. Okay, check that out. The heck is this? We got a lightning strike report. Lightning reported to have hit a apartment building near the intersection of Millicent and Burt. Yay, our warnings are working. Awesome. What is this? Oh, wow. We actually do have a tornado report with one of those storms that were tornado warned earlier today. There's a video of a weak tornado filmed on George Kendall Road. So there was actually a tornado when it briefly tightened up there. We didn't see a definite debris ball, but it kind of seemed like something popped up for a moment. And it turns out that that was actually a tornado, the first tornado of the day. We got a new mesoscale discussion. Let me pull that up. All right, here it is. They're saying the severe threat may increase over the southeast Arkansas and far northeast Louisiana over the next few hours. Damaging gusts and large hail and perhaps a few tornadoes will be possible. Biggest increase possible looks like just in the northern portion of Louisiana, kind of where all that clearing is setting up. And then a little bit of a wider portion, especially where that storm is over there near Monticello. Let's come back in and check in on that guy, by the way. Oh, wow. Yeah, we just got an upgrade here to some baseball-sized hail, folks. This is a dangerous storm. Moving up to the north towards McGee in Arkansas City. We got baseball-sized hail happening here with this storm. Let's go turn on that 1 hour hail. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's that hail streak moving up to the north. And it's going to be headed towards Dermont in Arkansas City. That baseball-sized hail is definitely going to cause a problem. And yeah, you can see it. It's popping up here on the radar estimated hail as well. Almost approaching 3-inch hail. Going up towards Arkansas City. Let me see if I have any cams in Arkansas. I definitely want to try to get a view on that. That's a dangerous storm there. That will break windows. So you want to get well away from those windows if you live in those cities. Now, unfortunately, there does not appear to be cameras in front of these storms. Yeah, baseball-sized hail with this storm. That's see, it says a damage threat destructive. That's because once you get over that 2-inch hail, you're talking about broken house windows, probably having to replace your roof eventually, car windows getting smashed. Big time threat to anybody that's outside of their house. Definitely want to get indoors and away from windows, far away from those windows as they can break and shatter. Fortunately, if you are a storm enthusiast, this is not the time to be looking out the window at the incoming storm. Yeah, I'm looking at Arkansas's cameras. There's one near Lake Village, but it's temporarily unavailable, unfortunately. The one to the west of this storm in Monticello, that one's got 1-inch hail moving up to the north towards Monticello, Arkansas. Yeah, these storms are uh, are very impactful here. Let me come over to our higher resolution radar. Yeah, not much more higher resolution, but yeah, you can really see where that hail is falling in these pinks and blacks as they move up to the north and east towards Dermont. That's going to cause a lot of damage. So, uh, especially with windows. So if you live in Dermont, McGee, Arkansas City, just be indoors, well away from those windows, and you'll be a-okay. We might be able to. No, never mind. Our Mississippi cameras probably won't capture these until later. Let me check out the rotations on this. There actually is some broad areas of circulation with these storms, but they are mainly a hail threat for right now. We'll keep an eye on them. I do also want to check back in with this guy. Yeah, still some broad circulation over here near Vivian. 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible, pushing off to the east towards 49 in Benton. That's about it. A lot of lightning starting to happen down here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Got some rotation starting to form here just to the west of Houston. First little supercell trying to mature here is already starting to rotate quite a bit. This is what we're talking about here. And each storm that can mature is going to have a chance of producing a tornado and even a significant tornado. So we do have to keep an eye on these storms that are forming over here near the Houston area. Moderate risk grew. Okay. We'll do a little update on that. We did get a new update from the SPC. This is what it looked like before the new update. Or is this the new one? Has the new one come in yet? The new one hasn't come in yet, so we got to keep on refreshing. I don't think they haven't put it on their page yet, so I'll wait for that to happen. That is not the new one. Benton here sounds like a train. Where's Benton, Arkansas? Isn't that more northern Benton? More northern Arkansas? Let me do a search. Benton, Arkansas. Yeah, it's near Little Rock. Yeah, there is going to be some pretty gusty winds out in front of in this area specifically. Let's come back over here and switch over to our hail. Yeah, looks like that hail is continuing to push off towards Dermont. So watch out, it's almost there. And again, we're talking about baseball-sized hail with this storm as it moves up to the north and east towards McGee. Okay, so they have just issued officially that new categorical outlook. This is what it looked like. We're going to refresh, and then we should see it change. And that moderate risk, yeah, there we go. See, they did extend it to the north, a little bit further up to the north there. For areas like Greenville, a little bit further north, up into parts of Mississippi, and also southeastern. Oh, it's got a new tornado warning. Why didn't I hear that? My volume on? Oh, it was off, I think. We just got a new tornado warning here in Houston, or near Houston. That's with this storm right here. An area of rotation is located just to the north and east of Brookshire that is pushing off towards areas like Cypress, Bridgeland, Village of Cypress Lake. All need to be in their safe spots as this storm approaches. We got an area of rotation. No debris ball just yet on this storm, but if you live in these areas, definitely need to be going to your safe spots. A quick reminder, your safe spot is the inner, most interior room of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. I do want to see if there's any cameras in Cyprus. Actually, one of the cameras that we were looking at before, one of our Houston live cams, might be able to see this storm from a distance. It was this one. We'll put that one here. We might be able to see it in the far distance. So we'll keep this one up in the background. And then we'll put that one. Oops. One of these cameras. There we go. Put that one underneath me. As it's like in this area of Houston and it looks this way. So we might be able to see it from a distance. If anybody can find a webcam in Cyprus, let me know. Yeah, here's our latest information. Just got a new scan in. Still a decent area of some rotation with this storm. Still no debris signature at this moment, though. This is continuing to push off to the north and east. Areas like 99. Let me see if I can get a road name on this. Yeah, West Grand Parkway. Definitely needs to be in their safe spots here, along with Bridgeland and Cypress. Yeah, let me keep searching for cameras in the area. I want to see if I can get one a little bit closer. SPC upgraded the wind risk to 45%. My goodness. That is dangerous. Yeah, I'm personally not finding any webcams. If any of the reporters can find any webcams, let me know. Would be a big help if you guys could search for those. Yeah, latest scan here, still a decent area of rotation. Does seem to be tightening up just a little bit here as it crosses over 2855. Still pushing off to the north and east. Still no debris ball on this storm just yet. We're still keeping a close eye on it, but let me check it out from this radar too. I want to see what it's looking like here. Yeah, on our closer, higher resolution radar, rotation looks a little bit weaker. So I'm wondering if we're picking up more of a stronger rotation aloft and not necessarily close to the surface. What happened? You thought you were in the clear from severe weather in Houston? I don't think that was ever the case. Let me just double check. Yeah, you guys are in a marginal risk. It's a low chance, but these storms were developing, and we've been saying, if they do mature, they could go tornadic. So unfortunately, as these weather events, start to materialize, they change in different ways, and you gotta keep an eye on them because those little subtle changes have can make a big difference. Okay, latest scan, that rotation is getting a little bit stronger there. Still no tornado on the ground though at this moment. But that is getting dangerously close to being able to produce one. So we could have a tornado here shortly. If you live in Bridgeland and Cypress, I'd be in your safe spots. This thing is getting ready and trying. SPC is read the outlook. I don't have time to read the outlook right now. You can post that one portion in chat. I'll read it. But Yeah, no tornado on the ground as of yet. Yes, that is the current thought process here, but it's pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Let's come over to our Houston camera. If I can remember where I put it. We might be able to see this storm in the distance. Be like way back in there. It is tightening up. That is for sure. Yeah, these would be a little bit more of a discrete mode if these storms can stay more semi-discrete here near the Houston area. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Still not seeing a debris ball signature, but just given how tight the circulation is, I would definitely not rule out a weaker tornado or a brief tornado with this storm. Florence, Alabama get extended on the... No, the slight risk is still for Florence, Alabama. Still waiting for those latest velocities to come in. We'll give you that information as soon as it comes out. And if you guys are just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning here in northwestern northwestern Houston. I do want to come back up here and check in on Arkansas, though. So we are continuing to get new warnings out of this storm. Looks like they have downgraded this to 2-inch hail, which is hen egg sized hail. It's going to be pushing still towards Arkansas City, Dermont. You guys still need to be in your safes, are indoors and well away from those windows there. Still quarter size hail heading up towards Monticello. Little update on this line of storms here in northeastern Louisiana, heading towards Benton and Plain Dealing. Not really seeing too much rotation there, but still some decently strong winds with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Potentially a subtle debris ball showing up here on radar. This is kind of what happened to that other storm in Louisiana that was eventually confirmed. So this could be a weak tornado ongoing here. Would not be overly surprising if that was the case. Just can't 100% confirm it, but I would treat it like it is one in Cyprus and continue to be in your safe spots. Try Google. See if I can't find. There might be like traffic cams near Cyprus, and that could help. A little interesting view. Hold on, let me open this in a new tab. This might have been the mesocyclone. This is off of 99 looking north. This is near like Caddy, Texas. That might be that mesocyclone. Little picture of it there. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan. If this disappears, it might have just been a really brief and weak tornado. And we still have plenty of rotation on this storm right now to be concerned that a tornado could still be on the ground. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a pretty strong velocity couplet there. So still worried that we could have a tornado on the ground. Through the evening from central Louisiana into central Mississippi considered an upgrade to a high for this area, but will maintain the ongoing moderate after consultation with local WFOS. So they have considered a high risk, which would be a 5 out of 5 for this event, but have stayed with the moderate. Is the latest details out of that, out from the SPC there. Thank you, Max, for the $1. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's on the ground, folks. We got a tornado on the ground. Yes, it is 100% on the ground now. Tornado on the ground. It is crossing over 529, moving up to the north and east towards Caddy Hockley Road. See right in there. There's your velocity couplet. There's your debris ball ongoing right now, moving off to the north. Continue to be in your safe spots. I can say this with 100% certainty that is a tornado on the ground, moving towards Bridgeland and Cypress. Still radar indicated, but it's obvious now that there is a tornado on the ground. Look at that latest velocity. Wow. Not very strong velocities, but enough. Here, let's see if we can get an updated view from any of these cameras in the area. Yeah, the webcams, the traffic cams in this area are pretty darn close to this storm. I'm just trying to find one to see if it's got a view on this potentially weak tornado here. Check to see our latest correlation coefficient scan. Yep. Still on the ground, pushing off to the north and east towards Sharp Road, Caddy Hockley Road, heading up towards Bridgeland. Bridgeland needs to continue to be in their safe spots. This is still a tornado that is on the ground, pushing up towards Bridgeland. So again, if you live in Bridgeland, Cypress, Village Cypress Lakes, you need to be in your safe spots still. This is still a tornado that is currently in progress, approaching 99. Camera map, that's what I needed. This is the latest view off of SH99. This is of the storm. I'm not seeing anything in that photo. That was taken at 10:47. It's very recently. Still looking every time we get in between, trying to get eyes on this storm. It's a little bit south of that where we need a camera. You can see the clouds are very dark back in this region where this tornado is happening, but still have not been able to find even a picture view. It would have had to take the picture at the perfect time here. Yeah, still waiting on that latest radar scan to come in. But if you're just tuning in, folks, we do have a tornado on the ground here in Texas, about to push into Cypress, Texas. This is in northwestern Houston. You want to kind of check around here for just a moment, see if we have anything else to worry about. I'm going to check for our worst storms here. Yeah, Arkansas City is about to get in on that 2-inch lime-sized hail. So watch out there in Arkansas City. That is just about to push into you there. Got to triage some storms. Okay, latest scan looks a little bit weaker in velocities. We might see this debris ball signature start to dissipate here. Oh, wait a second. There's actually a live camera in the path of this in Texas. I'm just trying to figure out how I would do this. Let me, it's kind of weird. Like updates like once every, wait, updates the frame normally. I saw it update quite a few times. That might be the mesocyclone back there. It's kind of weird. That is technically close to where this tornado is going. I mean, there's still a debris ball ongoing here. That's still on the ground. Moving towards 99, a little bit north on 99. Just now crossing over Katy Hockley Road, heading towards House and Hall Road next, and then West Grand Parkway North after that. Was updating more. Yeah, you can see it's pretty small. Can I open this in a new? That update, or is that just an image? I think that's just an image. This is unfortunately very hard to show you guys. This is just not the best website. I'm struggling to figure out how to get it real time here and in a way that you guys can see it. I guess I can hover over it. As you can see, it's kind of live. It like takes a couple pictures every now and then. And there's a mesocyclone back in there. Hold on, let me open the newest image in the tab here. That might be it, actually. Could potentially be the funnel. Maybe it's like a funnel with some ground contact back in there on the right side. Hard to tell. It's not the highest resolution camera. Oh, yeah, here we go. Still a debris ball ongoing here. Still a tornado on the ground. This is still a dangerous situation as this continues to push up towards 99 and Bridgeland. We can show this. This is the view of the tornado. This is posted by Dr. Quentin Lawton. And there you go. This is definitely a tornado that is on the ground here. Moving up towards Cypress. Moving up towards Cypress. That is on the ground. Yeah, still some tight circulation with this storm. Still definitely still a tornado on the ground moving towards Bridgeland. And then again, if you live in Cypress, this is coming right at you. We got a very heavy populated region that's about to be impacted here. Bridgeland Creek Parkway, Summit Point, Bridgeland Creek Parkway. You got Mason Road that's also potentially in the path of this. Kind of the most immediately impacted areas, though, are going to be just to the south of Bridge Creek Road, near Peak Road. Peak Road, where it intersects Bridgeland Creek Road. That is where the next little path of this tornado is going to be here. Let me see if our cameras have updated near here to show us the tornado. There are a couple of cams in this region. Right next to the road. Not seeing anything. It is about to cross over 99 here, right in this little bend. Latest scan is still somewhat of a debris ball signature, but also the rotation's getting a little bit weaker as that pushes off to the east towards Bridgeland. About to cross over 99 right now. We have even more cameras on the backside of this storm. Here's our latest image from the one off of US 290. You can kind of see the storm approaching, but it's still not in view of any of these traffic cams. The ones that are like right along this road haven't updated in a while, so we're not going to be able to see anything there. But these ones near Cypress, these update a little bit more. Hey, thank you, Name Last, for the 10. I appreciate that. Still waiting on the latest info. But if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado on the ground here, northwest of Houston. Northwest of Houston, heading towards Cypress right now. It does seem like it might have lifted. There's still a little debris here, but this might have lifted. The rotation is getting a lot weaker as this moves off to the north and east towards villages of Cypress Lake and Cypress. Also Bridgeland. Hopefully this falls apart right before the city, but no guarantees. It's going to easily re-strengthen again. So please continue to be in your safe spots. Here's another image a little bit closer to the storm. Still not seeing anything. It looks like whatever it is, it's now getting rain wrapped quite a bit. There's a tornado. It'd be back into that blob of rain. There's another closer shot. All right, let's say we just got a new extension of our tornado warning for Cypress, Klein, and Tomball. You guys live near Cypress, Klein, and Tomball. You now need to be going into your safe spots. The area of rotation is now approaching Cypress. It is a little bit weaker right now, but that could easily escalate again. This is a storm that appears to be going through a merger right now. If it can clear out that merger, it could definitely become a problem for a tornado yet again. So if you live in Cypress, Klein, and Tomball, you need to be in your safe spots. There's something, actually, right here. Is that it? Did this camera capture it? Some color correction on it. Oh, wow. Is that it? I can't tell for 100% certain, but that kind of looks like a little noodle back in there. I can't tell. That could also be rain. Could also be rain. Why isn't attic radar working? I don't know. Not overly familiar with that program. All right, we should have. Okay, yeah, it looks like the tornado has completely lifted now. Tornado has completely lifted. You want to give some more updates? Yeah, we did officially have a hailstone recorded here. 2.75 inches from Dermont, Arkansas. Large hail in town to at least baseball sized, some possibly larger. Wow. We'll update with additional info and damages later. So maybe even some hail bigger than some baseball sized hail fell up here in parts of Arkansas. That storm's moving into Mississippi now, still with the potential for some lime sized hail. Over here near Shreveport, still doing relatively well. No strong areas of rotation as that pushes off to the east, but still some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible for northwestern Louisiana going into southern western Arkansas for Benton, Spring Hill, and Minden. Interesting. Did they ever have this as observed? Yeah, this storm is now kind of pushing into where we have a little bit better camera coverage. Here's our latest scan out of since I think this time is wrong on the bottom here, but our latest scan from the camera off of 290, which is pretty much right next to that weak area of circulation, and it just kind of looks like a big old blob of rain right now. Yeah, here's our latest velocities. You can see it is getting weaker. Area of rotation is getting weaker as that moves up towards 290 into Cyprus. So this storm is falling apart. I'm going to check back over here towards Round Rock and Austin. Yeah, looking pretty good so far. I also want to check in on those prefrontal storms over here near Palestine. Yeah. This is Radar Omega. What is the peak threat for today? That's going to be a little bit later on today. I mean, if these storms continue to be more discreet, I wouldn't say they're necessarily going to be the peak threat, but they are definitely going to be a threat. But depending on how this kind of develops here, if these storms can sustain themselves, then we're going to have an escalated tornado risk really for these areas going into the near future. If they continue to, if they struggle, though, uh, then we're probably not going to see too much happen until later as some of the storms approach the Louisiana Mississippi border. I think that'll be around the peak there, probably sometimes between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. It's probably when we will have the highest chance of seeing a lot of tornadoes. Confirmed it again. Interesting. Is it a late confirmation or might be a late confirmation because there does not appear to be a tornado on the ground at this moment. Let me check this radar. And there's a little bit of a couplet back in there. Out across the highway right there near Cypress. Oh, wow. Here's another image out of the area. This is the bottom of the mesocyclone, potentially that wall cloud, right as it's about to move into Cyprus here. This is almost completely recent. Not seeing a definite tornado shape in there, but we might have some sort of bull funnel happening here with some vortices underneath it, potentially still causing some light damage, but thinking that was a late report that came in. Late confirmation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because there's just no evidence on radar that there's a tornado on the ground right now. Very broad, very weak rotation, no debris ball. It's going to be continuing to push off to the north towards Tomball and Klein, though. We're still watching to see if this storm will try to escalate again, or if that's just going to be it. You know, these storms were a little bit more discreet earlier, but look at this. I mean, this is almost immediately upscaled. Still kind of concerned about these northern two here for like Conroe, south of Huntsville. Shelf cloud is just kind of like air condensing in front of a tornado. A wall cloud is essentially air condensing underneath the updraft. So shelf cloud is out in front of the updraft, and the wall cloud is directly underneath the updraft. Keep on getting text message. That is that is pretty much the difference there. These little, still watching. See, if these little storms out here can mature, you know, that is like also another area where we're really going to have to be watching out for a little bit more of a widespread tornado threat. And these storms are more in the immediate threat here. But so far, I mean, we've only seen tornadic activity with one of these supercells, which is not widespread at all. You know, one of the things that we are really watching out for today, and why today could be so bad, is that we get a situation like this where we have a lot of these cells rotating, producing tornadoes, 3 or 4 at a time, which is still in the books, still possible. That's why we're really alert. Bethany, Texas. Let me check that out. Bethany, Texas. Did I spelled that wrong? I don't see where Bethany, Texas is. I'll just look around. You're talking about this supercell out in front near Cameron? On the border of Louisiana and Texas. Okay. This guy, yeah. A little bit of subtle rotation there. Kind of weak, though. Not overly concerned with that guy just yet. You think Jackson will be okay? You talking about Mississippi? Like and subscribe, like your hat. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me change my title here. There we go. Yeah, there's that tornado report near Cypress. Sighted near the intersection of Highway 290 and Spring Cypress Road. That moved up to the north and east. That is recent. 290 and Spring Cypress Road. Be like right here. That is odd. Apparently, somebody saw a tornado in this area. There's a little tiny area of rotation there, no debris ball. You would think in this area, that debris ball would be pretty prevalent given the fact that there's a lot of stuff underneath where that tornado could be. Not really sure about that one. Might be a weak tornado. Here's our latest view kind of in that area. Not seeing anything back in there. I mean, this is right on that little intersection. So I don't know. I do not know because we saw the debris ball back here. We don't have a tornado report out of that. So not really sure if we're getting some signals crossed there or not. Tornado warning is confirmed. Yes, it's confirmed tornado warning, but there is no sign of a tornado on the ground. But we did just get this report. So we're trying to figure out what the heck's going on there because that was at 10:55. The rotation wasn't even there at 10:55. It was back over here. So this report got placed in the wrong area. 10:55, this tornado was happening, but way back over here. So they got the location of the tornado report wrong. I think Connor is going to have tornadoes today. I mean, I think if anybody can sniff them out, it's going to be Connor for sure. Connor's a really good storm chaser. I don't think he's live right now, though. I don't think we have any storm chasers live currently that I work with. Hey, well, I think they're going live later. Probably targeting like Louisiana, if I had to guess. Eastern Louisiana into Mississippi seems to be that hot spot. Yeah, I'm just banning Shark. I'm getting him out. That is not a real person, I don't think. Or a bot. They were causing problems on my last live stream, and they did not stop. Let's give some updates here further north for Shreveport. Looks like Shreveport is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of rotation down here south of Greenwood. Still pushing down to the south and east. Really not too concerning just yet, but continue to be indoors and away from windows. Further up to the north, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. With tornado possible. Winds of up to 60 miles per hour. And it's going to be pushing towards Benton and Spring Hill. And we got this guy up here still producing that 2-inch sized hail, moving over towards Balua, Benoit, and Rosedale, Mississippi. And there we go. Our tornado. Oh, never mind. The tornado warning expired there for a second, but it's just kind of a small one right now. Yeah, latest thing on this, just crossed over 290. No tornado on the ground at this moment. It has lifted, but we're okay. Here's our latest velocity scan. As you can see, maybe a little bit stronger rotation here, a little bit to the north starting to develop. Surface base Cape is 4,500. Check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 4,500 there, just out in front of these storms, actually, kind of over in this region. Oh, wow. Okay. So that little bit of clearing in the clouds is improving the environment. 6 lapse rates now making it all the way up into Louisiana. This is a bad sign. So we get more forcing with that lower level shear. Things are really going to kick off here. This was one of the things that was holding the storms a little bit weaker earlier today, but those lapse rates are pushing in. That's a warning sign. That's a red flag for a more dangerous day ahead. I mean, just a couple hours ago, there was nothing, but there are little pokes of sunlight making it through, and it is improving the environment. It is worrying. If that continues to work throughout this entire region, we should start to see these storms over here have a little bit of a better chance of maturing. And we're going to have supercell and supercell after supercell over here with the ability to all produce strong to violent tornadoes. So that's dangerous. That's not a good sign. Age might be live. I don't think she's live yet. Let me check. Paigey is going to be live at 1 p.m., which is in about 2 hours. Let me check Pennsylvania storm trackers. They could be live. Oh, they are live. Where are they? We do have a storm chaser live. Blondie, if you can figure out where PA Storm Trackers is. Put them over here. Second to resize this window. We'll get them up. This is PA Storm Trackers. They are our first storm chaser to go live. We have a couple that are going to be going live today in the area. Let me get their name set up here as well. Checking velocity values. Yeah, we'll check that out as soon as I get this set up. Not exactly sure where they are, but we are going to be continuing to keep an eye on their stream throughout the day, as they will be trying to get in the path of some of these tornadoes and showing us the worst of what Mother Nature could do. There we go. Okay. Good to go. All right, let's come back down into here. Yeah, a little bit more rotation starting to pick up there. Let's check the terminal radar. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. Can't go higher in. There's a little bit of rotation trying to get started or trying to get reorganized here, but it's really not that much. I do want to check around on some of the other storms. Yeah, a little bit more picking up here just to the west of Conroe as well. Really happening back up here just yet. Do want to check in on these storms that are trying to get their acts together. Yeah, no rotation on these guys yet, but you can see we're starting to get some reds starting to pop up here. This is indicative of storms that are now starting to mature. Yeah, those lapse rates that have changed are changing the game here. We could be in for a very dangerous couple of hours here if that continues, because everything else is going to be in place. Those lapse rates and the cloud cover was a big failure mode. We just double check here. Yeah, you can see we are getting partial breaks all the way throughout this. And a big old clearing is happening over here near Jackson, Mississippi. It's probably can see some blue skies out of that area as well. It is trying to clear up. We shall see. I mean, these storms right now are in the peak of the instability here. Let me see if we can get some traffic cam looks at this part of the storm. It's kind of just crossing over here. Yeah, it's completely rain wrapped. kind of our clearest view back into the storm here. You see right back in there, that might be that mesocyclone. Right back in there. But it's completely rain wrapped right now. It's going to be hard to really see what's happening. Oh, whoa. Look at this image. Not sure what that is, but it's a little bit of a clearer view of maybe the mesocyclone. See that sunlight coming in on the backside, too. Oh, yeah, it still definitely has rotation on this for sure. You can see that rotation is pulling up into the village of North Point and Hayden Lakes and Village Creek. There's no new debris ball on this storm just yet. We're keeping an eye out for that potential. Not very tight circulation, a little bit broad, but certainly rotation nonetheless. Still pushing into about to cross over TBT here, or 249, and then push into Klein. So we're still monitoring this storm pretty closely here. Just trying to see if I can. Really nice view. Maybe coming from it from the backside. We have a traffic alert. An accident just happened on Tomball Parkway southbound. So that would have been like right here. Someone got in an accident right there. So there could be some traffic, unfortunately, starting to form here, right on this intersection. See if I can get a camera look at that. This isn't a bad image. Near the storm. Here, this is just north of that intersection. Probably before the rain moved in, because this area is shrouded in heavy rain right now. Yeah, still latest scan just came in here. Still some broader rotation continuing off to the north and east. So nothing tight just yet. You can definitely tell we're getting a pretty messy mode here. A lot of storms interacting with each other. We'll definitely see some rotations, but it's going to be hard for these storms to drop tornadoes again with all of that competition for the kinematics in this area. I do want to come back over here. Still some baby storms over there. They haven't fully matured yet. These storms south of Palestine are struggling. Check back up here. No major developments back over here near Shreveport yet. Some damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour and 2-inch hail possible still over here going into Mississippi. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Let me check base velocities here. Yeah, still a little area of rotation about to cross over 249 there. Check this on our other radar. Yeah. Both radars agree that there is some rotation in here. Still no new debris ball as this crosses over 249. Oh, wow. Where was that taken? This is a view of a tornado. Not exactly sure where this formed. I'm assuming this is near Cyprus. Oh, wow. Look at that debris. See if I can turn on audio here. And then here's another photo of that as well. Look at that. It's like a suction vortice on the bottom. It looks like it is hitting a house. That is not good. That is not good. I'm retweeting it on my Twitter. If you guys want the link, I'll also post it down below as well. I'm not exactly sure where that was, but I'm assuming that was when we had our tornado on the ground earlier today. It looks very similar to the other photos coming in on it and videos, so I'm pretty confident about that. Most likely being a video from back over here, probably somewhere near Bridgeland. The latest scans out of the storm still indicating some broader circulation coming into the Klein area. Further up north, looks like we're getting a little bit of an escalation of rotation over here south and west of Willis. And still no mature storms over here. You can, though, see, even with these little baby storms, they actually have little baby rotations on them as well. Just kind of an indication of how volatile this environment is. Even though these storms aren't mature just yet, they are already starting to weekly rotate here. And that sun, that sun poking in through here, guys, that is not good. That is not good at all. We are already starting to see it do stuff here. I'm already starting to see it help out with the maturity of these storms, at least. Hey, getting a little bit tighter circulation over here, just to the south and west of Willis. Still no debris ball on that sucker just yet. Gonna see if there's any traffic cameras near here. There's Conroe. There's a little bit to the north of Conroe. See if we can't get a view of this storm. Yeah, near Willis, there's really not many cams in the area that have a view on this storm just yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. As that rotation is getting close to being tornado warned up there. South of Tomball, latest scan, still broad. Still not seeing that rotation tighten up just yet. No tornado on the ground at the moment, but if you live near Klein and in between Tomball, you still need to be in your safe spots. You view the storms south of the tornado warning, potentially, but they're not really worth looking at right now, in my opinion. If something ends up popping up on them, we'll take a look at them. I mean, we might be able to get a nice little supercell look picture out of these. I'll look at it briefly, see if I can see anything. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much. Lake Conroe has a live cam. Okay. Looks like we just got a new tornado warning here. Radar indicated for Spring, the Woodlands, and Woodlock. You guys need to be in your safe spots there as well. Just got a new tornado warning for you. Rotation isn't too crazy right now, but it certainly could escalate if that wind shear picks back up with this storm. So continue to be taking the storm seriously. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. Many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. I think that webcam from Lake Conroe is on YouTube. Let me check that out. Okay, this is Lake Conroe. The storm is definitely moving in here. Let me see exactly where Lake Conroe is. Where is Lake Conroe? Oh, there it is. It's right here. So we're looking at like the back side of the storm. That rotation just kind of actually on the right side, that might be the mesocyclone on the right side. Keep an eye out for like a water spout potentially over this lake. That is certainly a possibility. It kind of looks like the mesocyclone back in there. This is not a tornado warned storm right now, but there is a decent amount of rotation on it. It could drop a tornado here within the next couple of minutes. So I'll definitely be watching out over here near Panorama Village and Willis. See that rotation right there. Lake Conroe's back here. So we're looking at the storm going away from us. And right in front of us is that mesocyclone. So if it does drop a tornado, I think we'll be able to see it. Yeah, this storm is going north of Conroe. Conroe is good right now for this area of circulation. Oh, yeah, it is about to go over the terminal radar. You're right. Luckily, it's not tight circulation and not a tornado on the ground with our tornado warning to the south near Klein Spring Woodlands. And we're here just north and east of or north and west, sorry, and north of Houston. We're not in Houston with these. Man, what a beautiful view here. Holy crap. This is a beautiful lake. A little something coming down on the right side there. My weather office is in northern Alabama. That's about all I'll say. Yeah, I just drank some water, guys, but thank you for reminding me. We're looking at the backside of the storm right now as it's moving away from us. We're watching out for a potential tornado to form with this storm, although the latest radar imagery does make it seem like it is weakening. The rotation is weakening a bit here near Willis. Lake Conroe's right here. Our camera is located most likely back somewhere in this region, looking to the west or the east here. That a boat on the lake? No, those are trees, a little island, I think. And then there is some birds on the water there. Yes, this is live. This is a live shot of the storm. It's not. This is not the tornado warned one, but it definitely has some rotation. Look back down at this tornado warning here. Look, we are getting an escalation of some rotation again on this northern side. Yeah, that's a new couplet forming. Might be about to drop a tornado pretty close to 99 here. Let me check that on terminal radar. Can we even see it? No, we can't. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more concerned about this. Let me see if I can get. There should be a picture camera near that. See if I can see anything with any of these cameras at all. As this is pretty rain wrapped storm at this moment. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything with the picture cameras. There's a lot of heavy rain right in that area. We probably won't be able to see it. Yeah, right in here, a tight little couplet there. Ooh, Maybe the beginning of a debris ball here near Northampton Pines. Let me come back over to here really quick. Sorry. I need to check this out. I'll put that underneath me, though. But yeah, we do have a strengthening rotation here south of Willow, and maybe the beginnings of a tornado starting here south of Willow, heading towards Northampton Pines and Inway Forest. If you guys live in these areas, you need to be in your safe spots here as this storm pushes off to the north and east. This is a new area of rotation really starting to escalate here. Is this close to Spring, Texas? Yes, Spring, Texas is in this tornado warning. If you live in Spring, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. That's the latest there on the radar. Let's come back over to here, where we're starting to get some heavier winds. Yeah, looks like we're losing the view of this storm right now. But man, some stronger winds are coming through this area. Look at that on the left side of the lake moving across. What the heck is that? That was weird. Like near those trees. Especially on the southern portion of the lake. Not really sure what that was, but it might have just been like a little small area of some heavier wind. Yeah, maybe a gust spout. Oops, something's clearing out there just briefly. All right. Stay focused here on this new area of circulation. Well, yeah, I mean that might have been something brief there, but there's still no debris signature, like definite debris signature here. Oh, just got a new scan. Now this is pushed over towards Avanac. No debris ball, but there's still a decent area of rotation back in here. Now crossing over Northampton Pines. There could be a funnel with this for sure. Uh, Actually, there's a little bit of a clearing there. Let me see. Any of these cameras got a view. Okay, this is our latest view here from a closer cam. You kind of make out the bottom of the cloud here, seeing a funnel. See if any other cams got a view. Yeah, they're all picture cams, so if there was like any subtle debris getting lifted up, we wouldn't really be able to tell. Looking for, yeah, no images of a tornado yet with this storm, and no evidence just yet on radar of a new tornado, but this thing is still pretty close. It's still trying to do something. So again, if you live over here near the Woodlands and Spring, you still need to be in your safe spots there. I do want to take some time here to kind of look around at some of these other storms again, just to make sure we're sticking up or we're not getting snuck up on by any of these other storms. Good over there, mainly just a line of rain. Same over here near Shreveport. Some stronger winds are moving through the area, though, moving towards Houghton. Also near Minden, Haynesville, and Homer. We're still watching out for the severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come through. Out in front, got a lot of cells trying to mature out over here near Woodville and Jasper, but still no mature cells with any strong rotation at this moment. We are keeping a very close eye on a lot of these supercells right now. Because again, those lapse rates are increasing, which means that we have a higher chance of these cells becoming mature and tapping into that shear environment. And it could get pretty dangerous over here. These are going to be our ones that are really going to be picking up as that lower level shear ejects into this region. And once we get enough lift, these storms should, as long as they're continuing to be paired with some of that increased lower level lapse rates, these ones definitely will be our main event if they can stay discreet and really tap into that environment. Latest scan here, still some broader rotation over here near Northampton Pines. Still no new debris ball as that pushes off to the east. Rotation over here near Willis is still ongoing, but we're still relatively weak. No big changes there. We'll do a little bit of a broad view here for just a second, so everybody can kind of see their storms here. Still have some potential. Actually, they did drop this severe thunderstorm warning down to a quarter size. So it was that baseball size. Now it's back down to a quarter sized hail as that moves into Mississippi. You can really see kind of the dynamics here. Our low pressure system is back over here. Our moisture return is coming out from the south up into this region where we have up to 4,000 joules per kilogram pulling up in this zone. Let me check our latest SPC meso analysis. Do a little bit of nerding out here. So yeah, we still kind of have a pretty broad low pressure system. It's not as strong as the models were indicating yesterday yet. They were indicating maybe a 1004 millibar, a tighter circulation here was kind of our worst case scenario. Still a little bit of a broad, low pressure system. You know, really interesting thing here. Winds near the surface aren't really backed near where these storms are, but back over here in Louisiana, you can see they're moving from the south to the northwest. That is some backing at the surface. Why is that so blurry? Blurry for y'all? Shouldn't be blurry. I think it might just be because it's on my second screen. I'm sure if I brought it over to my main screen, it wouldn't look blurry. There's an observed sounding near Shreveport. Okay. Let me check that out. Oh, yeah. So here's an observed sounding. Cape's a little bit low right now. Temperature dew point spread isn't too impressive, which is why that Cape's a little bit low. Lapse rates are still low up there as well. But I mean, this is pretty much right out in front of that severe thunderstorm. So yeah, not a very prime tornado environment, but you can really tell that shear is increasing. I mean, 38 knots at the surface. Nice curved photograph here. Backing at the surface, turning with height. Not a bad environment though. The Cape's really low. Lapse rates are pretty low, but that shear is starting to increase even that far north. And a new severe thunderstorm warning in Montgomery County, Texas, San Jacinto County, and Walker County, Texas. Let's come back in here and check in on our tornado warning here. Yeah, latest scans here, still some broader circulation. Looks like that little tight couplet is now gone again. You can kind of tell, though, we are getting some stronger winds out here from the south. Trying to pick up out in front of the storm, but still no condensed circulations here. As that pushes off to the east, it's now going over 45 near Eastgate Village. That's where that circulation is. Potentially some hail on the northern side here, just to the south of the woodlands. A new severe thunderstorm warning is for this storm that we were watching from Lake Conroe. And it does seem like that rotation might be trying to get a little bit stronger here to the north and east of Willis. About to push near Cold Spring. Check back over here in Louisiana. Really not seeing anything sticking out to me on any of these storms. They are trying to mature, though. They're certainly trying to mature. Definitely keeping a close eye on those. I keep seeing a lot of people say Payne's Court, Louisiana. Eh, some stronger winds on the south, but it's not really rotating that much. Wind shear out here is a little bit weaker, but some of these storms, they can take advantage of all the environment. They could definitely try to rotate a little bit better. Severe thunderstorm warning for Brazos County, Burleson County, and Grimes County, Texas. That's going to be over here near College Station. It's like it's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, you can definitely see that on radar picking up south of Cameron as it moves towards College Station. So if you guys live near College Station, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows as that pushes off to the east. Also seeing some potentially more discrete cells further down to the south here near Lagrange. Actually, a little bit of rotation here north and west of Lagrange as well. I have to keep an eye on that with some of these more discrete, semi-discrete supercells. The environment isn't too terrible down here for tornadoes. That could certainly have a little bit of a tornado risk there. And that's the latest across the board. We'll go back over here to our broad view while we wait for our newest scans. Tyler, Lindale, Texas is nice and stormy. Yeah, you guys are getting some light precipitation to some heavier precipitation. Another little storm could be coming back through as we go into around 12 a.m. or 12 p.m. 12 to 1. Unwarned rotation near Willis, Texas. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that one. There's definitely some rotation on it right here in this area. It is trying to tighten up yet again, but still a little bit on the weak side. But I got a feeling if that gets just a tad bit stronger, they will slap a warning on it. No debris ball associated with that or anything yet. And this rotation over here north of Spring, Texas, is still continuing to be quite broad. And you can see our tornado watches extend all the way into southern Mississippi. You can see that warm front is draped out in this region. We got our cold front back up in here, cold front / dry line. And then right all in this region here is our warm sector. Pretty much where it's primed for tornadic activity. I do want to see just how strong our lower level shear is. Yeah, our lower level shear is also picking up across the region, mainly in eastern Texas is where our highest amounts of lower level shear is. A little bit of an escalation there in Mississippi. Yeah, you can see those 40-knot wind shear. Once we start to get those 35, 40-knot wind shear with mature cells, definitely got to be watching out for tornadoes. It's probably why we got one just a moment ago there to the west of Houston. Yes, the broad rotation right now, but yes, rotation near Spring, Texas. And in fact, we can turn on our 2-hour rotation product here. You can really see, this storm started off rotating a little bit, then right as we started getting some of our tornado reports, that's when it really started to pick up there near Cypress. New mesoscale discussion. Let's go check it out. This is our new mesoscale discussion. Looks like our greatest short-term tornado potential over there near Livingston, Texas, and just to the east to some of the storms that we're looking at right now. Severe threat continues across the tornado watches. The best chance for tornadoes will be with storms embedded in confluence bands, which is what we are looking at right now. Thank you, King Cobra, for the 10. As the greatest threat to the southeast of Arkansas subsided. Southeast Arkansas? Not yet. I mean, we still have this warm front kind of draped here. Got a couple storms firing. We've had a particularly elevated hail threat up here, so we're still watching for that We could also still get some tornadoes along this portion of the line. We just haven't seen much convincing rotation with these storms just yet, but that could change as we go throughout the day, especially since we've been seeing some clearings out in this area, a little bit building up, potentially a little bit more instability. An unwarned tornado near Shreveport, you say? I'm not seeing any evidence of that. You can provide maybe a little bit of a smaller city. I can check that out. Yeah, this rotation's still pretty strong over here south of New Waverly. Still keeping an eye on that. Latest updates on our tornado warning itself. Still have some broader circulation that still hasn't changed, but still want folks in the Falls, at Imperial Oaks, and Porter Heights to continue to be respecting the storm and be in your safe spots. Just on a leading edge near Keithville. Let me see. Keithville, Louisiana. Where is that? Okay, Southern Shreveport. Yeah, that just looks like to me a lot of contamination ongoing there. Can't really back it up with the reflectivity in the area at the time, so uh, it just looks like that heavy contamination. It's probably why they didn't warn it. Would be watching out in Montgomery, Walker, and San Jacinto counties. Yeah, definitely for sure. We're watching for all of these any of these little storms that can mature. Like these ones out here could also mature and potentially cause a tornado threat. There, I mean, any of these ones over here could cause a tornado threat. Lots of little beans out here, even some maybe a little bit even stronger rotation over there near Leesville as well. We've got a lot of areas where we're watching. This is a decently large warm sector, and any supercell that can mature in this environment can become tornadic, strong tornadic, or even violent tornadic. Let me see if any of our other storm chasers are online yet. Connor Croft is still not live. Uh, we still have Pennsylvania Storm Trackers. Does anybody know where Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is? Yeah. They're definitely in an area where there's big time clearing. Holy crap, you can actually see the blue skies here. South Mississippi could get pretty serious. I would definitely be weather aware there. That is one of the areas that I'm really honed in on for seeing probably one of our biggest escalations of the tornado threat throughout the day. Yeah, this clearing right here is not good. I'm really wondering where they are. I mean, it could be pretty bad. We could see a lot of tornadoes moving into southern Mississippi. It'll be kind of a line of storms. Yeah, I'm not sure where they are. PA is near Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Okay, so that's where we saw that clearing on the satellite. Yeah, there's a lot of unstable air building here. This is near Jackson, Mississippi. So they're not going to really be seeing too many storms just yet, but it will get hairy as we move into the future there. Nebraska. They're definitely not Nebraska. All right. A little update across the board here for College Station. Still got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Decent winds still, pushing about to push into Caldwell. Might have to watch out for a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat with this. I am seeing some kinks in there. Little kinks here and there. None of them are really associated with the storm itself, though, so that we might be dealing with a little bit of side lobe contamination. But overall, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Still seeing some rotations with these storms to the south and east of Austin, heading towards LaGrange, Texas. They're not really escalating, though, to a point where it concerns me. Also, we have a broad area of rotation here still existing in this tornado warning. If this continues all the way to the end of the tornado warning, they might precautionarily increase this tornado warning just because, you know, it's pretty strong broad rotation. Like if you were under this thing, you could probably tell if it wasn't completely shrouded by rain that, you know, it was had some decent rotation to it. Also, a new area of circulation is developing with this supercell a little bit further to the south. It's kind of a little bit more by itself. Need to keep an eye on that. They're heading to Vicksburg. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Vicksburg is yeah, right in this area. Yeah. So they're moving west. Wait, Paigey might be live. I think she was going live at 1. She might not change it. But I do want to make sure maybe she's closer to one of these storms and she went live early. No, she's still scheduled to go live at 1. Hattiesburg, definitely need to be watching out for tornadoes and potentially a decent amount of them. As of right now, we do have some storms in your area. They shouldn't be too much of a tornadic problem until maybe later. But one of the things that we are watching out for is a line of thunderstorms that will have a lot of QLCS tornadoes, potentially on its leading edge, and potentially some prefrontal cells out in front of that. And that will eventually move into Hattiesburg. So definitely, you're still in that potential strong tornado threat that you definitely need to be watching out for that. We can actually, I just want to do a latest timing here. We almost have our 18Z HRRR out as well. So yeah, it looks like for Hattiesburg, it's going to be kind of around like the 9-10 p.m. I'm going to be watching out for prefrontals at 8, 9, 10 p.m. Could have some tornado problems over there. Is Connor good? What do you mean by that? Like, is he okay? Like time twisters? Yeah. I hate him too. Ooh, a little bit of an escalation here. I'm a little bit more confident here that they are going to extend this tornado warning. We're getting an escalation here of our rotations again. No tornado on the ground, but that rotation is tightening up, which is curious. You know, this thing was interacting with a bunch of mergers, but it is clearing out a little bit here in terms of that inflow. We need to watch out for this tornadic potential. And also, this storm down here near south of Spring is still trying to organize as well. It's kind of in the same environment as this one, and it's also trying to clear out some of a merger at the moment. I do want to check back up here near Huntsville, Texas. Yeah, this storm is entering into a radar hole, unfortunately. It's going to be hard to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, Nashville should be too far to the north. Wonder if Storm Runner Media will go live. I don't think they are. They should have a stream scheduled by now. Yeah, they released a community post. They said, I'm sure as many of you know, Moderate risk for severe weather is quite the possibility. They say we unfortunately won't be out there chasing for a few reasons. There might be doing a snow chase tomorrow. Yeah, there's our extension here. Not overly surprising. Just due to that recent escalation here on that rotation. So a new tornado warning has been issued for Roman Forest, Splendora, North Cleveland, Plum Grove, and Colony Ridge. You guys all need to be in your safe spots as the storm continues to push off to the north. I'm going to check back in over with our little prefrontal cells here. Yeah, maybe a little bit more rotation over here south and west of Leesville. Keeping an eye on that. One of the things that we are going to be watching out for these cells is their echo tops. How tall are they? And this one is actually one of our taller ones in the region. So we're going to be watching out for those echo tops there. Also over here near Jasper. It's probably getting some of our worst shear at the moment, but still struggling to organize. Terminal has good rotation. Yeah, let me check the terminal real quick. Yeah, decent rotation here on the southern side. Not too much on the velocities coming towards the radar, but definitely a strengthening RFD appears, and also shows a pretty decent rotation over here south and west of Spring. They might end up throwing a warning on that one too. That continues to escalate. Beaumont, yeah, Beaumont will be affected eventually. You guys might be just a little bit too far south for like a major tornado threat. But that being said, I mean, we just saw a tornado over here a little bit in that same zone, so I wouldn't completely rule it out there near Beaumont and Port Arthur. Am I cold? No, not really. I'm a little bit cold, but that's just mainly because we've been live since like 8:30, I think. Like no, like 8:30, 9, somewhere like that, and I pretty much just woke up and went straight to the stream. So unless you guys want me looking like this all night, I just didn't have time to take a shower. I just had to throw in a little hat and just go. Hair's looking a little crazy. Uh-oh. That's some pretty strong rotation. We might be about to have a tornado drop here south of County Village. This is very possibly on the ground here, folks. That is some strong rotation. Starting to push off to the east towards Splendora and Roman Forest. Let me see if we have Texas cameras in the region. Should. They're near Cleveland. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any actual. Well, we have one south of Cleveland. Might eventually catch a view here of this thing. We'll keep an eye on it. Also, really keeping a, if these storms get mature, they're a little bit more discreet out in front. Could be an issue as well. Oh, yeah. Yep, tornado on the ground. This is a tornado on the ground, folks. We have a tornado on the ground with this storm pushing off to the east. Right in there. There's your area of strong rotation. and you get that debris ball right under it. This could be a strong tornado here, folks. That's pushing off to the east. This is a very populated region towards Splendora and Patton Village. If you guys live in this area, you need to be in your safe spots. This is currently located pretty much directly over Country Village. The next folks in line is going to be areas like Pinkering Road, Crystalwood Estates, Crystalwood Circle. Let me get my tornado sim up. Yeah, latest scans still have a strong, potentially strong tornado on the ground here, just to the north and east of County Village. Now about to cross over 1485 road here. I'm still trying to locate this. It is 1485. Okay, so there's Splendora. It's oriented like that. That would mean I'm having trouble finding it on my map for the tornado sim. Yeah, right there. Near 1485 is going to be next in line, and then 242 is going to be after that. Okay, there's 242. What's this? 1485. Okay, I found 1485. Okay, I got it. All right, this is the estimated location here of this tornado. As you can see, it is a very populated region. A lot of stuff here. It's kind of directly over 1485 at the current moment. All right, we now have a PDS tornado warning ongoing here. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress, moving off to the north and east towards 242 and Splendora. It is currently located, estimated location is near the Dollar General, East Montgomery County Animal Hospital, near Tri-Point Storage. This is approaching 242 near Woodbranch and Splendora. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. You can really see it on the velocities underneath me right in there. There's your greens touching the reds. You see this little curve in the road. That's what we're looking at right now on the tornado sim. That little curve in the road. And that large debris ball is pretty much directly, just passed over 1485 and is about to cross over State Highway 242. Let's move this. So it just passed over this road, and it is very close here to 242, somewhere within this wooded area. So it kind of moved through here like this, and is kind of moving up a little bit further to the north. It's not quite near Fire Tower Road, but it's probably passing over it as we speak, coming very close to Highway 242, or our State Highway 242. It's like right to the south of there. Come back over here to the big radar here just for a moment and give another warning down the line here. Our tornado is located, according to our debris signature, right here, crossing over 242. And then eventually is going to be pushing up over towards 69, in between North Cleveland, Plum Grove, Splendora, our areas, Midline, Williams, all need to be in their safe spots as we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Also, still seeing some rotation ongoing back over here to the south that is trying to get its act together. This is definitely the strongest tornado that we have seen today so far. There we go. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Yes, this is a strong tornado. This is a big tornado that's on the ground, folks. Okay, it just passed over 242. Still in a somewhat wooded area here near Harrington Trails and the Canopies. There's a couple houses out here. If you guys live near there, it still kind of seems like it's tracking pretty close here to Splendora. If you live in Splendora, Texas, you guys need to be taking shelter. It does seem like this thing is kind of occluding up to the north, though. Just crossed over, so it kind of, this is the path of the tornado that we have had thus far. It came pretty much really close to Tri-Point Storage, Martinez Auto Sales, then towards Fire Tower Road, and it is now crossed over 242, and it is hanging out somewhere near Harrington Trails and Harrington Trails at the Canopy, and it is still slowly probably moving in a kind of in this fashion here. You live near Wetzel State Inspection, Pueblatonville, Splendora, Texas, Creekside Off-Road Ranch. You guys are in the direct path of this tornado, and you need to be in your safe spots. This, again, is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. Our latest radar scan here is still showing some tighter circulation here and a large debris ball still ongoing, pushing towards, again, if we put this in motion, you can see it's had kind of a northernly, easternly track here. You know, man, there's actually a decent amount of folks that live in this community. That is not good. Let me try to locate that community a little bit better here on this map. There's that. Yeah, that's this community here, I think. Yeah. That actually might not be it. Is it hidden in these trees? Might be this one right in here. Yeah, there's quite a few houses in this region right there. You know, White Oak Drive. Let me see if that's what we're talking about here. Yep, it just went over this area is White Oak Drive here. No, it's Willow Tree Lane, Delwood Drive. Unfortunately, just got impacted by this tornado. They just got a direct hit. Oh, there's White Oak Drive. Okay, yeah, so we are in the right area. So it's located directly, unfortunately, over these houses here. Or it went directly over these houses, and it is now. I'm having trouble finding this community here, though. I think it's right underneath me here. Let's see. West Ridge Drive is where it is now. Still pushing off to the north and east. Next in line is going to be 2090. 2090, heading towards Canopies Parkway. It is right on top of you guys near Canopies Parkway, and is still pushing off to the north and east. Eventually, he's going to be making it towards Morgan Cemetery Road. Morgan Cemetery Road. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado at this moment. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a dangerous situation. Yeah, it just went through multiple communities here. This is not good. And it's getting pretty close to Splendora. Went through there. Let's come through here. We're getting pretty darn close. Let me get a sky view of this first. That goes down. There's that road, and then that branches up, and then you have this right here. Just making sure I've got everything lined up correctly on our estimated location here. There's Splendora. So we are pretty much just north of this little bend. So like right here in this region near Splendora High School, Townsend Reserves and Legal are Legend. Heading really close to Creekside Off-Road Ranch. Pretty much going over directly over 290 as we speak. Really close to Splendora. You can see Splendora is here. This is probably the outskirts of Splendora. Yeah, is currently tornado is sitting over this community here. That is Canopies Parkway. Let me see if I can find that on the map here. Yeah, there's Canopies Parkway right there. And there's a junior high school, water plant over here. It is sitting directly over this area, right in here, right on Canopies Parkway. Heading very, very close here to the high school. Again, if you are living near that high school, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Are we zoomed in too much here? No, this is fine. I would like to be able to see where Splendora is. I think it's to our right. We are very, very close to Splendora High School and Splendora Junior High School. You guys need to be in your shelter in these high schools. You're probably, there's probably already over that area, actually. Next in line is going to be Creekside Off-Road Ranch in Midline, Texas. Midline, Texas. Again, there's Midline. Here's our debris ball underneath me, and that is moving off to the north and east towards Midline and Williams. Unfortunately, it looks like, that these high schools have been impacted, which is not good. I really hope they were in their safe spots. Okay, latest scan on the reflectivity. Let's come back over to our big screen here really quick, indicating that our velocities and our tornado is most likely located in this region now. I do want to check on some of our other storms. Yeah, our storm to the south still has some broad and weak rotation. I mean, this is still the only storm that's really doing anything right now. So I do want to check back over here in our College Station. Yeah, we do have some rotation developing with this supercell north of LaGrange. Might have to keep an eye on going towards Round Top. And if you're just now tuning in, we unfortunately just had a large and extremely dangerous tornado make a very close approach to a high school, if not went directly over it. road is this? Morgan Cemetery Road is where it appears this tornado should be here. Yeah, latest scans has it over here, but the latest reflectivity scans, yeah, they're all lining up here now. So yeah, our latest debris signature just off to the north and east here. So which would have put it, I mean, technically uh, directly through that high school, I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, right on that little bend is where the high school is. It might have gone just south. It might have gone just to the south, I'm hoping. No, no, I mean, the radar says it went right over it, but it can be off by a couple meters. But it did. I mean, the radar said it went right through that high school. Hopefully it lifted before then, or it was weaker. But now it's still approaching midline. Sterling as well. It does seem like the velocity couplet is weakening. There still is a debris signature, though, on this storm. Right there, we are now getting very close to 69. Very close to 69 and midline. Got areas like Creekside Off-Road, Splendora Truck Stop, Midline, Sterling Diesel, Bishop Fireworks is unfortunately very close to this tornado. If it's Ewald, Kubota as well. We got El Cardinal Mexican Restaurant is very close to the path of this tornado as well. Debris reached 20,000 feet. Jeez Louise. Yeah, that was a strong tornado. Would not surprise me if that was a strong tornado, or AKA an EF2 or above, with debris signature like that. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. It does look like, at least on the velocities, it is weakening. There are numerous cells in Louisiana. Yeah, there's a lot of cells. Also, some more rotation on this one near Hardin, Texas, just to the south and east of this storm. But we come back over here to the big screen. I mean, we've got a lot of storms trying to get developed here in the Louisiana. Every single one of these little storms that you see, all these little red dots, every single one of them have the potential to become tornadic and to mature in this environment. So we can have a very widespread tornadic event if that does materialize. Somewhat of good news is that the lapse rates, at least in this portion, are still too low. But with these storms in this area near Jasper, they're definitely going to have a higher chance of producing tornadoes here. And you can see some of them are already trying to develop some rotations over there near Jasper. So we're really keeping a close eye on that storm there. Yeah, latest scan here looks like a rotation. Yeah, our rotation is pretty much dead here, and that tornado has lifted. There near North Cleveland. So keeping an eye on this rotation near Kingwood, but it's still relatively broad. A moment. Maybe some more rotation trying to develop over here near Acre Homes, moving towards 69 south of Humble. Further down to the south near southern Houston. Not really seeing anything overly dangerous just yet, but keeping a close eye on it nonetheless. Since the tornado has lifted, we can officially take on, or we'll do this as like a celebration. At the very least, that the tornado has finally lifted. So it pretty much went through this area, and then to symbolize tornado being off the ground, we just do that. It's gone. Wow. So you get, folks, that is just a prime example. A prime example of, we don't really have too much going on, like in the context of what some people were expecting, at least by this time, right? Got a couple of storms out there, maybe a severe thunderstorm there. Only one tornado warning, but all it takes is one. And we might have had some considerable damage with that storm. With debris signatures going up 15, 20,000 feet, that is a strong tornado. Yeah, most of it will definitely develop more into the evening for sure. Yeah, absolutely. This is just the beginning, but I'm just saying, you don't have a whole lot going on. I mean, they got a couple of weeks severe thunderstorm warnings, and then other than that, we just have one tornado warned storm. But all it takes is one storm. So that's why everybody in this area, in this tornado watch, needs to be weather aware. We do have failure modes out there, but that some of them are improving as we go throughout the day, as we're getting that sunlight start to move a little bit more into the area. I mean, we're getting clearings being reported all the way as deep as southern to central Louisiana, which is why we are starting to see a couple more of these supercells develop in that state. And once these mature, these will be dangerous. Almost every single one of these will be dangerous if they can get to that maturity. The big question mark is, do they get there? If they do, it's not going to be like some 2011 super mega outbreak, but there's going to be a decent amount of tornadoes that we are going to have to track, and it's going to get really hectic for at least 4 to 5 hours, potentially just constantly. After that point, we'll just be dealing with tornado warning after tornado warning. Yeah, no problem. Major damage according to the scanner. Yeah, let me bring up the weather scanner in this area. See if we can get some of those damage reports in. I also want to see what that clearing is looking like. Oh, look at that! Pennsylvania Storm Trackers actually has a storm. He might be looking at one of those prefrontal storms there, really quick. Let me see if I can get a scanner up on Broadcastify. Where is that? See, there's Houston. It would be this one. It looks like a inhaler. At B. Which one are you listening to? I'm guessing it Cleveland Fire. Gotta wait for the ad to play. Montgomery? Really? Yeah, but it's Montgomery County, but I think it's Cleveland Fire, right? We're sitting in Vicksburg. Okay, yeah. Yeah, rotation has almost completely died off on this storm. That does not improve. They will allow this tornado warning to expire. There's definitely no tornado on the ground, but we're still monitoring it. Also, kind of seeing this storm try to wrap up here south of Roman Forest. You can see that inflow is starting to increase. We got a hook echo also developing on this storm. We got to keep a close eye on this southern storm now. One thing I am going to do, since we're getting a slight break, I need to refill my water here. So just give me a couple seconds. Let me get this ad to play real quick. Give me a couple seconds. I've ran out of water. I need it. We're going to need a lot of water today. Nice. I still have coffee left. That's nice. That's a little bit of a surprise. Anything on the scanner since I've been gone? Volume might be a little loud. I think that's just plainly annoying. Somebody else can listen to that scanner. Just report to me. It's the Cleveland Fire scanner in the area. Someone can listen to that for me. I guess it would be. I guess it would be Montgomery or this county to the north. I might be in the wrong area here. Yeah, it is Montgomery County. You're right, actually. All right, gonna wait for that ad to play now. Again, this storm is starting to wrap up here. You can actually see that lower level jet really starting to push up in there. This storm is looking a little bit concerning. Not gonna lie, the only thing that's gonna really save us from this storm is if it just keeps continuing to ingest a bunch of cooler air out in front of the eastern side of this. Trey is now saying a high risk might be needed. Yeah, I mean, if those lapse rates continue to pile up here, they might go with a last minute either high risk or a PDS tornado watch. We're at the beginning of this event. We've already had 3 tornadoes. One already strong tornado as well. So, that was a big question is whether or not those lapse rates would increase again, and they are starting to increase because of that some of that wind shear that's coming in. Not the wind shear, the sunshine. Sorry, a little supercell back up here as well. Near Onalaska, near Lake Livingston. A little bit of rotation starting to develop on it as well. We might have to watch this storm too. Really have to be watching any of these storms. The fact that this is getting special marine warning, I don't like that. It means this storm is maturing a little bit more. I do want to check just briefly further off to the east because it's around this time when we should start to see a little bit of an increase of rotation out in these areas. Still looking pretty good though. That shear should be expanding and increasing into that area. Let me check back over here on our line of storms. Looks like it's just now pushing into College Station. A little bit of something back in there. I do have a camera in College Station. Let me see if I can bring that up. Yeah. I gotta have somebody else listen to that feed. Okay, latest scan here. A little bit of tighter rotation developing here south of Roman Forest. We might be about to get a tornado warning on this storm here. South of Roman Forest pushing off to the east. Definitely a brief little escalation here of that rotation. And there's that mesocyclone right into that region. Yeah, there's a lot of cells. There's a lot of supercells and a lot of concern, honestly. A lot of concern, especially if those lower lapse rates continue to improve with that sunshine coming in. It's gonna get hairy pretty quickly. Yeah, lower level shear is starting to increase even more. Check out those lapse rates. Oh boy, folks. Said this last night to many people, and I'll say it to you guys here. If we woke up and we got into those 6 lapse rates, it's game on. And yeah, 6 lapse rates now overspread across the entire southern portion of Louisiana. There you go. That is not good. That is not what we want to see. Essentially, what that means is that one of our failure modes. So, what a failure mode means is that it's a thing that can keep the storms at bay. Let's keep them a little bit weaker, right? That was our main failure mode, the lapse rates. And as long as they were under 6, which they were this morning, due to the fact that we were completely socked in clouds. But over the past hour or so, we've been seeing those clouds kind of lift and get a little bit thinner, and really see it there. And that is allowing some of the sunlight to come in and warm up the surface a little bit more. And the more it warms up the surface, the more those lapse rates increase, the less that is a failure mode. And now it's all systems go. There's really not a whole lot holding this storm back from being a major tornadic event here. Pretty much any storm that matures is going to produce a tornado, potentially significant, potentially violent tornadoes are going to start to happen here as we move further into the evening. Just sent damage. Okay, let me check that out. We have got some reports of some damage at a storage facility, it looks like, in Porter Heights. Porter Heights, Texas, putting that in the chat. Where is Porter, Texas? No, that report from James Pettis is not a tornado, by the way. That's just a raindrop. A new tornado warning has just been issued. I would assume it's going to be for one of these guys. Yeah, it's for the ones to the south here. It's going to be for Plum Grove, Colony Ridge. We'll be moving off to the east towards 105 Macedonia and Trinity River Estates. If you guys live in that area, you should be going to your safe spots here. We got an organizing supercell really trying to get its act together. It's not very organized just yet, but you can really see the inflow is trying to work its way in. You see it's interacting with that shear. It's got that classic, almost hook echo shape. And it's a concerning storm. It's a concerning storm for sure. So if you live out in front of this storm, I would be in your safe spots there in Colony Ridge. You're next in line, Plum Grove. And then also further down to the east towards 105 and 321. Do want to check back in over near College Station. Okay, just still mainly some wind there. And if you're just now tuning in, this is really the only tornado warning storm we have. The one to the north is that they're probably about to drop this warning for the one to the north here shortly. Increase this to 14 frames. And you can really see how the storm has developed. It's just been slowly trying to get its act together. It seems like there are some storms on the behind it right now, and that might be wrapping in some cooler air still into its inflow. Also, we've got a couple of storm or another storm off to its east that is also trying to mature. The interesting thing here that I am noticing, although the lapse rates are increasing, this is where they are increasing pretty much right here. We don't have too many mature cells in this area, which is interesting. But wherever these supercells go, They'll be able to sustain themselves for quite a bit. So we could definitely get a longer track tornado out of one of these supercells if they can really get latched on to that lower level shear. EMS, 5 homes with extensive damage. Can't reach them due to damage. Where is that, RG5? Yeah, lots of beans. Yep. Lots of little supercells trying to develop right now. Still waiting on the latest scan for this tornado warning here. Thank you, Ion, for the 5. You're near Davis Hill Road, 105. How's it looking? You just got a tornado warned. Davis Hill Road, near 105. If I find your road, that'll be a miracle. But I don't think I'll be able to. But it sounds like you're somewhere near Loom, Macedonia, or Franklin. I'd be in your safe spots. It's looking a little hairy for you, but I'm not going to lie. If this thing can organize that inflow, really start to wrap up, this could be another significant tornado. So you really need to be paying attention. Be in your safe spots. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Okay, we got a photo of some damage, some trees being knocked over. This was on 290, just west of the high school. Splendora, Texas, trees snapped. They're saying it's just west of the high school, so maybe it didn't actually hit the high school, or maybe this is before the high school here, but still no reports on that. Yeah, you can see some trees snapped in half, completely snapped in half, and some trees ripped out of the ground there. Oh man, yeah, you can really see that this inflow, we might be getting some nudgers too on the backside. That inflow is starting to increase on the storm. Still not a whole lot of strong rotation just yet, but this storm definitely has that potential to really wrap up here in the short term. Let me see if we have any other storm chasers on yet. AG Tornado should be going live here in about 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes still. Check out the view here from PA Storm Trackers. It looks like they're somewhere near a lake. They're probably in Vicksburg right now. It's definitely primed for tornadoes. You know, unless we get more um unless we get more cells develop kind of like north of the Lake Charles area though. It's mainly just going to be these couple of supercells in this area near the woodlands. We go to Walmart around 7. If they hit Central Mississippi, let's say it's before then. I would go before then if you can. I'd just go now. Get all your supplies and everything if you need it. Might get some power outages. And the good thing about this storm is that it's still not wrapping up. I'm wondering if this storm out in front of it is kind of cutting it off some of that instability. I mean, it still seems like it should have a little pocket of instability here, but it still hasn't wrapped up. And it looks like Roman Forest is at least clear from this storm right now, and near Cambridge Boulevard too. But that rotation is pretty much almost directly over Colony Ridge. Wonder if any of the cameras have a view on this. Oh my gosh. Here it is. Well, look at that. There's your mesocyclone right there. That's pretty low to the ground. I don't see a tornado or anything in there just yet, but that's an ugly looking storm. See if there's any other angles on that. It's the only angle. Maybe one from further away. That's just right on that corner there. That's it right there. Wow. Not every time do we get to see get to actually see the storm itself on these little picture cameras. It's so hard to get it. But every now and then you get a little sneak peek view of what the storm looks like. And you can definitely tell that there's some, most likely a wall cloud somewhere back in there. Bonnie, Texas. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do have another supercell down here near Bonnie, Texas. It's not warned at the moment, but that's a good catch. A little bit of rotation is starting to develop here. It's not super strong rotation just yet. If we come over here to the storm relative velocities, you can definitely see it a little bit more clear right there and there. But keep an eye on this storm as well. This one is starting to develop. This would be a problem for areas like League City down the line here. You can really tell it's starting to wrap up, form that inflow. That's a good catch. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Yeah, this storm is continuing to fall apart, because it's becoming outflow dominant quite quickly here, which is a good sign. There's no rotation on it right now, or no dangerous rotation. Yeah, yep. It's going to be nighttime or early morning, actually, for Georgia. Early morning. Do you want to check on some of these storms again out in this region too? An increase of rotation here near Browndale with this little supercell. Watch out there in Browndale. Keeping an eye on that. That's a storm in an area where we don't want to see rotation. Also, some developing broad rotation over here north and east of Anacoco. Keeping an eye on that as well. Thank you, Regina, for being a member for 20 freaking months. Jeez Louise. A lot of support. Thank you. That's probably do. Very appreciated. And Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to yourself. Hopefully you're having a good year so far. Man, look at this view out of DeRuyter, Texas. I mean, DeRuyter, Louisiana. Look at this. Just sunshine all the way through. This is why those lapse rates are increasing. See if we can find DeRuyter on the radar here. Browndale, Jasper. DeRuyter should be like the eastern portion. Yeah, right in here. So that's where some of these storms are going to eventually head. This is why we're a little bit concerned about this area right now, because we got some supercells developing also further north with these guys too. All could be an issue. I'm surprised these storms up here near Huntsville, Texas, haven't been able to really organize that much yet, which is good news for Huntsville, but pretty interesting how some of these storms are getting into that environment a little bit better than the others, even though they're really not too far apart from each other. Let's come back down in here. No tornado on the ground with this guy yet. There's still a little bit of a tight couplet here. Very small but organized area of rotation. There's completely an unwarned storm here just to the east of Bonnie. We still need to continue to keep an eye on that. This storm, however, still hasn't formed too much rotation, although a little bit might be forming there near Colony Ridge. Still a little bit on the weak side, but areas to the east near Carter Settlement, over towards 105, still need to continue to be in their safe spots here. Also noticing this cell is starting to organize as well. This one would be a little bit more of a potent storm, given the fact that it's more in the clear air with less mergers, but there are some mergers to its south. Terminal radar? Yeah, let me look at that terminal radar too. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a pretty convincing area of rotation all the way down in there. Would not be surprised if this produces a tornado here shortly, if that continues to escalate. That would be coming close to south of Alvin and Chocolate Bay by our bayou there. As one near Browndell is getting a little bit stronger. Still no tornado on the ground, though. Still a little bit on the weak side. This one broadened out a little bit over there north of Leesville. We have a little storm approaching our Lake Conroe cam. Where is that? Oh, yeah, look at that. A little puffy cloud coming over Lake Conroe again. We'll probably get a pretty good view of some of these approaching severe thunderstorm warnings as they go over Lake Conroe. Lake Conroe is right in here. And once this line comes through, we'll have a good view on this camera. What are my opinions on chasers using ambers and light bars? I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on that. Colony Ridge, well, a little bit of an escalation here of rotation. It's not big. There's a little bit more rotation there. A new tornado warning has been issued. Oh, for this storm. Like they are. The good news is they do see it. They do see it. There's that latest scan now over 172. Still no debris ball just yet, but if you live in Alvin and Hillcrest, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a decent little area of rotation, pushing off to the east towards 35. We're still keeping a close little look on this. I mean, it's not the biggest area. It's a really, really small area of rotation, in fact, but it's just enough. Just enough. It might try to produce a tornado. So still continue to take that storm serious and be in your safe spots. Now we have 2 tornado warnings here in Texas. Two tornadoes currently on our tornado warnings currently ongoing. Seems like this is our big problem child right now is this little confluence band here. Storms out ahead here are really not too big of an issue yet. I wonder if that lower level shear is making it out to that area yet. Maybe it's just a little bit of a skinnier axis of that lower level shear. And we got 35 knots of lower level shear in the area of those storms. I mean, they're definitely gonna have a better chance of going tornadic as the shear is definitely forecasted to increase to go into the future there. Oh wow. That's going to be on the ground, I think. Yep, on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground on 172. right there, just to the south of 1462. Yeah, it just popped up on that latest scan. 172, heading towards Maryland Street here, just to the south and west of Alvin, Texas. If you live near Alvin, you need to be in your safe spots, south of Alvin especially. We've got a tornado on the ground here near 172, moving off to the east. See if there's any cameras in this area. Seem to be south of Houston. There are some cameras near like League City. Well, a moment. Yeah, there are some traffic cams near Santa Fe. Let me see if they see anything. Yeah, they're not really picking up the storm at all now, but as the storm gets closer, we might get a sneak peek from a picture cam. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this could be a strong tornado, actually. We had a signature very similar to this in Tennessee not too long ago, and it ended up being an EF2 tornado, I think. It's a very compact, but this is going to be like one of those drill bit tornadoes. And is moving off to the east here, still on 172, heading directly towards Alvin. Let me see if I can locate that on my tornado sim. They just now observed that? Yeah, we already knew that. Trying to figure out where 172 is. Found 172. There's where it turns like that. Okay, yeah, I've got the exact location. Yeah, unfortunately, this area is pretty populated, folks. Tornado is located pretty much right in here. A little bit to the right now. Just crossed over there near Chocolate Bayou Cowboy Church. Motorcycle Machine Works is next in line. The shop. Home Depot and Alvin Community College are kind of in the path of this. Belzona, Houston, Hillcrest. Like this so we can see Alvin and Hillcrest. There we go. Yeah, right under me, still have a debris ball signature on this storm. It is just to the right of this little bend of the road here. Just about to cross over Parker Stringtown Road. Parker Stringtown Road. Which is the road right here, pretty much. I think it's also called 191. It's about to cross directly over that road. If you guys need to still be hunkered down. In terms of further down the line, we're talking about State Highway 35, 2403, and then going towards Hillcrest and Alvin, Texas. And if we come back over here to our big radar, you can see that this is a pretty organized supercell, and this is coming close to League City. League City and Dickinson don't need to be in their safe spots just yet. But as you can see, this is definitely a dangerous area of rotation with the tornado still on the ground, moving towards Hillcrest. You want to come back up here to the north. Yeah, this rotation is still a pretty weak rotation here. Checking over near Kingwood, still pretty good there. I do want to check back up over here really quick. Our rotation is dying off there. These storms are still struggling way out in the warm sector. Very, very small storms. It seems like our main problem is going to be along this confluence band for quite a while until these storms can really get their acts together. But still a dangerous storm down here near the Alvin area. Come back over to our tornado sim and get ready for a new scan. Yeah, it's a small couplet, but it's producing probably a decent amount of damage. It's very tight, and the velocity signatures are actually pretty elevated on it. Probably past this road by now. It's past it. Now, pretty much right in this region here near CLS, Purification, Cara Lee, Land Pirate, Downtown South Custom Rods, a Gulf Coast Animal Clinic, Harbet Lodge, and then we have still Alvin Community College, the Home Depot, Hillcrest, and Alvin still pretty close to the path of this tornado. So please continue to be in your safe spots. So far, it's traveled something like this. It's kind of gone through this area and very close to here, very close to the Motorcycle Machine Works. And then now we're sitting right here. And it's probably slowly moving in this direction here. 1 hour into the next outlook. Okay, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to come almost right over Land Pirate Enterprises, Harbet Lodge. You guys really need to be in your safe spots. This thing is right next to you. If you're not in your safe spots left, near Gulf Coast Large Animal Clinic, you need to be running to there. Our latest scan now has this tornado over 35, which is this road to our right here. Hold on. 172, 35. Yeah, okay, so it's like right over, right near Lone Star Auto and the Canine Castle. Canine Castle, Pico Propane Fuels. Seems like it's taking a little bit more of an easterly trajectory. No, it's still going in the same kind of general direction, directly over 35 here. So let's kind of zoom out, give you guys a better view. You can really see, look at that. That purple area, that is that debris picking up on the reflectivity. There's that debris ball underneath it. Still a strong, or decently strong velocity couplet, pushing this now pretty much directly towards Hillcrest. I'm going to check our Houston cameras again. See if we can't see this. New tornado warning has been issued for Hardin County. Like they are going to start putting warnings on this storm now, as rotation is starting to increase. It's not quite at my threshold yet, but we are entering into quite the radar hole. It's going to be heading towards Warren and Woodville. If you guys live near Warren and Woodville, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Here in Texas, we got some rotation coming your way. So again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. Any walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Yeah, that's a decent sized debris signature there, heading directly towards Hillcrest. Trying to get a view. I got a couple cameras over here near Santa Fe. They're not live cameras, but this is the latest view from one of them. And as you can see, it is Not really giving us too much information. It looks like our latest scan has come in here, and this tornado is now crossing over 2403, heading directly still for Hillcrest. This is still on the ground here, pushing towards Hillcrest. It's pretty much right here near Top Mulch, Schwan Food, Smash Design. Hillcrest Golf Course is also pretty close to this storm. Angle it a little bit better here. Pico Propane and Fuels, Grady Air Conditioning Heating Service, Evans Farm Feed, all need to be in their safe spots as this approaches. Again, this tornado is still picking up a lot of debris here. It's still definitely on the ground, heading very close to Schwan Food, Top Mulch, Smash Designs, Grady Air Conditioning further down the line, and the city of Hillcrest. You guys need to be in your safe spots as this approaches. This is still a dangerous storm. Okay, there's our latest scan. Is now past 2403 and is approaching downtown Hillcrest. That is not good. This might make a direct hit here. It's moved over this road now and is now in a field near Smash Design. I think it's just to the south of this community here. We just double check that. Yeah, Quail Run Drive. Yeah, Quail Run Drive. Yeah, it's just to the south of the community, according to radar. But I would still be in your safe spots there. Check the correlation coefficient. Still a debris signature ongoing. Let's go over to our big screen radar. So here's Hillcrest. There's a debris signature that is moving off to the north and east towards Main Street, just to the south of Quail Run Road. And this thing's about to go over Mustang Road and almost directly here into Hillcrest. Let's go back up to the north here and check on some of our other storms. Yeah, we have multiple areas of rotation and another one developing back down in here. Almost every single supercell in this area is starting to rotate. Unfortunately, we are starting to enter into a little bit of a radar hole with these storms. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on them as they are all tornado warned. Little update here on this one. This one's kind of dying off here. This one has some broader circulation. One of the cells that are really kind of keeping my attention here is we do have an increasing area of rotation here that I'm keeping a close eye on. Near Simpson, Louisiana, they're getting stronger. Where? Oh, up here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got a developing supercell here, north and west of Alexandria. This is looking a little bit concerning. You can definitely tell that it's organizing and starting to wrap up here south of Provincial. Where is Simpson? I don't know where Simpson is. I'm not seeing anything other than that storm right now in Louisiana. So hopefully that's the right one. I don't see anything else. Okay, latest scan here. We still have a decent couplet here moving into Hillcrest. And yeah, still a debris signature on the ground for Mustang Road. Right in that little bend there. So updating our tornado sim. Just went through near Schwan Food, south of this little community, hopefully. And then now we're right on this little bend in Hillcrest, where Mustang Road is. Yeah, directly actually on that bend. So, oh no. Walt Disney Elementary School might have just gotten hit by this tornado. It's actually very close to the Alvin Police Department and firing range. Jeez Louise. Yeah, it's pretty much right on this. I mean, it's right on this corner. So it made a very close approach here to the Walt Disney Elementary School. Smart Center, Alvin, Texas. Reed Construction Incorporated is down the line here. And Grady's Air Conditioning and Heating Services still need to be in their safe spot. There's also doesn't really look like a very well built area with these houses right now. Seeing a lot of what looks like trailer parks in this area. Let's make sure this is Mustang Road. Yeah, that is Mustang Road right on the corner there. Oh, it's not good. All right, coming back over to our radar view, we still have a tight couplet ongoing with a debris ball signature. It's now moving very close to Main Street. Swinkle Road's going to be next, and then Algoa still needs to be in their safe spot. This is still a tornado on the ground here. Do you want to go check around on some of these other storms really quick? Yeah, still not seeing a whole lot of rotations on these guys just yet. We're still keeping an eye on them, but this radar showing kind of the same picture. There is rotation, but it's just a little bit on the weak side, but that could pick up here, so we're still keeping an eye on it. And a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, tornado possible. Still trying to wrap up, but no serious rotation on it just yet. But you can definitely tell it's starting to take that supercellular shape. That's the latest there. Let's go update our tornado sim for this tornado. Yeah, it looks like it is pushed right through this area here. And has unfortunately gone through what appears to be a community near Shadow Pond Lane. Where's Shadow Pond Lane? Can I find that? Seeing where that is. There it is. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty much directly over Shadow Pond Lane right now. Still moving directly towards Grady's Air Conditioning Service, Evans Farm Feed, Algoa. Very close, if not over those areas. Down the line, it's gonna be areas like Willow and Bar, Dollar General, and Route 6 or East State Highway 6 near Algoa. Still need you guys to be in your safe spots. This is still what appears to be a tornado that is currently on the ground. Oh, wow. Yeah, there is a camera in this area. It's not picking up something yet. Man, you can see how fast these clouds are moving out in front of this thing. Uh, yeah, that would be very close to the path. They're south of League City. Heck, this camera might capture it eventually. I'll keep it. I'll keep it up to our right here. Still a decent velocity couplet and debris ball that has now moved off further to the east of Hillcrest. Down near 423, heading pretty much directly towards Route 6. Almost towards where the downtown area of Algoa would be, if that is a downtown area. Not really sure. But still a decent amount of debris and a velocity couplet ongoing here. Although the radar is going to start to get messy as this gets closer and closer to this radar site. Be keeping an eye on that. Man, look at those clouds. They are moving so fast. Can I make that big screen? Oh, there we go. I would assume, given the where this camera is located, our storm is probably back up in this darker region on the left. Debris? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely debris, yeah. Still with this storm. Trying to get a view in on it here, as this camera is located right near Dickinson, which is eventually going to be down the path of this tornado here. Let me update the tornado sim. So yeah, unfortunately, we've gone over a community here, and we are just on this northern portion of 164 right here. Making pretty much a beeline here for Evans Farm Feed, the Dollar General, Algoa, TriStar, Document Shedding, Willow Inn Barn, near Dominion Church, and Carvel Homes and Pettigrew. Holy moly, thank you so much, Subgirl, for the $140 donation. That is, I think, one of the biggest single donations we've ever had on this channel. So thank you so much. That's a huge, huge help out to the channel. I would love to give you more thanks, but we gotta stay focused here. But thank you so much. Right here, just to the north, that's where we're still seeing a debris ball. Still kind of seems like there's a tornado on the ground, but yeah, the picture is definitely getting messier as we get closer and closer to this radar. All right, let's come back. Come back up to here. Looks like we had a tornado warning expire. That southern one. We still have one on the northern side here, where our rotation is getting a little bit stronger here near Warren and Woodville, Texas. Warren and Woodville, Texas. Also, another supercell trying to develop over here near Zavala. A little bit of rotation starting to develop on that one. We want to check back over here. Yeah, still just pretty much outflow, ruining that storm's chances there at the moment, thankfully. Yeah, it seems like we're continuing to see this period or this area be our most tornadic right now. Latest scan, it's hard to tell whether or not this thing is still on the ground. I would just treat it like it is, but it's the radar signals are definitely getting messy here. There is a tornado on this storm. It is going pretty much directly into Algoa as we speak. If it's still on the ground, again, no confirmation that it's still on the ground or not on radar. It kind of looks like it still is, so I would still treat it like it is. But it's very close to Evans Farms Feed, Hollows Trailer Repair, Priority Express, I Love Lucy's Cafe, and Gilmo's Concrete Works Contractor, and Willow Win Barn. Oh, you can actually kind of see the storm, I think. Yeah, on the bottom left. There it is. I think that's the mesocyclone. Just now coming into view. And they are starting to move the camera. Oh, move it more. Come on. Oh, that's definitely, man, look at that lightning. That is definitely the mesocyclone on the left side of the screen there. 100. Whoa. The cloud, the ground lightning is insane with this storm. Wow. That's an impressive amount of lightning there. This is definitely an active storm, man. You can really see that rotation aloft with this storm. You can actually almost see it with your eyeballs. Man. Lightning is going pretty crazy on this storm, not going to lie. And it's not just that cloud to cloud lightning. Almost every single one of those are hitting the ground. We should be able to tell shortly Man, this is a sculpted supercell. I can already tell. You can see the striations around it. The tornado would be back over in this area here. Terminal tightened up again. Let me check the terminal radar. Oh yeah, oh yeah, we're probably about to see this tornado, folks. This is coming right towards the camera in Dickinson. If you live in Dickinson, you need to be considering to be in your safe spots. They're probably about to extend this warning yet again. Yeah, we're losing sight a little bit on this radar, but this one down here, or this terminal radar's got a pretty darn good view, and that is some strong rotation still with the storm. And you can see it just by the storm shape here. I mean, look at that. That is a sculpted supercell coming directly over the camera here. They need to turn the camera to the left. That's what they need to do. Homes destroyed per EMS. Oh, no. So we're getting reports of houses destroyed by this tornado. Multiple homes destroyed between Alvin and Liverpool. This thing could still have a tornado on it. I'm watching down here on the left. Man, look at those striations around this. Yeah, this whole cloud is rotating. New tornado warning has been issued, so they just did extend this tornado warning off to the north and east here. It's going to be for Dickinson, in Clifton Beach, and San Leon. All need to be in their safe spots here. Again, this is a dangerous situation. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Still dangerous. Especially with the amount of rotation that we have on this thing. Yeah, tight area of circulation still approaching, about to cross near Bayou Lakes and 45 here. You got Lago Mar, Bay Colony Point, the lakes in the Bay Colony. This is approaching you right now. This camera that we're watching is in Dickinson. And as you can see, that supercell is coming right in there. Man, I wish they could turn this camera to the left just a little bit. I mean, we're still going to see this thing regardless, but I bet you if they turned it to the left, it would just look crazy. Couplet is visible on the normal radar again. Okay, let me check that. Oh yeah, yeah, strong couplet there. The breeze signal is faded though, but I think we'll still see it pop back up. If this thing is true, I mean, this is going directly towards the camera. I mean, there's the camera right there. We're about to see this thing. Oh, that is a sculpted supercell, though. That is dangerous looking storm, folks. Uh-oh. Okay. This thing drops another tornado. We're about to see it. Yeah, I think there's like a pole here. I think this camera is as far left as it can go. If the camera operator is watching the stream, I would turn the camera all the way around to the opposite direction. You'll probably be able to get a better view of where that tornado would be. I think the tornado is still back to the left. This is crazy, though. I mean, this rotation is coming directly at this camera. Yeah, it's definitely coming into view. All right, let me check the radar again here. We'll keep this up. Top right. Yeah, still don't have a new scan, but I do want to check on some of our other storms. So a decent little area here near Warren. Still keeping an eye on that. Still want Warren and Woodville to be in their safe spots. That has not changed. It is still a pretty dangerous looking storm. Looks like this storm is recycling, still kind of being dominated by its own outflow. And this one back over here near Zavala. That rotation's getting a little bit weaker there. We're still keeping an eye on it. Still some pretty decent rotation on it. It's a little bit broad right now, though. A little bit broad on that circulation. We'll come back over here and check out our camera. By the way, huge shout out again to Sup Girl for that $140 donation. Thank you so much. That helps out. That you have no idea how much that helps out the channel. Thank you. Something's coming into view. It's trying. It is trying to come into view. There's definitely like a little extra area of circulation. That circulation should pass right in front of this camera. We are going to see it. Actually, you can see it rotating right here. If you look closely, it is rotating. Oh, something's coming in on the left side. And you can see it just now popping into view. Whoa! That was a big old bolt. A new tornado warning has been issued. Let me go see where that is at. Okay, so they are extending this tornado warning up to the north and east. That's going to be BA, Steinhagen Lake, Oldhamsberger, Town Bluff, and Emily all need to be in their safe spots there. Yeah, they're actually getting some pretty strong rotation here near Warren. Watch out. That could be about to drop a tornado at any moment, if not already have a tornado on the ground. And this one is still continuing to wrap up. Let's bring back the camera view here. There's something like all the way back in here that looks interesting. Is that it? On the top left? Like a bowl funnel? Might be it right here. That might be the rotation. There's definitely a bowl shape here. That might be a bowl funnel. Or either just scud. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to see if I can see any quick movement around it. Yeah, it looks like these clouds are wrapping around it. Can't tell. It's a freaking good quality camera, but I just realized my glasses are foggy. Let me clean those off. I don't think that's it. I think that's just scud. That's kind of it's just not. There's not enough movement around that. Because yeah, that's like right over the camera. That rotation should still be back a little bit further behind. And this might be wrapped in rain. It's still further back. It's not quite at that camera just yet. So it's going to be, though, very shortly. We can check back over on the terminal radar. Yeah, some strong rotation in there, folks. Definitely some stronger rotation still. And this is about to cross over 45 and enter into Dixon. So please continue to take this storm seriously. We're going to try to get you guys a view of what's really happening on the surface if this thing does try to produce again. Definitely still strong enough rotation to make that argument. that it could try to produce again. This one over here south of Warren. I'm not seeing a definite debris ball on it, but it's still darn close. Still very close. This big screen again. I think it might almost be time for me to take some more Dayquil. They're gonna eat a little bit. Whatever it is, it's to our left, I think. You can definitely tell the clouds around us are rotating. Definitely rotating around something. Is that a funnel? I don't think so. I mean, that rotation's about to hit this camera. If it's looking the wrong way and the tornado is to our left, then we're not going to see anything until it's pretty much right on top of us. I think that's the case here. It's about to be right on top of us, so we're going to pay attention to this camera because this camera will tell us a little bit more of a a lot of movement on the left side coming in. That's rain. Oh, camera's starting to shake. Oh, they turned it. Yeah, it's just a wall of rain back in there. And we're not going to see it until it's like over us. Look how fast that wall of rain is moving on the left side, and you can really see it move. Oh, there's something on the left. It's just behind there. I don't know why they keep moving it over to the left side. Man, look how fast that rain is moving across the screen. Holy moly. You see that? That's the rain, and there's the clear air behind it. You see how fast that's moving? Yeah, there could be a tornado on the ground with this, guys. We're really watching it closely here. This will give us a better understanding of what's happening than the radar, at least here in the short term. Man, look how fast that wall of rain is moving. There's definitely something back in there. This is Texas. This is Texas near Dickinson is where this camera is located. And it's about to have that area of rotation go directly over it, which is why we're watching it to see if there's any tornado here. And here comes the wall of rain. Look right in front of you for power flashes. That's what we're looking for. And there's a lot of movement in there. You can kind of see it, especially on the right side here. There's something back in this region here. Okay, strong winds coming. Look at the roofs. Look at the roofs. Strong winds coming over the roofs. It's at least 50 to 60 mile per hour winds there. Watch for debris and power flashes. Hopefully we'll still be able to see the trees here. Man, those winds are strong. Not tornado. Oh, power flash. That was a power flash to our left. Oh, something's flying in the background there. I just saw something fly. I think there's a tornado right in front of us. It was a power flash. And look how fast this wind is moving. Like you can see the rain curtains move across so quickly. Debris. Oh, debris. Debris falling out of the sky. I'm seeing debris. Oh, yep. I think we're in it. Debris falling everywhere. Here it comes. This thing, I think, is on the ground. That was just debris. I don't know. Saw a power flash, saw debris. Let me check the radar again. Yeah, it's right over it. I can't really see a debris ball there. It's still underneath the radar. Yeah, look at that. Are you kidding me? That went right over the camera. That is crazy. Look at that. That was a tornado. That camera just saw that tornado. I mean, it was wrapped in that rain, but that might be a CC drop back in there. Yeah, we just saw that thing go directly in front of us. Just narrowly missed the camera. Debris was flying. Still strong winds. Debris was flying. Power flash. I think it came like right in front of us, like right over in that back in that region there. That was crazy. Look at those winds. They're moving in the opposite direction now. We are on the back. Oh, a little bit more leaves flying around. There's something still pretty close to this camera. The tornado is still close. Oh, we might get a view from the backside on it. Keep my eye on it. Yeah, strong rotation here south of Dixon, and there does appear to be a debris ball there. It's crossing over 3 Hughes Road, just to the south of 41st Street Southeast. It's still a pretty strong area of rotation on this storm. Check back over here with the terminal. Yeah, very strong rotation. Now just to the east of this camera, going over 41st Street. Right there. Still very strong rotation. This being on the ground. Still a dangerous situation here. That could be quite the strong tornado. I did see something flying back into the rain. I would have to go back and pull that up, but there was something flying back in there. Right after that power flash happened, too. That was crazy. Any other cams ahead? There is one that's looking far away from it, but this thing's pretty much rain wrapped. You're not going to see anything unless you're like inside the tornado. We got very lucky there to get a view on that. That camera basically just pulled a Reed Timmer. Okay, latest scans, that might be a debris ball there. And we're still really close to the radar, so it's going to be able to. It's going to be hard to tell exactly what this thing is doing right now. All right, let me come back up here to the north. Looks like this rotation is starting to die off here near Warren, thankfully. Still no debris ball on that. I mean, to be honest, even the lapse rates. So, honestly, a lot less activity than I was expecting, to be honest. With the lapse rates being this high. Yeah, I think that's a debris signature. We'll have to see if it still lasts as it pushes off to the east here. Oh, yeah. Look at that. You can really see this thing wrapping up. There's that inflow. This is still a healthy supercell. Yeah, look at that. I think that's a debris signature there. I think we still have a tornado on the ground going towards 146 and Clifton Beach. Let me see if I can get any unique looks on this thing. Nope. The only one we have is this one, and this one does show the storm from far away, but really not overly helpful. Let me see if I don't think any of the cameras on this website go all the way out there. 140. Oh, they do actually. North of Texas City. Big cities there. Dixon. So it would be like one of these. Can't see anything. Yeah, there are some traffic cams in this area. They're just not really looking at the storm. Oh, a little sneak peek. It's very rain wrapped though. It's very hazy. Oops. Around this storm, you can see kind of a mesocyclone back in there on the right side. But can't really tell too much. There is a traffic cam that's about to get hit by this area of circulation. Oh yeah, that's still definitely on the ground, folks. We've still definitely got potentially a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, pushing off towards 146 and 517. This is still a very dangerous storm in progress. Still a very dangerous storm in progress. Might be able to get. Let me see if there's anything on Clifton Beach real quick. Clifton Beach webcam, Texas. Sometimes they have stuff near the. They have a lot more cams near the coasts of stuff. Yeah. Think I'm seeing anything. Yeah, man, this is some strong rotation. This actually might be one of our strongest rotating storms thus far. Just north of San Leon Road, going towards 29th Street, East Bayshore Drive. You guys, I would be underground if you can. This is still an extremely dangerous area of rotation here. PDS Tornado Watch coming soon. They're saying an appreciable uptick of severe weather threat is expected soon. All severe hazards, including a few intense tornadoes, are likely. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch will be issued in the next hour. Wow. That's the real deal. All right, latest scan, we still have a debris signature ongoing, moving off to the east towards 646 and 517. You need to be quite the dangerous situation here with this tornado still on the ground. Let me see if San Leon has any cams. Yeah. Fortunately, not a lot out here. There are some like potentially farther away if we can get one like actually facing. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find anything. If you guys can find anything along this leading edge here, let me know. But I can't find a dang thing, and I'm tired of looking for it. Yeah, this is still a dangerous situation here, folks. We still have a tornado ongoing right here. There's that area of circulation still pushing off to the east. It's about to leave the coast, so it won't be impacting anybody else until it goes on the other side of this little bay region. But this is still quite the dangerous area of rotation still, and folks really need to be in their safe spots, especially if you live over here near East Bayshore Drive, 27th Street, Broadway Street, and 517. You guys definitely need to be in your safe spots. Also near Grand Avenue and Clifton Beach. Should go south of Bayview. Check back up here to the north. Yeah, this tornado warning is probably about to expire up there. We'll check in on some of these guys. Strengthening inflow on this storm south of Atlanta, but these storms are still taking their sweet time to try to mature. I mean, we really don't have many other dangerous looking storms. It's quite interesting. The shear is pretty strong, but we only have like one or two storms trying to take advantage of it. So a little bit of rotation here south of Warren, but that's it. Will increase throughout the day, though, especially with those lower lapse rates. Yeah, tornado is still on the ground right here in this region. To push off over the coast. I think it just, I think it's really close to leaving coast here, but this is probably going to be one of our more damaging tornadoes because of how populated this region is. It's actually very populated. And that thing was almost max strength in this region right here. And that's a decent amount of folks that live there, decent amount of folks that live out in front of this thing, too. It's not a good situation. UCC to detect rain? Yes. Yeah. Everything in purple is rain. Everything, like if you see that dark blue, that's debris signature. It's under a velocity couplet and is also supported by reflectivity above it. But Paigey Tornado live yet? She should be live. Yeah, she's live. Get her up. She's in Louisiana. Let me get that set up really quick. This Paigey Tornado, she's in Rayville, Louisiana. Get her name up. I always forget how she spells her name. Give me 1 second. Sorry, folks. All right. Oh, it's Tornado Pay G with 2 Y's, not G's. Okay. Tornado Pay G. There we go. She's also live on YouTube. She's in Louisiana. Looks like she lost service there for a little bit. Let's also go check in on Storm Trackers. Does anybody know where Storm Trackers is? Moderate risk was maintained. No upgrade was made. Interesting. Eastern Ohio could get a small chance for severe weather tomorrow. Wow. Yeah, still strong rotation with this storm. Really seeing, we don't have a new debris scan, I don't think. Oh, no. Yeah, we do have a new debris scan. It's 2 minutes ahead, so that might be it. They're exiting the coast. Once that goes over the Bay Area, this thing is not going to be an issue until it gets to the other side, which would most likely be areas like Oak Island and Double Bayou. Storm Trackers is heading to Winnsboro, Louisiana. Let me see where that is. Winnsboro, Louisiana. Okay, so they're way up there. Okay, yeah, they're getting ready for that threat for later. We got a supercell trying to develop over here to the west of New Orleans. Send one thing I want to do is send Vince a message. See if he will let us use his stream. You don't want to see the damage. Yeah, I hate scrolling through Twitter after these big events, man. It sucks. There's one thing to see it on radar, but then to see the human impact, it really puts everything in a much different perspective. Like a lot of these folks that overhype these events and want big tornadoes to happen, very few times do they actually go to ground zero and talk to the folks that were impacted. I've done that a couple of times, and their stories will stick with you for the rest of your life. I think that's why I'm so sensitive to people hyping storms. Because I know the impacts. Man, this storm's inflow is definitely pretty strong here, folks. Not sure if it's going to wrap up, but we need to keep an eye on this storm south of Winfield. And we had a couple of supercells out here that are starting to look a little bit more concerning. They're definitely starting to mature a little bit better in this region here, in northern Louisiana. Yeah, looks like this storm is officially a water spout. And it is still carrying debris with it, so that definitely caused damage all the way from Dickinson all the way out to the coast here, unfortunately. That's probably gonna be a decent amount of damage in that region. That seems like it was a pretty strong tornado. Oh wow. This was a video from earlier from Danny Thigpen. He's the same guy that had a photo of this, but he actually did get a video of it. This was like I think this was one of the first tornadoes that happened, or the second tornado, the one that happened near Cyprus. Look at that. Wow. That's decently strong, folks. I mean, you can see all the debris it's lofting too. Really hope everybody underneath that's all right. All right. I mean, this thing's still got really strong rotation here, folks. As that moves off to the east, if that stays together, it will eventually be a problem again as a waterspout moving into this area near Anahuac and Oak Island. Let me see if I have any cams over there. I did not. We do have a couple of high definition cams near Port Arthur and Beaumont if needed. That is eventually where this storm is going to try to head towards. Not sure if the environment's going to stay good for it for long enough, but keep an eye on that. Also starting to notice a little bit of an increase here of some rotations here near Warren. A couple areas, 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of rotation moving off to the north and east here. Still pretty active line. Not really seeing a debris signature on any of these, so that's good. No tornado just yet, but that rotation needs to be monitored. Let's do a little bit of a broader view here. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings for Lufkin and Nacogdoches. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then a special marine statement for San Augustine. That's probably for 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds. We've already gone over this one recently. And this one over here near Atlanta also has a tornado possible half-dollar sized hail. Well, let me see if the HazCams on are getting into view here. We do have some HazCam and Natchitoches. Let me see what that one looks like. I can't click on it. Not really seeing much other than that low-level jet is definitely ripping out there. Flat, LA. That's the one we were looking at earlier. Oh, yeah, that's the one we were looking at earlier. Yeah, it's trying. Wrapping around just like that. Yeah, and then there's an increasing mesocyclone on this storm right now as that pushes off to the north and east. That could potentially be another dangerous storm. It is trying to get that rotation organized. So I'm keeping a very close eye on it for now. We'll keep checking back in with that. Good thing is that there does appear to be a storm chaser up there. And look at that thing wrapping up in there. Definitely a very potent circulation. How long am I going to be live for? I don't know, 12 more hours? Yeah, there's that tornado warning has been dropped. Oh, crap. Look at that. No tornado warnings. Probably only for a brief second here. I had to guess. That one near Brad Arnold's probably going to get tornado warned here shortly. But we have 0 tornado warnings. Let me take this opportunity then, real quick. What's happening over here? Use the restroom. Those winds. Just give me a quick moment. I'm gonna use the restroom very fast, and then I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. New tornado warning. Yeah. Didn't last long, did it? That's in, that's over there in Louisiana. So that's going to be for this storm. Go zoom in on it. Should be for this storm. Any moment now, it should show up on Radar Omega. Let me look at weather-wise here. We already popped up on, yeah, it's this one. But yeah, right here near. Yeah, we needed a new radar scan to come in, but there's that area of rotation starting to pick up. This thing definitely has a strengthening inflow for sure. It's going to be Pacton, Moore, Jordan Hill, Zion, Curry, Murray Junction, and Colgrade here in northern Louisiana, kind of just to the north of Alexandria. We're still watching all of these supercells here. We got another supercell trying to do the increase its rotation as well, north of Silsby. This might be the moment when we have to switch to weather-wise. As I got a feeling Radar Omega is about to start glitching hardcore. I'm just comparing and contrasting, because if it does start to glitch, we are going to have to switch to weather-wise. Yeah, just got that latest scan, and it's so to weather-wise. So, okay, we're still good. We're still good. It's still functioning, but once this tornado outbreak really gets going, Radar Omega is going to start crashing, and it's going to start glitching out big time. So we'll probably have to. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on all of these storms. For the time being on Radar Omega. Yeah, this storm right here has got an area of some stronger rotation. This is also probably about to get tornado warned here. Changing my title to tornado warning in Louisiana. There we go. Also, another area of circulation south of San Augustine is also trying to develop. Fortunately, that is kind of in a radar hole. Yeah, the closer radar doesn't really pick that up, though. I'm going to check back down here with this storm. Yeah, still potentially a water wedge ongoing here over the bay. Not impacting land, but if that continues, it will definitely be a problem for land. Come back up here, where we still have a tornado warning ongoing over here, pushing off to the east. Still no overly concerning rotation just yet. I do want to switch over to here to weather-wise for just a second while I check on Brad Arnold's feed here. I want to see if he sees anything concern. Oh, wait, that still shows up there. Hold on. Let me take that off. There we go. Just want to check on his feed really quick to see if he sees anything that is concerning about this storm. Not seeing anything. Mesocyclone's getting really close to him. It's getting very close to him. Funnel reported. Okay, well, he's not pointed at it. But there could be a funnel with this storm here near Pacton, moving up to the north and east. And it's this storm right here. Still keeping a very close eye on it as it pushes up towards 124. Man. This is water wedge and a half still happening over here. This thing is going to be dropping some fish on land as soon as it gets to land. That is a crazy amount of rotation on that storm right now. It's over here. Oh, I'm gonna find some of this steak I had yesterday. Hmm. Yeah, it does seem like this storm is kind of losing its organization a little bit here. Still is a decent amount of rotation though, right in this area, right where that part of the storm is. Actually, this is actually 2 minutes behind, so this is actually could be a little bit of inflow contamination happening right now. Yeah, and it's getting weaker by the minute. This storm is starting to fall apart. Might have to keep an eye on these guys back in here, though. You see, they are trying to mature, just not quite there yet. Also, we have some supercells to the north of Newton. We're still watching these guys back in over here. One is developing an area of a little bit more concerning rotation just to the west of Kirbyville. Wow. Check this out. This is from weather-wise here. There is a webcam faced at some of the storms that are coming in to Natchitoches. Now, we have a couple of has cams, one in Alexandria. Check out the Alexandria area really quick. Wow, these cameras are really good. Check out the storm here. Not seeing a debris signature, but definitely an area of circulation, some broader circulation there in that area. The cool thing about weather-wise that I really like is that, like, if there is a tornado on the ground that should obviously be warned, one of the things that you can do is actually warn the storm yourself, which is pretty cool because once I draw it there, it stays, and then I can just zoom out and look, it stays up. That's really cool. Or if you just want to draw, like, the environment or whatever, pretty cool. The hotkeys. They finally added hotkeys as well. They're getting really close to me using this like full time on screen. I just need models on it. Just need weather models. Check out this storm here on weather-wise. Yeah, still some strong rotation. This is our backup radar that we use, especially during events like this when radar is super susceptible to going out. What's Tennessee looking like? Tennessee's still looking pretty good for now. If we come over here to our view here, you can see we got pretty much a line of storms back in here. Some more isolated thunderstorms a little bit further to the south. And we got these supercells developing out here in the warm sector. But we are eventually expecting this to kind of form a line and eventually make it pretty close to the Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama border. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. Some severe weather will be possible up there. Is it going to be an outbreak as well? No. We're not expecting an outbreak for Tennessee, but we can't rule out a couple of tornadoes up there for sure. Donut hole on radar. They're considering issuing a tornado warning for the water spout. Whoa, yeah, you're right. Look at that. We got a viewer. See how the reflectivity just clears out there? How high does that go up? Wow, that goes all the way up. Almost to the highest tilt. Now, even into the highest tilt. Holy crap. New tornado warning has been issued for Texas. We have a very dangerous water spout ongoing down here. I'm not sure if that's going to be for this one. It's probably going to be for one of these storms, yeah. They have pulled the trigger on this storm here, where we do have an area of rotation. No tornado on the ground. Well, actually, let me see the timing here. Yeah, no tornado on the ground just yet. But we're watching very closely. We do have a decent area of rotation. That's going to be for Magnolia Springs, Roganville, Friendship, Keithton, Zion Hill, Holly Springs, Jamestown, Huff Creek, Newton, Quicksand, Liberty, Fairsville, Harrisburg, Maddox, and Burkeville and Simmonsville. All need to be in their safe spots as this storm approaches. This is definitely got an increasing inflow on it, and that could eventually lead this storm to wrap up and produce a tornado. What's happening back up here? Do we get a better view on that? It's just a bunch of radar contamination. All right, let's go check on our tornado warning up here near the old Brad Arnold. We'll just call him Brarnold for now. As you can see, rotation is getting a lot weaker with this storm. It is definitely becoming less organized. It seems like that might be the extent of where some of our better kinematics are, as it started off pretty strong, but is now starting to fall apart. I'm still watching these little supercells down in here. These ones could definitely do it eventually as well. And we're still keeping an eye on our warm sector, but still nothing overly concerning, and really not rotating too much back over there yet. Yeah, latest scan here, a little bit stronger rotation there. Still no tornado, but it is getting a little bit more organized, moving towards 96 and 190 towards Newton. Eventually going to be heading up towards Leesville. Oh, check out this HazCam view. From weather-wise, look at that. That's on the southern edge of that severe thunderstorm warning in near San Augustine. This is right on Toledo Bend Reservoir. And man, you can see just how much these clouds are moving. And as that lower level jet really picking up there. All right. New information. Just got a PDS tornado watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Numerous strong tornadoes expected. Scattered hail up to 2-inch size possible. Widespread gusts of up to 80 miles per hour possible. That's going to be for Nacogdoches, Lufkin, Silsbee, Lake Charles, Lafayette, Opelousas, DeRuyter, Alexandria, Natchitoches, Monroe, Vicksburg, and Natchez, and also Greenville. New tornado warning has been issued for our monster water spout that is ongoing out here. Not as monstrous as of the latest scan, but it is still got some pretty tight and strong rotation. But Oak Island, Double Bayou, and Anhawk all need to be in your safe spots. This thing's already caused a decent amount of damage, and it's still on the ground. I mean, this thing's been on the ground since the beginning. It might have had a brief moment where it lifted right before League City, or it was just on the ground the whole time. I mean, it was close to that radar. But this is like one of our first long track tornadoes of the day. I mean, if this has truly been on the ground since then, I mean, this thing could have been on the ground for almost 30 miles, and now it's on the water, and that continues even more. I mean, we could easily get up to a 40-mile, uh, you know, path here with this tornado. This one is just, ugh. I definitely do not want to see the pictures coming out of League City, especially near this coast. Hopefully, it's nothing too crazy, but man, those velocities we're looking unsettling to say the least. Let's come back over here and check south of Jasper, Texas, going into Louisiana. It looks like our rotation has gotten a little bit weaker there. Let's check out this radar. Still a decent little amount there. No tornado on the ground, at least as far as I can tell so far. But this is still a strengthening supercell just to south of Jasper, going towards 190. A bad feeling about the water one? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, this tornado warning's about to expire up here. That one's going to be out of our hair. Maybe, oh, yeah. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to get started over here near Coburn and Vowels Mill. You can see we got a little bit of a supercell heading towards Bellwood. Not warned yet. South of Natchitoches. That is a little bit concerning. You have a Hazcam north of that. Man, check out this view from Natchitoches, Louisiana. Look at that. A lot of little string bean action happening over there. Looks like that area of rotation is getting spaghettified out of this storm right now. Not overly concerned about this one south of Jasper. We're still keeping a close eye on it. But it is a little bit on the weak side with that rotation right now. I think the one that's really got my attention the most is these cells up in here, their potential. Yeah, look at that. Tighter circulation starting to get started. No debris ball just yet south of Val Mills, but it's still pushing off to the north and east towards Bellwood. Definitely need to be monitoring that. Let's come all the way back down to here again. Man, this thing is still ripping here. I wonder if there's any cams near Smith Point. Smith Point, uh, Texas webcam. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Our only hope is if there was a cam down here looking to the north, but it's just too far away. This one's pretty close. The line of storms, getting some heftier winds there. But yeah, this is certainly our most concerning storm on radar, especially if this makes it onto land. I bet there's some sort of webcam in this area. Yeah, this tornado's been going on for a long, long time. Yeah. Got a deep south winter tornado outbreak. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely in outbreak territory already. Not, we're getting dang close. About 38 miles. Yeah. On a water spout before. Well, yeah, I mean, this is what they call a water wedge. It's just a very strong area of rotation over the water that is most definitely a strong tornado still ongoing. The crazy thing about this thing is that, I mean, we're talking like 94, yeah, 94 uh, to 87 mile per hour winds on that side. About a decently strong area of rotation. And six observed tornadoes, then yeah, we're probably in outbreak territory then. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna stop oogling at that one, and we'll come back up here, check on our latest information on this. Yeah, it looks like this storm is still struggling to get its rotation together. That's good news. Seems like a lot of these storms are getting a little messy back in here, but anywhere where we can get more discrete cells, again, we can get those long track violent tornadoes pretty easily here in this environment. A decent area of rotation is starting to pick up on this one. Yeah. That's associated most likely with that mesocyclone. It's 2 minutes ahead, so we'll probably see this jump up into that area by the next scan. Let me see if the weather-wise is better lined up. It is not. It's okay. Is this one caught up yet? Nope. Okay, so weather-wise is already at the newest frame up. See right in there, there's that area of rotation. A little bit in the inflow. No debris ball just yet. There's kind of something showing up there, but kind of low resolution, kind of hard to tell with weather-wise. That's one of the things that they are going to fix here shortly is that low resolution correlation coefficient. But yeah, this is eventually going to push off to the north and east towards 117. We got to really keep an eye on this one. It is trying to wrap up, but kind of uncertain about just how it will interact with some of these storms here that could hurt it. But I mean, we're really close to a tornado here already. I'm surprised that we don't have a warning on it. Yeah, weather-wise is free. Weather-wise is free. If you guys want a really good free radar app, it's in the chat. It's uh, it's completely free for now. I think the radar stuff will always be free, but they have a lot of big plans that are probably not going to be free in the future. All right, we're coming close to landfall here, folks. It's like a hurricane, but a tornado water spout making the landfall very shortly. Looks like it's going to be near Trinity or White Huron Road is what we're talking about here. This thing will probably immediately start doing damage. Boaz have any serious issues? Yeah, I mean, we are at a slight risk. So we got to watch out for that tornado potential. I think we're in a slight risk. Let me double check that. Pretty sure we're in a slight risk. Up here, Boaz is like really close to me. You're like almost my next door neighbor. Yeah, there's Boaz. You guys actually have a camera down here. I didn't even know that. Hope it recognized that. Yeah, you're in a slight risk, which is maybe for damaging winds and a threat for tornadoes. So you do have to watch out. It's going to be a late night tonight, though. Yeah, very potent indeed. All right, it's making landfall pretty much right now. South of Oak Island, we're about to start seeing a debris ball kick out here. Not quite over land. Man. And it's only getting stronger. Is that an anticyclonic water spout here? That might be a little bit of contamination, but we might have twins happening here. Kind of looks like a little bit of contamination, though. I already know this is still on the ground here, so I'm just going to get ready to change my title here. Just wait for that correlation coefficient to pop up. Should pop up any moment. Man, that is strong rotation. Going to be heading towards 562, Grady Marsh, 985. It should go south of Oak Island, but there is always a chance that these things kind of collude up to the north, so you should watch out there. I don't think the environment is overly favorable for deviant tornadoes. A lot of the tornado warnings, or tornadoes that we've gotten today, have gone pretty much in a straight path all day today, but can't rule out a northerly occlusion. So I still want Oak Island and Double Bayou to continue to be in their safe spots. Huh. Still no debris ball. Very interesting. Right in there. That's got to be on the ground. I mean, there's just no way that that's not on the ground. What if there's just nothing here? Are there any houses? No, there's no houses. That's got to be on the ground. It'll probably pop up next scan. Sometimes it takes a while, especially when transitioning to water to land, but that's got to be on the ground. Now, latest scan for this one, still weak rotation. Come further north again. Yeah, that one they're still about to allow to expire. This little, where'd that little tornado go that we were tracking? Oh, wow. That dissipated rather quickly. There's some boundary here. I mean, it's like a warm front or something. So maybe it's like the edge of the warm front, and these storms keep on riding over it to a little bit more of an elevated environment, and they just kind of die off. Which we'll take. Keep on doing that. A little bit stronger rotation with this storm now. No debris ball yet, but I'm definitely it's a little bit side lobe contaminated, but definitely keeping an eye on it. That's pushing up to the north and east towards Newton. We'll check on our storm chasers. See what they're up to. Just storm trackers. They should be pretty close to that tornado warning that Brad Arnold was near. That's probably that storm. Just off in the distance. It's Pagey's view. Tornado Pagey is in Colombia. Louisiana looks like they're getting some chow or some gas. Connor should be going live here shortly. I can tell on the radar mega map he's in Mississippi. The storms won't be nearby Connor Croft for a while. So he's giving these storms time. This one's looking interesting here. You can tell that the inflow might be increasing on this storm near Simpson. It's near Leesville. Let's come back and check in on this. There's no way. Okay, there it is. Yeah, we now have a definite tornado on the ground here, pushing off to the east towards Smiths Point Road. An upgraded tornado warning, not a PDS tornado warning, surprisingly. I mean, that velocity signature is very potent here, very powerful velocity signature moving to the south of Oak Island near Gordy Marsh. Double Bayou still needs to be in their safe spots. This is a powerful tornado that is ongoing at this moment. They might not put a PDS on it, maybe because there's just not a lot of people that live out here. I don't know why they wouldn't do that. It's a very obviously strong tornado, so beats me. Okay, so we have some tornado damage here in New Caney, Texas. I cannot share it, but here you go. You guys can check it out and just retweeted it on my Twitter as well. Some roofs damaged in New Caney. It hit a neighborhood of some sort. Oh man, yeah, still potentially strong tornado on the ground here. I mean, look at this. I mean, how do you not PDS warn a tornado with 115 miles per hour on one side and 27 miles per hour on the other? It's a V-rot of around 70. Very strong couplet here. Most likely a drill bit tornado just raking this area right now. I really hope folks. I'm not sure if I'm reaching anybody in this area, but I really hope folks are in their safe spots for that one. That one I would be underground for. That's a very potent, very powerful tornado ongoing down there. What's going on over here near Magnolia Springs? Is that a tornado? Let me see how that's developed here. Hold on. I mean, there's still something there. Okay, that's that clearing. Okay. It is a clearing. Just had a double check. And they did officially allow this tornado warning up here to expire. I do want to take a look at the environment here in a little bit. If this tornado down here ever lifts, which I'm not sure if it ever will. Now, latest scan down here south of Oak Island, still a tornado on the ground, moving over near Gordy Marsh. Still continue to be underground if you can. If you can't be underground, make sure you're in the innermost interior portion of your house. How's this one looking? Yeah, definitely got a little bit of a hook trying to form on that one. It's a little bit close to the radar, but worth keeping an eye on. You can really see that we have a big old area of a kind of a mess here, with some supercells trying to develop, but they're definitely struggling up in this environment, which is where some of our best kinematics are. Let me look at the mesoscale analysis. I just want to look at it, gander at it real quick. Yeah, we do still have some decent shear overspreading the area, about 40 knots of shear. Very decent instability profile all the way throughout this area out in front of these storms. Our lapse rate's still holding on. The lapse rates are still holding on. New tornado warning has been issued. They issued it. Oh, that's the one they issued it for. Oh, all the way out here. Oh yeah, little area of rotation starting to develop here near Centerville in Gloucester, pushing up to the north and east towards 98. So this is going to be a storm that will probably convince Connor to go live. I mean, Connor's supposed to go live at 3 anyways. So he will probably initiate a live stream here shortly, and we should be able to get a nice view of this storm. So let me just go ahead and set that up. Say goodbye to Conroe Lake. Yeah, Connor should go. Oh, look at this view from Storm Trackers. A little bit of a supercell in the distance there. Louisiana, Grayson, Louisiana, here from Tornado Pagey. She's still working there. Still working to get close. Yeah, right back in here, just to the west of Centerville. That's where we're watching. Decent area of rotation. No tornado on the ground just yet, but Gloucester should certainly be in their safe spots. Yeah, it's just a mess. You can see that cold front is just crashing down in this area here. Ooh, this over here, we are starting to get some increases of rotation with some of these cells over here near Clarkson, Grayson. Hey, Grayson. Is that Grayson, Louisiana? That's Pagey, right? Yeah. Pagey Tornado's on one of these rotating supercells. Look at her go. I remember when Tornado Pagey was just a baby YouTube channel. She grows up so fast. Got a little stream too. She got the little overlays, time, direction, the cities. Like I remember we used to have to try to ask where she was, but now we know. Holy moly. We were just breaking records today on this stream. Holy crap. Thank you, EM Catman, for the $150 donation. That is now the record. We just had a record donation not too long ago, and we just got another one. You guys are absolutely insane. Huge shout out to EM Catman. Thank you. Holy crap. That is a massive amount of money. And that does go a very long way in helping fund this YouTube channel and Chazzy Treats. All right. Latest update here. There is still a debris ball ongoing, pushing off to the east. Still a tight couplet, but it is getting a little bit weaker. It's not as strong as it was. This thing is still on the ground, man. Let's just go to the first tornado report. We're talking around 43 miles now. This thing has been on the ground. This is certainly our first long track tornado of the day. Holy moly. But yeah, huge shout out to EM Catman. Thank you so much. It's just a massive amount of money. And that goes a really long way in funding the channel. It'll fund it for a decent time. So thank you. Little areas of rotation here. Not sure how legitimate those are, though. Kind of seems to be behind that cold front. Go back over to Pagey's view here. There's about to be a right turn. I'm pretty sure if I'm reading the road right, and we should be able to get a good view at one of these little rotating cyclones or mesocyclones near Clarks and Ola, Louisiana, right just to the south of Grayson, Louisiana. There's a little right bend here. I just want to see if we can get a nice little view on this storm. The Chamber County, Texas, which is very interesting. Yeah, I don't understand that. I wonder what it might have been Lake Charles NWS, maybe. Maybe they have a little bit stricter criteria. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I really still can't see that mesocyclone unless we're looking at it right now. But that's it. That could be it. I don't think she's. Yeah, I mean, she's pretty close to it. Let's turn on her audio here and see what she's saying. They're moving to the south. Then that's rotation is on the right side of their screen. It's not on the left side. It would be on the right side. She's near a good storm. We'll keep on. She'll be underneath me, so if she gets a good view of that mesocyclone, we'll come back over to her. She's in a good area too. A lot of rotating supercells nearby, so hopefully she can help us, but get some views on that. But the bottom line is these supercells are looking a little bit dangerous here, tracking close to Monroe. Let's come back over here and check in on this storm here near Gloucester. Yeah, still some rotation out here, moving up towards Gloucester. Still a little bit on the weak side of rotations, but it's still packing a punch as it moves towards Gloucester. Over here near Newton, maybe a new organization of some rotation as this storm kind of consolidates. Not overly concerning yet, but still keeping an eye. Newton, Louisiana should still, or Newton, Texas should still be in their safe spots. Let's come back down to here, where we still have a pretty strong rotation ongoing. Yeah, still pretty strong there. Look at that. Definitely re-strengthened there. Look at a decent debris ball as that pushes off to the east. They're definitely going to extend this tornado warning for most likely Winnie and Stoll here. And Port Arthur, I'm not going to freak you out just yet, but man, this thing's been on the ground for a while. It wouldn't surprise me if it tried to make it all the way up there, but I will say it's getting a lot more storm interactions from its south. It's not as discreet as it was. Oh, couldn't hear Pagey? Really? Oh, the desktop audio is off on this. Okay, that's why you couldn't hear it. I think she's pretty close to this mesocyclone now. She just took a right on a road. Keep a very close eye on her stream. If y'all see anything, let me know. I'll keep on trying to pan my eyes down there. Yeah, I mean, still a decent velocity couplet on this. This probably still has a tornado on it. About to pull over 985. Still a little bit of circulation here near Newton. One near Gloucester is pretty weak right now. The one tornado Pagey is close to is this one, which does have an area of what it appears to be some strengthening rotation. Go back over to her. Yeah, turn her audio on. See if we get any reports that we just can't see, because they can look around 360 degrees. Audio's a little iffy, but we'll still be able to hear her. Yeah, looks like they're still getting in position here. I think that mesocyclone is off to their left. And this cell over here, south of Atlanta, is looking like it's getting its act together a little bit too, south of Winfield. Yeah, all of these cells, especially in like this area, are starting to try to organize here. This could be our next little hot spot for tornadoes here in the near future. Yeah, it looks like Connor might be about to go live here. He just went live on Radar Omega. Let's see what he's looking at. Yeah, he's waiting for that storm to come to him, it seems. Sound check clear. Okay, thank you, Blondie. Yeah, still strong rotation with this storm to the south. Looks like, though, it's not producing a debris ball, so we might be over an area that just doesn't have a whole lot of debris to pick up, but I'm still pretty confident that this one is on the ground at this point. This thing is approaching 50-mile-long track. In terms of severe weather, looks like the Woodlands is getting some storms. Spring's getting some more storms of
A
up to
new
60
tornado
mile per hour.
warning has been issued.
Over here near 190 and Livingston is also getting a decent severe thunderstorm going through your area with 60 miles per hour. And there we go. Like Tornado Pagey is in the
A new
tornado warning
tornado
here.
warning has been issued.
This is going to be for Clarks, Grayson, Columbia. You guys need to be in your safe spots. That's moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. That is the storm that Tornado Pagey is on. So if we can get a nice view of that mesocyclone, we'll definitely pan over to that. Does anybody know where Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is? Can I get an update on them, on where they're located, please? Thank you, Linda, for subscribing. Oh, wow, look at this. A 70 mile per hour wind report here with this storm. 72 miles per hour. They're near the Toledo River. Actually, a has cam. Let me see if we can get a view on some of that rotation or some of those winds over there. We might have missed it, but man, look at this view. This is from WeatherWise. The has cameras out here. Not any strong winds. It looks like we missed it. Darn. So hard to track everything all at once here. Man, yeah. Looks like we did get an extension here of this tornado warning. Now that's going to be for Stoll, Texas. Yeah, still definitely got a debris ball ongoing. This is still definitely on the ground, pushing off to the east. Jefferson County, you think so? Let me check. You talking about this one down here? Is this Jefferson County? Sorry. I'm really bad at knowing where all the counties are. Yeah. You think another extension is going to be needed? Yeah, I agree with that. Most likely. That will be the case. We haven't checked in on this storm in Mississippi in a while. Oh, wow. This one's actually really getting its rotation together here near Gloucester. Watch out there and be welcome. Oxford, Busy Corner, O'Neill, Mississippi. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This storm is escalating a little bit here. Wintercroft is still not en route. Let me see if he's live yet. Not yet. Keep an eye on it, though. How many rotations are there, like, right now? Yeah, let me get... looks like Tornado Pages is back. How many rotations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's one down there. 8 at least. 9 rotations right now. Only a couple of them are looking dangerous. This one might be producing a tornado, actually, near Clarks. No, it's in the clearing. Never mind. We're definitely getting side lobe contamination on these guys. Fortunately, we're in a deep radar hole here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Louisiana. It's going to be for the southern storm here. Yeah, right in there. There's some rotation. That's pushing off to the north and east towards 559. No cities indicated here. Yeah, that's what the significant tornado parameter says as well. QLCS spam. Like as soon as this, according to the latest HRRR, this should get a little bit better oriented and organized and we could have a QLCS problem, especially wherever it's more oriented north to south. So like the southern quadrant here and that northern quadrant, as it starts to get into eastern Louisiana, into Mississippi, we could definitely see that tornado risk start to ramp up quite significantly. They're just south of Fort Necessity. Okay, thank you, CG. That is super helpful. If you could every now and then come in here and at me and tell me where they are, it'd be super helpful. Let me see where Fort Necessity is. There, a storm is approaching them. Oh, so they are getting approached by these storms. Okay. So they were actually watching these storms from a distance. They're getting in route. They're close to the southern one, though. All right, thank you, CG. All right, let's come back down to here and check in on our long track tornado. Oh my gosh, it is still going. This is just, I mean, the amount of damage this storm has done just consistently here is crazy. And it's getting stronger yet again. Man, this thing is just locked in this little position. It just keeps going and keep going. It's a very high probability that this will make it all the way to sea breeze. So sea breeze, I would be in your safe spot here in Texas. This is still a very strong tornado. I'm not PDS warned though. With this storm at Beaumont, it looks like it's going to go south of Beaumont. I'm more worried about Port Arthur. You know, for Beaumont, we're watching these storms to the north. A little bit of rotation up there north of Hardin. Going to keep an eye on that. Good to go a little bit further north of that. Here near Jasper, about to cross into Louisiana near Leesville. We do have a camera in Leesville we can watch this with. Still is struggling with rotation. Still a little bit down here in the south. Not very strong yet, but it's still trying. I'm not sure if they'll extend that one or not. Yeah, over here near Clarkson, Grayson, still seeing a decent area of rotation. Pagey Tornado is, I think this is the mezzo of the storm here. Let's listen in for a little bit.
It's about to cross.
They're saying it's about to cross. Oh, man. We'll stick here for just a couple more seconds. If it doesn't come back quick, we'll go back to the big radar. But they're saying it's about to cross. Whatever it is. Probably the rotation.
Yeah. Oh man. That is literally right in front of us. You see what I mean? All these little roads. I don't know how good they're gonna be, but
Yeah, it's really going to clear out here.
yeah, they go back up to here.
A new tornado warning has been
They go
issued.
back up to Columbia and Grayson.
All right. New tornado warning has been issued. Let's see where they place that. Should come here momentarily. Now, if you're just not tuning in, we currently have 5 tornado warnings in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. We just got a new warning. There we go. Yeah. I think they're extending this warning out to the east a little bit more. See, these rotations are pretty stout. Can't really tell if there's any tornadoes on the ground with them right now, but it would not be surprising if one of these guys are very close to producing a tornado near Wisner, Winsboro, and Columbia. So I would be in your safe spots there in northern Louisiana for sure. I think PA Storm Tracker should be close to that. Yeah, there. I think that's the mesocyclone right there, off in the distance. I am not mistaken. Kind of wrapped back in there. I'm gonna put them underneath me for now. See which one they are here. Yeah, I got a pretty good view of a storm there. All right, let's come back and check over here in Mississippi. Haven't looked at this storm in a while. Yeah, it's got some decent rotation on there. Still no debris ball, but this thing is trying to wrap up here. South of Bood, and towards Oxford and O'Neill, Mississippi, there near Zion Hill. See what Connor's view is looking like. You'll see he's still hanging out in front of the storm, waiting for it to come to him. And back a little bit further. Oh, man.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Finally. They have now issued a new PDS tornado warning for this storm, and that does include Port Arthur. Port Arthur, you guys need to be going to your safe spots, and honestly, I'd get underground for this storm. I would get underground. This one has been a strong tornado for a while, and it's going to continue to be a strong tornado as it tracks towards the Port Arthur area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, this is a PDS tornado warning. It is still currently very much so on the ground. Right there on the southern side, you can see that rotation is really ramping up there. Not really picking up a whole lot of debris because it is currently in an area that is very low populated. It's kind of in a parish area. And in fact, is that in water? Not in water yet. But I would definitely watch out there in Port Arthur. Hopefully it goes to y'all south. But it's gonna try to make a close approach to you guys. I think I do have cameras in Port Arthur. Yeah, I do. I have one north of Port Arthur and one in Sabine Pass. Let me see if these are working.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Chambers County, Texas? That's this one. Oh, they did radar indicated. And it looks like they might have just updated it to confirmed. Yeah, they just updated one of these to confirmed. Yeah, still very strong rotation. This is unfortunately going to go right into the sea breeze area. Is there anybody that lives out here? I'm not seeing like any houses. This is mainly just a parish here, or a marsh region. But if you do happen to live down there, I would definitely certainly continue to be in your safe spots. I mean, this thing's been on the ground now for probably over 60 miles. That's crazy. This is one of the longest track tornadoes we have had in a very long time. Let's come back up here to the north. Yeah, still some pretty strong rotation with both of these storms. I think Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is up in this region near Winnsboro right now. Tornado Pagey is pretty close to this one. I want to check back in with her. It looks like Connor has officially gone live as well. He's near that tornado warning there in Mississippi. So we've got a lot of chasers near tornado warnings right now. Where is Paige's view? Okay, it looks like she's lost service there. You want to check to make sure Vince hasn't messaged me back. I did ask him if I could use his feed, but I think he's usually contracted to somebody else. Yeah. No response back from him. I had to try, though. Man. Yeah, this rotation on the southern side is getting pretty serious. They're near Winnsboro. A lot of little supercells down in this area too. Still keeping an eye on them. They're still not overly mature just yet. This one's tornado warning has been allowed to drop there. But back over here, this is where our large and extremely dangerous tornado is right now, continuing off to the east, close to the Port Arthur area. Port Arthur is really the main city here that needs to be in their safe spots. Also Taylor Landing as well, and Sabine Pass. Oh, looks like we're getting a location update here. Okay, so they're to the right of that circulation. So that's what we're looking at here. This is that mesocyclone coming to view. They are very close to this thing. You go to the storm relative. I think that's what they were looking at. Yeah. Very strong rotation, or stronger rotation on this storm for sure, south of Clarks. This thing could be about to produce a tornado here as it approaches Winnsboro, pretty much right there where storm trackers, our PA storm trackers are. They're near Fort Necessity, kind of close to the extension area. And you can really see that mesocyclone wrap up all the way back in there. We're going to keep a close eye on their stream. They are very close to what appears to be a pretty potent storm there. Come back over to here. We still got a decent area of rotation with this storm, but still no debris ball. We might be getting some sort of contamination with that, but I'd still be still be respecting the storm if you live near Bood. Yeah, GTG means gate to gate. Yeah. Still waiting on the latest scans for this storm. Find any more fajita meat. One more. All right. That's it for that. Getting hungry, Chaz? Feed you here in just a second, I promise. I have to take a small break here to feed my dog. It'll only take me like 30 seconds, but I do want to monitor this storm. Here, this is what we'll do. Let me put this over to here really quick, and let me get the radar view up here and fix it. That. And we'll zoom in on this storm for now, because this one might be about to drop a tornado here at any moment. And I got a great view of it. Let me feed my dog, though, really, really quick. He's been super patient. Let me turn their audio on, too.
Okay. Got cars coming.
Turning?
Coming. At us. Hey, take a look. And I don't want to go up there because you're going to lose your view. But we might get a little better if we're a little further north.
All right. I am back, I think. Yeah, we are back. Kind of seems like that storm to the north. Looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, that whole lowering, I think that's a wall cloud right above the road.
Oh yeah, we got a wall cloud there for sure.
Above the road right there. Oh man.
Okay, guys.
That's
look,
this storm right
I'll
here.
point it out to you.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in.
They're like over here near Fort Necessity. Oh wow.
Wall cloud
Yeah, that thing is ripping.
right there above Davy's car. So that's the area we've got to watch. Got to watch, okay? I'll keep you zoomed in for now. I'll even turn you a little bit more.
Wow, that storm looks like it wants to drop a tornado.
Right back up.
Look at that. Woo!
Yeah, big wall cloud there for sure. No tornado just yet, but that thing looks like it's about to drop.
I gotta plug my phone in.
Especially on radar, man. It's some strong rotation.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Looks like we still have that PDS tornado warning ongoing down here in Texas. This is still on the ground and still an extremely powerful tornado. My goodness. Thankfully, this is approaching a marsh right now, but holy crap. That gate to gate is insane. I mean, we're talking like 70 on this side and probably close to 100 on this side. So we're talking like 170, 180 gate to gate, or around a 90 VROT. This is a very strong tornadic signal here, moving off to the east. Jeez Louise. I know we have cameras near Port Arthur, so let me get that ready. We have a death. Uh-oh. That's not good. Do you know where? That is not good. Oh wow. Hold on. Look at that. That thing is spinning. Right there to the right of the road. You can really see that rotation.
Cycling.
Uh-oh. So they're having some signal issues. There we go.
They're dying real fast. That's all right. It's got some time yet.
Sure, what's happening here? This is glitching on me. Yeah, I can do that. Why can't I bring it up full screen? Let me do one more refresh here. There we go. No tornado yet, which is good news because this storm is rotating pretty decently up here. Right in there. I'm not seeing a debris signature out of this storm, but you can really tell in those mid-levels this thing is moving in that rotation. Again, if you live in Winnsboro, Louisiana, please continue to be in your safe spots. Look at these cells right here, man. need to keep an eye on those still. And this is still the most powerful tornado that we have today, still ongoing here. Yeah, still a debris ball. Moving off to the east, this is a very unpopulated region, thankfully, but as this approaches Port Arthur, that's when things are going to get pretty dangerous. Well, they're zooming into something over here. Oh, is that wall cloud? That looks like a lowering back in there. South of Mason, Louisiana. Mason, Louisiana. Mason, Louisiana. Oh, this one. You think this one's on the ground? What makes you think that help? Because I mean, we're looking at it right here. Is this got a debris signature under it? I mean, is someone reporting this on the ground?
Right back, guys, and then we're gonna probably move north.
Is that's it right there? It might be a bowl funnel with you know, vortices potentially underneath it. Where are you seeing that report? Yeah, apparently this could be on the ground, what we're looking at here. On the right side, that could be a bowl funnel, not fully condensed tornado. You can really see it kind of comes to a point there on the right side. That could be a bowl funnel with some vortices on the bottom. Wow, yeah, that thing is rotating too. Humble what? Yeah, look at that, how it comes down to a point. That is a funnel there for sure. Thank you, Marcus, for the 10. Appreciate that. Yeah, just on the right side of the screen there.
Move back up to that well pad again.
And so they're gonna move here in just a moment. Hunter's getting pretty close to that other tornado warning. We might have to keep an eye on him. If it's still got some decent rotation. Yeah, man. Pretty strong rotation here south of Bood. And potentially a debris ball. This might be on the ground. Near Dick, moving towards Little Springs. Decent area of rotation right in that couplet. That's pretty darn close to being on the ground there. And Connor's going to have a view on that very, very shortly. Yeah, still a debris signature as this moves towards Port. This is actually making a pretty direct path towards Port Arthur here, folks. If you're in Port Arthur, I want you guys to be underground. We do have a camera in Port Arthur. Let me get that up. Set that up here. Do I get this to go full screen? Weird, it gets cut off by the website. There's got to be a way. I know there's a button for it. Does anybody know the button to make a video go full screen if it can? The website programming is a little bit iffy. We do have a camera in Port Arthur. I'll keep an eye on that. F11. Man, look at that storm on. Look at that thing. All right, yeah, let me try this. Oh, thank you. FN F11. 11 F11. F11. Oh, that didn't do it. All right, well, I guess we'll have to view it from that small little window. there. Yeah, F11 just makes the web browser full screen. Doesn't make the video itself F11 or full screen. Yeah, the website's terrible. Man, yeah, still very strong rotation and most likely a strong tornado still on the ground. Debris signature most likely not showing up due to the fact that we are pretty much just over a marsh region here. We do have a little window to look at Port Arthur. I'm gonna try to find a better camera. Mississippi. Okay, we are getting reports that this is on the ground here in Mississippi. Honor is close, but not quite in range. But folks, if you live in Quinton, Lucin, Williams, Cobbs, Shocktown, Vito, we're getting reports that this is on the ground. This tornado is on the ground, moving up to the north and east. We've got Connor Croft right here. He will be able to get us a view of it here shortly. Let me switch over to here really quick. I think this is probably getting reported by Brandon Kopic. Is that it? Let me check Corey Gherkin. Oh, yeah. Corey Gherkin's got a drone in the air right now. He's looking right at it. It's hard to tell. It's definitely a bull funnel up in there.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, this tornado warning has been upgraded, and it is now a PDS, large and extremely dangerous tornado, ongoing right now. I'm looking at it. It's not large. Let me see if Corey can get a better view on this. It's really not big. It's not on the ground either. At least according to Corey Gherkin. Maybe he's not looking in the right area. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking right at it on. He's got a great drone view of it. Is that it? I can't tell. It's a kind of a weird view. Sorry, I have to come back over to here, but this is the one that just got upgraded to a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. From Corey's view, he's right here. He's got a drone in the air. I'm not seeing it. We got Connor nearby, who's going to be able to give us a really good view. He's a little bit further to the west than what is being indicated by Radar Omega, as you can tell by his radar program. But we're going to be keeping a close eye on his stream, as that is now a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. So let me put his stream underneath me. He's outside of the car now. Back in there is the storm. To come back over here and check in on Port Arthur. Yeah, still very strong rotation with this storm and a debris ball. Still approaching Port Arthur, Texas. You guys need to continue to be in your safe spots. Yeah, folks, let's listen in.
But it's just expecting to keep going. Still can't see it. Still got no visual.
No visual, yeah. Hold on, let me do a quick another hop over here to weather-wise. I'll keep the radar focused on it here. And let me look at Corey Gherkin's view again. Just one more time here. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing on the ground with this storm. There's definitely rotation. He's looking right at an area of rotation. There is nothing on the ground with this storm. Still looking. Maybe he's just looking in the wrong area. But I got a good feeling Corey Gherkin's got a good grasp on where to look. Oh, wait a second. Okay. He might have been looking in the wrong area. Okay, now he's looking at something that is very interesting. Potentially a bowl funnel. It's not quite on the ground. There's rapid rotation underneath it, though. There could be a big tornado back in there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. He finally turned it. He finally turned it to where the storm was. Or where the tornado could be. I think it is on the ground. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. It's definitely on the ground. It's just wrapped in rain right now. We definitely have a tornado on the ground. Moving up towards Lucien and Quinton. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground moving up to the north and east. If you guys live in this area, you need to be in your safe spots. This is our second large and extremely dangerous tornado. We have two ongoing at the same time. Just updating my title here really quick. Give me 1 second. Go back. We got Connor Croft underneath me. He's going to get close to this thing. Back over here near Port Arthur, we are still watching this large and extremely dangerous tornado down to the south. Pushing off towards the east, towards Port Arthur. Again, this is still got a debris signature. It's still most definitely a tornado. It's just a weak debris signature given the fact that this is really not impacting anybody right now. It's just in the middle of a marsh. I'm going to check back up here near Winnsboro. Yeah, I think this rotation is starting to die off a little bit. Still keeping an eye on it. Still want Winnsboro, Louisiana to be in their safe spots. And over here, just to the north of Macomb, this definitely has a large and extremely dangerous tornado. We're viewing this from far away. Right? This is not close to a radar, like at all. Like any radar. Actually, let's check this radar. Yeah, this radar's a little bit closer. Yeah, you can definitely see that tornado certainly on the ground. It's heading really close to Quinton and Lucien. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is Connor's view. Looks like it's getting close.
It's gonna come at us too. Tornado somewhere right there, behind the tree. Damn. Can't see it though.
He's gonna have to get pretty darn close to this thing to actually see it.
We'll have a good view. See, we'll have a good view right down the highway.
Yeah, he's in a good spot to see it.
Again, I got the right edge. I got the right edge here. There's the right edge. It's gonna cross. I think it's gonna cross to my east. It's just so close.
Again, this is the storm here in Mississippi. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that we're about to potentially witness here with our eyeballs with this live view here from Connor Croft. He's live on YouTube. He is a storm chaser, very experienced, so don't worry about him. Again, Quinton and Lucien need to be in their safe spots.
A little bit.
He's going to get close.
Wouldn't necessarily say bad call, but if you've got a route that'll take you up to 84, that'd work.
I gotta be careful, man. Oh, it's such a weird angle to come at a tornado from here. I gotta be able to turn around quick. Maybe I can see through here. Good news is there's lots of turnaround points.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, we have a new upgrade to a tornado warning here. Looks like my chat crashed here. Give me a second to bring that back up. All right, I'll do that in a second. Which one was it? This one? Okay, this one is now observed and on the ground. Pennsylvania Storm Tracker should be able to get a pretty good view of it here shortly. We'll be keeping an eye on them. This is now a tornado on the ground. No, this is not a PDS tornado warning. This is just an observed tornado warning right now. His is also on the ground. We're going to be watching all of these different feeds. We got multiple storm chasers on 2 confirmed tornado. So we'll see if we can see either one of them. Again, that's this one up here near Winnsboro. Can't really see a velocity or a debris signature, but Winnsboro needs to be in their safe spots. We got a new tornado warning issue. This is on the ground here near Leesville. Yeah, tornado. Oh, my goodness. On the ground right there north of Fort Polk. Potentially another one down here. We might have 2 tornadoes on the ground here at the same time. Near Leesville going towards Fort Polk and Sandy Hill. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Potentially 2 tornadoes on the ground here. The main one being up here just to the east of Billy Goat Hill. Billy Goat Hill. Down over here near Port Arthur, we're going to give an update there. Still strong rotation with this. Still on the ground, pushing towards Port Arthur. You guys still need to be in your safe spot. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's come back over to here where Connor is very close to where this tornado should be.
Point up there, just a little ways. Yeah, there is. It's coming at me is the problem now. It's coming at me now.
Looks like there's a house leveled over here.
Oh no. Reports of a house
It's right
leveled.
there. I can't risk it. It's a strong tornado.
Copy, I'm almost to you.
It's right there somewhere.
Keep them up. Reports of a house leveled over here in Mississippi. Oops. That is from this tornado that is on the ground. Oh my gosh. An absolutely terrifying look there. That's a large debris ball about to cross over Highway 84 near Quinton and Lucien. Let me make sure I don't have any traffic cams that we can just throw directly into this tornado here. We do not. No traffic cameras. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground, just about to cross right in front of Connor. It hasn't gone over the highway just yet, but it's just about to. Probably be about to see it here very shortly.
Can't see. Dang it, dude. Can't see anything. It's right there. Somewhere in there. It's like almost crossing the road here.
Now, once it crosses the highway, he can get closer.
Because I got 2 radars telling me the tornado's in 2 different places. That's the problem.
He needs to trust his eyes. In that situation, you trust your eyes. It's somewhere back in there, folks. It hasn't crossed the highway yet, but it's probably
It's
right
coming
behind
at
that
me,
tree
I think. It's coming
line.
at me, I think. Pretty sure it's coming right at me. Pretty sure it's coming right at me.
It should pass to his west.
Yeah, it's coming at me. All right, we got to retreat a little bit, I think, here in a second. Oh, there it is. There it is. Coming right at us. It's coming right at us. There it is. Tornado right there.
Oh,
coming
wow.
at us right now.
Wow. That is large.
There's the left edge. Big fat stovepipe. Big fat stovepipe right there. It's coming at us. We're going to have to run and soon. We're going to have to run and soon. Go, go, go. Go, go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Drive that way. Drive that way. Drive that way. Go,
Oh,
go,
my goodness.
go, go. Might be a wedge.
You can see it just behind the
there.
tree there.
It's coming right at me. Yeah, this thing's, oh, that thing's strong. Look at the motion.
Oh my
Look at
gosh.
the motion.
Yeah, very strong motion there.
I'm gonna have to go. It's coming at me here.
Oh, there it
There's
is.
the right
There it
edge.
is. You can see it.
Sorry, I can't tell if
Big tornado. Big tornado.
Whoa. Whoa.
Wrong
Oh,
tornado.
that
I
is
gotta go.
huge.
I gotta go in a second here. Hey, stop! Stop!
Oh gosh, guys, this is
Strong,
crossing over 84 just to the north and east of Butte, Mississippi.
Debris in the air.
Is going just to the east of Quinton.
Listen to the roar.
We have got a
Listen to the
very
roar.
large tornado on the ground. Holy
Got a
crap!
roar.
That is almost a wedge
gotta
tornado
go.
here,
Second here.
folks. Going towards
Coming at me.
Lucien.
It's a wedge. It's a wedge. We got a big wedge. Big wedge. Big wedge.
Yeah, it's
Look
gonna
at the
pop.
motion.
I think
good,
he'll
I'm
be
good.
okay here. I think he'll be okay.
Big fat wedge.
Oh my gosh, it still keeps going. We haven't even seen the left side yet.
yeah, it's completely down.
Oh my
Huge wedge
gosh.
still down. Huge wedge.
This is a
Okay,
huge
okay.
tornado,
Can't get
folks. You
entranced
need
too
to be
long here.
underground.
These cars gotta. Stop!
You need to be underground with this tornado. This is a
Turn
very
around.
strong tornado
Get out of
right
here.
now, folks.
God damn it.
This is a very
Right
strong
here.
tornado.
Go that
It's
way, go
still,
that way.
you can still see it.
Turn around.
If you live in Lucien, Shucktown, you need to be in your safe spot. We haven't even seen the
Oh
left
my
edge. It
gosh.
might be coming at
That's a
him.
violent tornado. Gotta
Yep.
run soon.
No. Oh my gosh. It is huge. Are you kidding me? I think it's
Come on.
gonna come very
Come on, come on, come on.
close.
Gotta go,
Very
gotta
close
go.
to Connor,
Huge
because you can
wedge.
see it.
Huge wedge.
Wow. If you live in Shucktown, you guys need to be in your safe
Huge
spots. Again, Shucktown. Shucktown, you need to be in your safe spots. Shucktown,
Wow, that's right there.
underground in Shucktown.
There it is.
This is a large and extremely, look at that. Oh my gosh.
We're good. We're good.
Oh my
Big
god, look
wedge.
how,
Because
Wow.
on the other side over there.
Big wedge.
this is in a very, there it is. It's crossing the road right now. Oh, it's coming at him. Looks like it's coming really close to Connor
Oh,
here.
that's right there. Look at that sting jet.
Holy crap. Again, guys, you need to be underground in Shucktown. This is a very large and
Taking down trees right
extremely
in front of us,
dangerous.
taking
Look at
down
that,
trees
those
right in front of
trees.
us. I gotta go.
Look at
in
those
like 2
trees.
seconds here.
Yeah, that RFD is very powerful on the backside. It just took down those very large trees.
Big wedge.
Oh, he's in a dangerous spot here. If that shifts at all,
Taking down trees still. It's almost time to go.
it's coming right at him.
Wow,
he needs
debris
to
right there.
move. He needs to move.
We're good. We're good. We're good. It's right here.
Oh my gosh.
We're good. Gonna take
Are
down
you
the cell phone
sure?
tower, maybe.
Oh my gosh. He is so close to that.
It's right
Here comes an
It's right
RFD.
here. To the right.
Oh my goodness.
Debris field. We're in it. We're almost in it. It's right there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
It's gonna start taking down
Intense
trees.
tornado right there.
Oh, it ripped off that roof. It just ripped off that roof.
It's taking out the barn.
I think he's in that he's in like the outer circulation here. Oh
Listen to
my
the roar.
gosh. Man, he's so close to this. My heart is pounding.
We're good. We're good.
Oh my goodness. Again, guys, if you live in
We
Shucktown,
gotta check real quick down here.
Shucktown,
check down here real quick.
Mississippi, you need to be
Oh, follow, we
underground.
gotta
This is
check
a
down here.
strong tornado.
Across the road,
That
people were driving into this thing. God damn it. We gotta check real quick.
All right. We're going to mute him, go back to the big radar, guys. This is a very large and extremely dangerous tornado. He wasn't even inside the tornado. I don't even think he was, and it still ripped off part of that roof. All right. And again, that just crossed over near McCaw Creek and is now moving up towards Shucktown. You guys need to be underground. Same here for Williams and Cobbs. Williams and Cobbs, Mississippi. We're over here just to the north and west of Macomb. Just crossed over 84. You saw it there with your eyes. It is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's come back down to here where we have another large and extremely dangerous tornado now approaching Port Arthur, South Port Arthur. You guys need to be in your safe spots.
Has been issued.
There as well. Oh my goodness. Gracious. That was crazy. I really hope everybody's okay, man. We already have reports of houses leveled with that storm. This is what we were fearing could be possible today. Over here, we still might have a weaker tornado, but still a tornado in progress. Maybe another one up to the north there, just to the east of North Fort Polk. North Fort Polk. Pushing off to the east. Let's come back over here where we have another observed tornado ongoing just to the north of Winnsboro. Let me see if we can get a view on that from Pennsylvania Storm Trackers. He is not in view of it. Come back over here to Connor. There's a lot of debris on the road. Power lines down. Trees down as well behind him. I saw them a moment ago. Looks like he's going to try to catch back up to this large and extremely dangerous tornado. That's what they mean when they say that, because that's what they look like. They are large and extremely dangerous. He should be able to get another look on that, but I think he's going to be looking also to help people out there as well. Let's come back over here to the Jackson radar where we have this storm still moving pretty quickly off to the north and east. Looks like he's behind it there. Let's come back over here. He's looking back at it, I think. Yeah, you can see the top of it still. You can still see the top of the tornado right there, center of the screen. That's the top of the tornado right there, folks. Again, if you are in the path of this storm, they just extended this warning for Hazelhurst, Mississippi, and Wesson, Mississippi. If you guys live in those two towns, I would suggest you try to find an area underground with this tornado. It is powerful. It is a powerful tornado, a large, powerful tornado. Man, Connor got so close. I thought for a second, because it stopped moving on the screen, I thought for a second it turned right towards him. That was like, he was so close to that. And he wasn't even inside the tornado, and it ripped off that roof to the house right in front of him, or a farm building. You can see the top of the tornado is still just right off in the distance there. Can't see the bottom of it, but you can definitely see the top of it. Wow. Very dangerous situation up there in Mississippi. Let's come back down here into Texas, where we also still have a very dangerous situation happening down here, where we still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado here ongoing, approaching 87 here for South Port Arthur. Maybe Sabine Pass would be better for that one. Maybe. If that Sabine Pass one is looking north, might be a better camera. I think it is looking north. I'll keep my eye on this
A
one. I'll
new
have
PDS tornado
the
warning
Sabine
has
Pass
been
one
issued.
up, and I'll also have the Port Arthur camera up. And if I see anything, we'll switch to those cameras. We have two cameras, so we just got an extension here of our large and extremely dangerous tornado warning here. Port Arthur is very, very close to this tornado right now. It is approaching very quickly. There's your strong rotation, and it is pushing off to the east towards Port Arthur. Again, you need to be in your safe spots. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but Connor's a professional storm chaser, and he knows what he's doing. He's not just looking at radar when that happens. He's looking at the motion, and as much as I would like to say that I'm experienced storm chaser, he is way more experienced than me. So my heart was racing. I'm sure his was too, but he knew what he's doing. Starting to see some stronger areas of rotation here. We might get a couple more tornado warnings with some of these storms. This one already up north to Winnsboro is rotating already, but some of these to the south are starting to rotate as well. We got to watch these as this line approaches back behind these storms. I think what Connor's going to do is going to go back west and then probably travel up north with this storm here. As you know, everybody else went live, right? All the other storm chasers went live earlier, and they're all back up in here. Connor's been sitting over here for hours. He hasn't even really moved. He's just been sitting in this spot for hours. His forecast was freaking spot on. That is wild. He didn't even move. I don't feel like he didn't move at all. So, you got to give him credit. He's a smart dude. But that freaked me out. I'm not going to lie. Still a strong tornado ongoing, heading towards Port Arthur. You really see that debris ball here. We're getting very close to Port Arthur, Texas. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Looks like one of my cameras just went down potentially. Yes, one of the cameras did just go down in Port Arthur. So we might be losing power in the Port Arthur area. Let's come check back up with this storm here. I'm not seeing maybe something here. It might be still something like some sort of like debris signature there. It's hard to tell. Are we still observed? It's still observed. So if you live in Lee Camp, Cora, and Leander here in Louisiana, you guys still need to be in your safe spots. It's still looking pretty dangerous there for you. Connor was calmer than you watching from your couch. Yeah. I'm sure he was secretly pooping his pants, though. I'm pretty sure. This one is still observed up here as well near Winnsboro. We haven't been able to get a look on it. I know Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is oh, wait. Is that it? Okay, there's the mesocyclone. I don't see a tornado on the ground with this one. But that's the circulation right in there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Here. You see where it is. Oh, it's for this one down here to the south. So we got another storm trying to rotate. Yep. A little bit more rotation here south of Clinton, moving off to the north and east. This is still in Louisiana, northern Louisiana. Moving towards Hatchersville, Darlington, Colemantown, Felixville, Chipola, Easleyville, Liverpool. All need to be in their safe spots. Also have to watch this storm over here near Macomb, Mississippi as well. That one is also starting to gain some rotation there. Let's come back over here near Port Arthur, where we still have a strong tornado ongoing. It looks like it might go south of Port Arthur, but we could easily get an occlusion to the north. So I still want Port Arthur, Lakeview, and Groves to be in their safe spot. This is still this thing's been on the ground, I feel like, for like an hour and a half. Yeah, for like over 80 miles. Over 80 miles, this tornado has been on the ground. This is an extremely long track tornado, and a large one at that. Pushing off to the east. Folks really need to be respecting that storm and being in their safe spots. Let's come back up here to this large and extremely dangerous tornado here. Uh-oh. Radar mega. Yep. Still have a large debris ball ongoing here. Large debris ball ongoing. Still a large tornado on the ground. Now pushing up close to Lloyd Star. Needs to be in their safe spots. Next in line is going to be Midway, New Site, Wesson, Beauregard, Browns Wells, and Martinsville. All need to be in their safe spots. That's along Highway 55 near Brookhaven. Let me see if there are any cameras there. There are some. There's Brookhaven. Yeah. No cameras, no traffic cameras in the path of this. So we're going to have to rely on Connor to get us another view of this storm right now, which he most likely will. We just got to give him some time to reposition here. But man, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings ongoing right now. Yeah, latest scan down here near Port Arthur. We are very close down here to the south near West Port Arthur. Still continuing to push on to the east. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, we got a couple of rotations further down to the south. We've got 1, 2, 3 rotations on all of these storms all the way up this line. Almost every single storm on this line is rotating, folks. Right there, you can really see it right in that region. Hey, thank you, Yamili, for the $50 donation. Thank you so much. That's a huge help out to the channel. Thank you. I wish I had more time to thank you, but we got to stay focused here. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of stronger rotation now developing all the way along this line. We could see more and more tornado warnings get issued out here. This is kind of what we were fearing here as this line pushes off to the east. You know, that's where we were really expecting some of our most tornado warnings, some of our most favorable kinematics to get started. And this is just the beginning, folks. Just the beginning, unfortunately, of our tornado outbreak here. Man, yeah, still a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress here. Still pushing off to the north and east towards Wesson, Beauregard, Hazelhurst. Still needs to be in their safe spots. This is still a very dangerous storm. It's disheartening. Yeah, it is. It is pretty disheartening on both of these storms. This one is particularly dangerous as well. Still a strong tornado approaching here near Port Arthur. I'm going to try to look at our cameras here and see if I can see anything in the distance. This is near Sabine Pass. I'm not seeing anything quite yet. Let me see if our Port Arthur camera is working again. Oh boy. Hold on. Beaumont, Port Arthur. Yeah, Port Arthur is down. But this is from Sabine Pass, south of the storm, and we are still not seeing really anything on that camera. It's not very helpful. But I can assure you, there is 100% a tornado moving towards 87, and it's a large and extremely dangerous tornado at that. We have a report of a car on top of a roof in the Liverpool, Texas tornado. Some extensive damage is also being reported in Porter Heights and Craney Creek. Damage to a church.
Probably an F3.
It was.
To a church with power lines down and trees down here in Splendora. This is from Connor Thayer. Tornado damage in Conroe, Texas. Looks like cars flipped, roofs removed. I am retweeting all of these. Just give me a second. I'm just catching up on the news very, very quickly here. Okay. So we're still waiting on the latest scan for that. Let's come back up here to the north, where we still have an observed tornado ongoing with this storm, and potentially this could be a new tornado further to the south, actually. Decent area of rotation and potentially a debris signature popping up there. Let me double check. Yeah, that most likely is a new tornado on the ground here near 399, approaching 463. Be in your safe spots there if you live kind of just to the south, a couple miles south of Cora, Louisiana. Let's come back up here. This tornado warning has been downgraded to radar indicated. Radar indicated, but still has a decent area of rotation right now. Let's come back and check in on all of our storm chasers. Looks like Connor. I'm not sure where Connor is. Okay, he's near Brookhaven, so that means he is traveling back up north to get back into the path of the storm here. We got PA storm trackers. Looks like they are repositioning as well. Looks like Pagey Tornado is near Faraday, Louisiana. They pushed south quite a bit. They're probably near like Harrisonburg or Wisner, where we have multiple areas here of rotation all the way along this line, with every single pretty much every single prefrontal supercell out in front of this main line here is an area of rotation that we've got to be watching out for tornadoes with. Let's come back over here to northern Louisiana, where we have a little area of rotation there. No tornado on the ground just yet, but still looking out there for east of Clinton in Louisiana. Let's come back up over here south of Jackson. Checking in on this storm. Still a large debris ball ongoing with this storm. This storm still has a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, still moving up to the north towards the Hazelhurst and Wesson area. Let's come back down here to Port Arthur. It's like our latest scan has gone in, and it's officially to the south of Port Arthur now, over 87 and 82, about to exit off into Sabine Lake. Near Sabine Lake, there is still some, what appears to be roads in this area. This is still in southern Louisiana, still on the ground. Damage report back over here. Several RVs and, oh wow, several RVs and trailers. So this tornado did hit a trailer park when it was at one of its near peak intensities earlier today, which is crazy to think about. This damage report came out at 1:45. It is now 3:55, and this tornado is still on the ground. Is that right? That can't be right. Has this thing really been on the ground for like over 3 hours here? I don't think that's right. Yeah, we still got a tornado on the ground here south of Port Arthur, still pushing off to the east. It does look like it's going to skirt just to the south of Port Arthur. Let me check back in with our Sabine cam since it's pretty close here.
A new tornado warning
there's
has
nothing
been
on
issued.
It's the same view. New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be extending this. They say radar indicated, but well, okay, yeah, that one seems to have dissipated. And that might be a tornado, though, back down in here near Fullerton. We're getting quite the QLCS tornado spam out of this line. If you live in Woodworth or Glenmora, I would just treat like this line, this entire line has the capability of producing a tornado. I don't need to check out them. Well, let me see. If I can you post it in the chat?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Looks like they're extending this one up to the north, as radar indicated. It's going to be for Delhi. If you live in Delhi, Louisiana, you need to be in your safe spots. This tornado warned storm is coming close to you. There's that area of rotation pushing off to the north. Still monitoring all of these circulations. Unfortunately, we're in quite the radar hole here. But man, this one's getting a little bit. They're probably about to get a tornado warning on this one as well near Jonesville. Definitely keep your eye out on that one. Let's come back over here south of Jackson. Okay, a little bit of an encouraging sign here. Not seeing a debris signature anymore with this storm. So keeping a close eye on it. Still respect it. Could easily recycle and drop another one given the fact of just how strong that first tornado was. Back here near Clinton, still have an area of some broader circulations, but it's just not quite getting its act together just yet. No debris ball on that one. Come back over here towards Port Arthur. Yeah, it's pretty much directly over Sabine Lake, so it's not impacting anybody right now. But once it comes out on this eastern side, I think we're back into marshland, if I am correct. Let me just double check. Yeah, we are way back into marshland here. So we've just gotten past the probably the most populated region this tornado will be in for quite a while here. It does seem like it is going to go south of Lake Charles at this moment. But we'll keep an eye on it just in case maybe it tries to go up a little bit more to the north and east. We'll let you guys know. As it reaches up to Hazelhurst, yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's the environment is definitely still there for it to try to produce another strong and extremely dangerous tornado, but for now, it's a little bit uncertain. Looks like Connor is back into view here. Let's go watch him.
It's right there. It's gonna be right there. Already crossed the area where the tornado would be. It's right there. Right there. I can see the motion. It's gonna have to get closer to the highway. Let me go look at other roads.
Well, there you go, folks. He's still trying to get a visual on it. Oh my gosh, look at this. We had an 80-mile-per-hour wind report out of this storm. Holy crap. 81 miles per hour out of Fort Johnson, Louisiana. Those are some pretty strong winds. Is that it behind the trees there? That could be it. That might be the top of the tornado.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yep, that's it.
That's just Scud, but that's where it'd be, I think. It looks wispy now. Straight ahead. Yeah. It might have passed already.
I think because it's lifted, that might be the remainder of the funnel.
Might have just lifted right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It was gosh. Do you have your drone? It was a fat wedge about 10 minutes ago.
I got it when it planted initially.
Jordan's gonna get the drone up here.
Jeez Louise. Not sure if we can take that as confirmation that it has 100% lifted here, but let's go back over, check on our latest radar data. Yeah, I'm not seeing a tornadic debris signature, so I think that is what that was. I think that was the remainder of the funnel left over from that tornado after it's lifted here near Hazelhurst and Wesson. I'm going to come back and check in on these storms. Yeah, still some pretty strong rotation with this storm near Jonesville. Still keeping a close eye on that storm. These ones further up to the north, they're all in a really cruddy radar hole. Really cruddy radar hole, but you can still kind of tell that there is some rotation with this one near Delhi. So if you live in Delhi, I'd still be in your safe spots. New mesoscale discussion saying isolated supercell development could pose a significant tornado risk in central Mississippi. Highlighted right there. And it's crazy to think that we started off with tornadoes in Texas earlier this morning. It seems like most of Texas is out of that main tornado threat. And now we're talking about tornadoes in Louisiana and now Mississippi. Is this still on the ground? All right, so we have transition. This is the second time this tornado has been a water spout. The second time. And now it is still tracking to the east. It will probably make landfall in and along this area, but thankfully this is almost I don't think there's a single soul. Yeah, there's no roads out here. There's nobody that lives out here. So we probably won't be talking about this storm as extensively as some of our other ones that are closer to populations here. Yeah, still strong winds in and along this portion of the line. I'm not seeing any definite debris balls just yet again here, but I still want Woodworth, Glen Morrow to be taking this very serious. This is a strong line of storms. We've had reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds, and I think we've had a couple of tornadoes already just confirmed off a radar with that. Yeah, still going. So I think we still got a long day ahead of us. Yeah, that's the same tornado. It's just been one tornado, as far as I could tell, on radar the entire time. It's been on the ground for about 90 miles now. Okay, it looks like this rotation is now really losing its rotation. It's almost completely gone. Still watching these storms down to the south, though. We do have a couple areas of spin still ongoing here, but nothing tight enough yet to concern me. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a breather here on our tornado threat. You want to take a moment, while we have a brief moment, to look at our latest mesoscale analysis. Oh, yeah. And there's that tight, low-pressure system that we were hoping wouldn't happen. There it is. A little bit broader circulation, but we have a tighter low-pressure system right here in this area. You can really see it. Lower level jet is really picking up. We got 45 knots of that lower level jet pushing all the way into parts of Mississippi. And you can see down here where this storm has been, it has just been sitting in that 45-mile-per-hour jet for its entire life cycle, which is why it's just been going and going and going. Lower level lapse rates are holding in there, not really pushing up into Mississippi, though. But as you can tell by that last storm, with the shear environment that we've got, doesn't really seem to be mattering at this point. Plenty of instability still available for this storm as it pushes off to the east, around 3,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram. Very reminiscent of a like April tornado outbreak. Had multiple strong to even violent tornadoes across multiple states. Yeah, I would not surprise me if we've had a violent tornado somewhere today. Either whether it was this one we have reports that this tornado has leveled houses already. We've had reports of a large wedge being reported out of Port Arthur. Tons of reports of damage. Unfortunately, already reports of some fatalities as well. Yeah, latest scan with these storms, it still seems like the strongest area of rotation we have is actually with an unwarned storm here. Still over here near Brad Arnold. That's getting very close to dropping a tornado there in between Harrisonburg and Jonesville. This tornado warning further off to the north is still struggling to get its rotation back together, as far as I can tell. We're in quite the radar hole, though, so it's going to be pretty difficult to determine what that storm does. This one is still struggling. No tornado on this one still. This one to the south is also still struggling. Port Arthur storm, unsurprisingly, is not struggling. It is still going. Still a strong water spout about to make landfall again. That is just crazy. I mean, seriously, guys. The first tornado report is back here. We're almost at 100 miles. 100 miles. Oh yeah, and then the camera in Dickinson also caught that tornado, went right in front of it. This is crazy. Port Arthur wedge is just massive. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to me if this was a violent tornado at a couple points in its life. Thing is, though, we just might not ever know. It seems like for the most of its life, it's just kind of been in some pretty unpopulated regions. The most populated region it was in was over here near League City. But, some of our craziest velocities happened in this portion where there's really nobody that lives there. It's been a pretty crazy day. This is what we feared was possible here. I had a little hope at the beginning due to those lapse rates being so low, but then as soon as they started to uptick, I started to get a bad feeling, and then it was pretty much near right after that we just started getting tornado after large tornado after large tornado. Yeah, still not seeing any improvement on any of these velocities. We'll keep an eye on them though. I'm still watching them. Just I'm gonna let them develop a little bit because it seems like we're here in a little bit of a breather moment. Buddy should probably take a little bit of a deep breath. I do want to see what some of our other storm chasers' views are looking like. Like Tornado Pagey. Oh, I know this bridge. Yeah, this is Vandalia. Vandalia, Louisiana. She's trying to get way out ahead of these storms. She's crossing into Mississippi right now. She's near Natchez, Mississippi. Wisner, let me check. Wisner, LA. Yeah, the Wisner needs to be ready to get in their safe spots. We got a couple of dangerous supercells nearby them that are all exhibiting some form of rotation. It's just hard to tell because they're in a radar hole right now. But we can definitely still see some rotation. In fact, I'm wondering. Yeah, look at these. I was wondering what this would look like here. Hold on, let's go to the 24-hour rotation. Yeah, look at that. Rotation all the way through there. You see how long tracked that is? That is just crazy. Then you had this one. This one probably didn't get picked up that well because of the radar holiness of it. A decent area of rotation track through this area south of Winfield and Atlanta. I've had sorry, that's hail. Sorry about that. On the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. There we go. That's why I didn't pick up too well. But yeah, it's been a dangerous day out there so far. That is for sure. Ooh, actually, this is the weakest we've seen this rotation, and that's still pretty strong rotation. But let that be something to note there, that even though we still got some pretty decently strong rotation on this, it is actually the weakest it's ever been in like at least a couple hours. So Reddit, I don't have Reddit, so I can't bring that up. Yeah, still a line of damaging winds here approaching Woodworth and Glenmora. I still want everybody to be in their safe spots there. We're still monitoring this crashing frontal boundary here for that threat.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Which one is that? In Louisiana. This one? No. Not that one. This one? I don't think it's been. What is that on Connor's stream? Is it back on the ground?
Highway. I want to be able to see if it's down. Out of the rapidly rotating wall cloud. Doesn't look like it's down yet, but I can't really tell.
Yeah, one of these just got reconfirmed. It's not this one though.
94. Is it up on the ground? I'm looking at your stream right now.
It's trying. I can't confirm, and my radar mega location is bugged out. It won't update unless I manually update it for some reason.
Yeah, it's definitely a lowering. It kind of looks like a bowl funnel or a wall cloud. Just crossing the road here. This is the one that had that large and extremely dangerous tornado on it a second ago.
It's trying right there in the rain. I'm gonna get up close to it, see if it's really down or not. It's right here though. It's trying to drop. Could be wrapped in the rain. It's trying to drop on the road in front of us. Bull funnel.
He's calling it a bull funnel. I agree with that.
I don't think it's on the
like
ground
a funnel.
though.
This is the Tornado 1 storm here in Mississippi, the one that is approaching Hazelhurst. Bull funnel sometimes can have an uncondensed tornado under it. There is increasing rotation.
It's gonna be right here.
It hasn't crossed over the road just yet.
It's crossing.
It does have increasing rotation. Alexandria got upgraded.
I can't tell.
Okay. It looks like it might be wrapped in rain back there, but so it was the one near Alexandria that got upgraded. So that's this one. There's now a confirmed tornado again, so we had another confirmation. I'm not exactly sure where this one's located. Let me check. Confirmed tornado is located near Elmer, near Heinston. There's Elmo. There's Heinston. So, yeah, I'm not sure if Radar Omega is down here. The reflectivity isn't keeping up with this. Let me check to see if radar-wise or weather-wise is having the same issue. Oh wow, yeah, something's crossing the road right in front of Connor here.
Could have just dropped right here. I'm not sure. This is the old mezzo, I think. This might be down right here. There's a bowl right there, but I can't tell. I don't think it has a ground circulation, just based on looking at it. It's pretty high.
Still no new confirmations according to Connor. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Oops. I'm a little bit confused on this storm. It's gotta be it right here, I'm pretty sure. But because there's not really much else. You see how that's gotta be it. Because that's near Elmer, right? No, Heinston's up there. I thought they just got a new... That can't be for this one. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out where this new confirmation comes from. I think that might be just my radar program being a little funky. Unless it was for this one. Yeah, this is still a tornado on the ground here, folks. In the marshlands. Check back up here. This is the one near Hazelhurst. A little bit of stronger rotation now. Oh.
I think. Might be a tornado. Right there.
Yeah, that looks like a tornado.
Yeah, I think that's a tornado right there.
Yeah, to the right of the road. That's where that rotation is.
I think that's it. grungy.
I can't really tell. Cannot confirm it.
Yeah, I think that's down.
We check the correlation coefficient here. Yeah, no debris drop underneath that. There is a decent area of stronger rotation developing there. That was either that bowl funnel still or potentially a new tornado developing there south of Hazelhurst. So still want Hazelhurst to be in their safe spots. This area of rotation is still trying over here in northern Louisiana. Still approaching Felixville, Coleman Town, and Chipola. Still wants you guys in your safe spots. Let's check back up here. Radar indicated. Still a little area of some stronger areas of rotation here. No confirmations on tornadoes on either one of those, but it would not surprise me if those dropped quick tornadoes as that merged with the line. So I still want Tyndall to be in their safe spots. Still looking a little bit concerning up there. Further down to the south, still some decent areas of rotation, but we're really getting a crappy radar signal. Can't really tell too much on those. That little area of rotation just completely disappeared. I'm just really struggling to find out where this tornado is. There's just no definite signatures here. Must have been like a brief tornado. I'm struggling because it doesn't seem like something's wrong is happening. Something with the reflectivity. There's no reflectivity over any of those debris signatures, but we're getting reports that we're getting QLCS tornadoes on the leading edge of this line. The last one was located a little bit further up to the north. So if you live near Woodworth, Glenmora, I'd still be in your safe spots. Be treating this whole line like it can potentially produce a tornado. Just getting some really weird radar signals out of that. Yeah, down here, still definitely have a strong tornado ongoing in the marsh areas here. Pushing off to the east. It is still on the ground. Still definitely on the ground. I think we're officially, as far as I can tell, over 100 miles. Yeah, 99 miles. If this thing lasts for another second, it's going to be a 100-mile tornado. Hey, thank you, Erica, for the $2. Hello, is there anything in Bobo, Mississippi? Let me check. Mississippi. As of right now, it looks like you guys are about to be done. You're getting just some rain and some wind, and then after that subsides, you're done. Oh my gosh, we actually had a tornado report over here? What? No, it shows up as a tornado report, but it says hail. Huh. It's just a hail report. Yeah. Okay, that's weird. Little radar omega glitch there. Let's come back up to this storm. This one's potentially could have something with it. Still watching for a new debris signature, but
A new tornado warning has been issued.
not really seeing anything. East Carroll Parish, Madison Parish, new warning. Let's see where that one's. Let's see where that one sets up here. Okay, so that's a little bit further north, up here towards Lake Providence. So yeah, we do have a couple areas of some decent rotation still with these storms, and they're still continuing to keep these warning a little bit further north, potentially for areas of rotation like that. Maybe for Oak Grove Forest and just to the south and west of Lake Providence. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. It does seem like it's really interesting. A lot of these storms aren't rotating that strongly, but given the fact that they're in a radar hole, and this is like a storm chaser right there, we might be getting tornadoes that just aren't getting reported out of these. So really anybody from like St. Joseph, Tallulah, Lake Providence should be really cautious when this portion of the line comes through. You start hearing train noises, I would get in your safe spot for sure. Still a little bit of rotation over here, but that's about it. Come back over to here. We'll do a broad view for now. You can see that these thunderstorms are making it all the way up into the Memphis area. This northern part of the line is actually moving pretty quickly. to the east. It kind of feels like this storm is a little bit ahead of schedule. Looks like the northern part, because it's still got a kind of an odd a little bit oriented north to southwest. The environment is still looking pretty favorable. The wind shear is still at around 40 knots, especially where some of these storms are. Yeah, 40 to 45 knots. Like right here in this area is where our strongest wind shear is at this moment. And then also 45 knots, literally just sitting right over this storm, which is nuts. A decent thermodynamics still, although it does seem like the southern portion of these storms are getting a little bit more capped, but still completely uncapped environment out over in this region here. So still a pretty decent environment for tornadoes exists here. Just got a notification, at least one death. Yeah, that's what I've heard so far. We have at least one confirmed fatality. Hopefully we didn't just get more with some of these other tornadoes. Yeah, there's a little signal down here south and east of Delhi. Still concerns me. Still keeping an eye on that. I'm just not overly confident that that is an actual rotation rather than just, some side lobe contamination, because like we really need a radar like right here, like probably like here near Monroe, maybe just like a little bit further to the west, somewhere here or maybe here.
A
There's
new
just no
PDS
radars.
tornado warning
Oh my
has been
gosh.
issued.
Oh, that's for this one. Okay. Yeah, this guy is still on the ground here, which is not surprising. It is officially now an over 100-mile long tornado here. This thing has been on the ground for over 100 miles. Still, PDS tornado warned. Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado still ongoing, pushing off towards 27. The good news is that no one lives here. There's not even roads in this area. There are animals, but there's nobody that lives here. But as this continues to push off to the east, if it can literally last all the way into southern Lake Charles, then we're going to start to be getting into a little bit more populated regions. As you can see, there's some houses up here. That's when we're going to get a little bit more worried about this storm. But we got a good stretch here where there's just no roads till we get to about Hackberry. Hackberry is probably our next city in line that we're worried about, and that's just outside of that tornado warning. Wasn't even a hatched risk area. It really wasn't, but this was not modeled well for this is like some sort of, I don't even know what's causing this. I'd have to do some research after the fact. I don't have too much time to really break it down, but for some reason, for like the past 100 miles, this storm has just had 45 knot shear the entire time, and it's just been sitting over specifically this storm here. It's almost like the storm's been making its own environment in a way, or we got like a little bit of a shortwave potentially is what I would have to think. Some sort of type of shortwave trough exists down in this region. Your Omega is tripping. Yeah, that's not surprising. Mine's done pretty good during this, so I'm impressed. Usually it's completely freaking out at this point, but for me, it's been all right. Yeah, maybe a little bit stronger rotation here in kind of the top of the foot here of Louisiana. And thank you, Lisa, for gifting 5 memberships. I do appreciate it. Big time. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Lisa. Make sure you're thanking her if you get a membership. Again, that really goes far and beyond in helping us fund this channel. Looks like Connor's looking back at something here. It's pretty close to that area of rotation. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground on this one right now. It seems to be kind of struggling. Like he lost signal. Checking in on some of the other chasers. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of turning a mess over there. Hands here, we definitely do still have some rotations here in Mississippi, north and east of Hazelhurst, but it's still not, still really hasn't gotten reorganized just yet. Our next one might be this storm, if it can organize, but it's a little bit scraggly, as you can see. Yeah, still some rotations up here, especially down here near Delhi. I think that's our most definite rotation here that I can tell. Good news is it does appear like Nathan Moore, our storm chaser, is very close to this area of rotation. So hopefully, if he sees anything, he can report it and we can
A
get
new tornado warning has been issued.
we can get some sort of confirmation on that. Looks like they're still continuing this tornado warning down in the south. I'm trying to figure out where that new tornado warning is. Okay, so they just extended this one into Mississippi. That's going to be for this area of rotation, and that's going to include people in Gillsburg, Terry's Creek, Huron, Peoria, Gladding, and Mixon all need to be in their safe spots as that pushes up to the north and east. It's not a terribly strong rotation, but it's certainly one that you're going to have to keep an eye on for sure. The storm is in a decent environment. If it can just get in a little bit better of an environment, that could be another significant tornado producer. It's kind of in some of the same elevated shear that just caused this guy to go ballistic. Same thing could happen with this one. I'll check the DMs. The entire thing can't be a tornado. That's not that Port Arthur one. There's no way that's the under the mezzo. The tornado's back in there somewhere, but there's no way that entire thing is a tornado. But yeah, this is that. I mean, I can't even see the tornado in that photo, to be honest. Maybe the right edge. That could also be rain. Oh wow. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I am retweeting a photo. Unfortunately, these were newly constructed homes, or a video, sorry. Well, it appears to be multiple newly constructed homes in Splendora, completely leveled. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was a strong tornado that went through there. Hopefully, those were like the newly constructed homes. But like I see bricks tied up, so I don't think anybody lived in them. Hopefully, no one has moved into those homes just yet because they are completely leveled. Like, and I'm not over exaggerating. Corey Gherkin also posted some new information of some houses destroyed from the Mississippi storm near Bode or Bude. I'm putting that link in chat too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Looks like it's for this storm here. They've extended it off to the north and east here towards Torlula. Yeah, I mean, we still have that pretty strong area of rotation here. No debris signature just yet, but that is some strong rotation aloft. It would not surprise me to see this thing try to drop a quick, potentially strong tornado there just to the west of Tallulah. This is still technically in Louisiana, approaching Tyndall, Talabiana, Omega, Anoka, Mansfield, and Ashley, and also Roosevelt. All need to be in their safe spots. You guys are going to be next in line for that storm. Looks like they did allow this tornado warning down here to expire. Sent out a cam instead of the video. Oh, let me do that one again. Okay, so the video of the houses destroyed is here. Sorry. It's not for the kind-hearted. I'll tell you that. But I don't think anybody lived in there. Best I can tell, it was they were not moved into yet. I'm not seeing any personal belongings. I see a lot of bricks tied up around it, a lot of construction material nearby it. So I think this is like one of those neighborhoods that they were in the process of building, but no one's moved into yet. But yeah, it is kind of a testament of just how strong some of those tornadoes were. Okay, looks like the rotation is weakening here. I'm not confident anymore that this is on the ground. The first time in a very long time, over 104 miles on the ground. First report of this thing was at 12:57 p.m., folks. This thing's been on the ground for almost 4 hours. Can you believe that? Wow. What an absolutely nightmare of a tornado. Oh, looks like the tornado warning near Connor has also expired. It's a long time. Yeah. No kidding. Imagine chasing that storm and like for 4 hours straight, you drive, turn around, there's the tornado. You drive, turn around, there's the tornado. For 4 hours straight. That would I would get like almost annoying at a certain point. Annoying and frustrating. Obviously sad, but it's like, okay, I see you. You're still there, apparently. Can you go away? Yeah, still some decent rotation with this storm pushing off to the east. But I don't think honestly, there just might not be a tornado on the ground. It's hard to tell given the fact that we're over a marsh area, but it might not be on the ground anymore. I'll wait a couple more scans before I say it completely. Let's come back up here. These are some of our stronger rotations. Yeah, still got a decent area of some strong rotation. Still no debris ball, though. And Nathan Moore just passed right by that thing, and he didn't report anything. So he must have not seen a tornado. A little bit of a broader view here. Wow. What an eventful day it's already been. And we've still got a decent amount of time. I think it kind of seems like the rapid fire like strong tornado threat, like we must be close to the end of that peak. But I do think strong tornadoes are still certainly possible. It just might be more sporadic than what we just went through. I think this storm is in some sort of transitioning mode from a more kind of discrete mode into a linear mode. And then once it fixes its orientation, then we're probably going to be talking about a lot more of that QLCS tornado threat. If these storms can truly mature, then we'll probably get another strong to violent tornado spam moment. So we're really watching these closely, but it seems like at least at the moment they are struggling. But this one down here, they can organize, it will be a problem. Yeah, we're definitely in a more quiet period. Don't let your guard down. Still a lot longer to go. A lot longer. We're barely halfway through the threat. Need to get it. I got water. My voice is struggling, but we're keeping on. Keeping on, keeping on. What do I think the nocturnal threat is for strong supercells going ahead of the line? We can take a look. We should have our new models out. Let's go look at our 18Z model here. It's kind of pointless to look at this, but Push it to here. Look at some of the kinematics. Yeah, looks like the lower level jet is definitely still projected to increase. Yeah, we could easily have you know, tornadoes all the way up in this area. And that lower level jet's going to continue to increase. But what's really important here is the orientation of the line as it pushes into Alabama. We can still easily, though, have a tornado threat really from here up to here. It's probably our strongest remaining tornado threat. But still, I would say a little bit more conditional up here in this region. It's lower Cape, but again, if I come back over to our lower level winds, they're pretty much, you know, I wouldn't say maxed out, but they're about as strong as they will be as they go into northern Alabama. Northern Alabama down to central Alabama. That's why we have a 5% tornado risk up here, mainly in this region here. A little bit further up to the north, it's probably going to be just rain. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be at 1 a.m. So, you know, we could definitely see tornado. I think personally, I think we're going to see spotty. It's going to be not be as, you know, as prevalent as what we just had or what could be possible over the next couple of hours as we go into like 10, 11, 12. But I still think we can get tornado warnings all the way into Georgia. And then again, we might get a little bit of a break, but again, going into, you know, the East Coast, you know, especially over here near South and North Carolina, as that pushes through. And then eventually we can say sayonara to this storm pretty much completely by around 2 a.m. on the 30th. So long ways ahead. Dang, is this thing re-strengthening again? Rotation's getting a little bit stronger with this storm still. It's still trying to do something. A little bit of rotation back in that area. So we got a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning for Kinder, Welsh, Elton, Jennings, and Eunice. Also up here near Oberlin, Oakdale, Glenmora, and Pine Prairie as well. That's for the same thing. A little bit less, 60 mile per hour winds moving through Ball, Alexandria, and Woodworth as well. Yeah, it looks like this storm is completely struggling. I wonder if the wind shear is just too strong. Let me check the instability environment out there. Kind of wondering. I mean, it seems like everything is just perfect for that storm to go tornadic. I see. Okay, yeah. So, strong, violent tornadoes are still possible here, but in this entire area, we have lapse rates. Yeah, well, it's the weirdest way to draw a 6. Lapse rates under 6. We're at about 5.5 lapse rates in this entire area where all of these storms are. Our best lapse rates are still down in this region. But we are a more linear line here. So some of our best instability, our cape, our shear, the best combo for stronger tornadoes still exists in this region, but the lapse rates are just not there. So that would be the reason why these storms are struggling to mature. Not impossible. We still got to watch them, but that's the reason. They're probably getting just sheared to pieces every single time they try to attempt. What kind of 6 is that? It was like a wheelchair 6. Yeah, still getting a messy radar signal here. Maybe a little bit of rotation still up here. A lot of the areas of this line that's tornado warned is not showing rotation at this moment. So we're definitely still in a little bit of a quiet period. They're talking again? They're tanking? Oh, tanking, yeah. Well, to be fair, the lapse rates weren't ever high out in this region. It's really just been on the southern side here. So, it really doesn't matter when it's more in a linear line with the QLCS tornado threat. And it can also not matter if you can get just the right storm interactions, like out over here. You can still overcome. I mean, we just had a significant, potentially violent tornado here near Hazelhurst in those lapse rates. So it's not impossible. It's just a lot rarer. Like let's say we had 7 lapse rates over here. Almost every single one of these supercells would have a tornado on them right now. So it just shows you that it makes it harder. It doesn't necessarily completely cancel out the tornado threat. This has been a horrible day. Yeah. Yep. It turned out, honestly though, could have been worse. It could have been worse. Like this, even though we've had a couple of significant, maybe 1 or 2 violent tornadoes at max, and that's giving some storms maybe a little bit too much credit. Given what we have seen on the HRRR the day before, this is not the HRRR run that we saw yesterday night at 0Z. This is like a mixture between the NAM run and the HRRR run. So still, at least according to what I was like, if this happened exactly like that HRRR run, we'd probably be sitting at like 40 to 50 tornadoes right now, and we're probably sitting at around 20 right now, 20, maybe just over 20. Still a very, very active day. Don't get me wrong, but I do think if those lapse rates just never crashed early on, it probably would have been way worse. So, but it doesn't really matter, right? You could say could have been way worse or way better or whatever, but in the end, what happened has happened, and people's lives have been affected, some quite significantly. Okay, yeah, this rotation is broad now. Some stronger ones on the southern side, but it looks like this storm is trying to die. Finally. There's a brief moment where it got that rotation back up going, but it's kind of gotten broad again. We're still going to keep watching it, though. Come back and check out this storm. Still struggling, but maybe a little bit more rotation trying to get started on it. Another little area back up in here. No tornado on it just yet, but still worth watching that storm. I mean, this one is still in our best environment. So if it can get its act together, that one's going to be pretty dangerous. Let's come back up here. Check out on these storms. Yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation back up in here still no debris ball. Yeah, we're watching more for like a QLCS tornado threat up here now. Most of those prefrontal storms have merged. St. Joseph. I'll check it out. That's Missouri. Whoops. Dang it. That's in like France. Hold on. There we go. Crazy hook. I mean, just a normal storm. Severe warned. A little bit of rotation, but I wouldn't call it like a hook. There's definitely some rotation in there. That is for sure. That might get warned if that continues to escalate. Yeah, please. Yeah, that's gonna get you timed out. Please do not spam in the chat. Yeah, the PDS is for the storm down here. It's still PDS tornado warned, but I think the tornado has lifted. We're just keeping the title the same as the wording from the NWS, just so everybody's on the same page. But once they drop that, we'll change the title back, because when that one is dropped, we definitely have 0 confirmed tornadoes at this moment. And we're probably already at that point. Let's go check out some of our storm chasers. Listening to Connor for a little bit, see what he has to say.
Calling south here.
Not saying much. Whoa! Hello there, Mr. Storm. Where's PA Storm Trackers? Look how tilted that storm is. What the heck? That storm is a little wobbly. Listen in and see if they'll give us an update on where they are. QL is a quasi-linear convective system. It's mainly just a tornado that happens in a line of storms. That is a sculpted storm there. Kind of looks like there might be a wall cloud on it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it had to be. I'd had to be. That was over 30 easy. There, now it's starting to pick up.
There's another area rotation behind the main one coming just southeast of Wisner right now. It's going to go a little further west of you, but it's a little bit rotation. That's where the lift is, and I think that's where the hook was. The hook kind of fell apart, but
What's that?
your area rotation still looks the best.
Follow it.
Going just west of that Knowlton.
Yeah. Josh said
Where?
there's another rotation back near Wisner again.
Wisner. I figure out where they are. There's Grimes. New Welton. Okay, so they're over here. I think they're near New Welton. So they're looking at this storm. This one has some decent rotation on it. So they're actually on a good storm there. We'll go back over to them. That could drop. This is not a storm that is harmless. That is for sure. It's not warned, but
Evan's asking where we are.
yeah, I am. I think I know
Yeah,
now.
we're in Knowlton, as Connie said.
New Welton. Yeah.
And I think we're going to follow this up towards Tallulah. This is the rotation. It's just west of Knowlton, and we're feeling all defeated, and then all of a sudden, you know what? Here you go. Have a rotation right in front of you.
Oh,
There you go.
What'd you see? Something
hello, are you
illuminated?
over here in the lightning?
Need me to turn the vehicle a little bit?
Yeah. You need to look.
How solid is that? Where you're standing?
Solid. It's solid.
So I can probably just back up and turn the wheels to turn that way?
Yeah, New Welton. We got it. Yeah, they're on a good storm. This one could drop. You need to watch this one. For sure. I'm glad they have eyes on it.
I got the Dollar General sign in the screen now.
Need to zoom in. I could zoom in, technically. See if we can see anything back in there.
Looking at
I'm not seeing anything.
the correlation coefficient, I can't tell if there was a debris signature over Wisner or not, but it looks like a debris signature over Wisner.
Check on that. See what my opinion is on it. Wisner, so that's this one back over here. No, that's not a debris signature. That's a clearing. We are getting a little bit of a donut hole. So this is the storm they're on. There's New Welton. Little bit of pretty strong rotation on that. on the backside there. A little bit of a donut hole appearing too. Definitely got to keep an eye on this storm as it merges. It's got about 5 to 10 minutes before it's going to get eaten by that line and probably lose that rotation. But in that 5 to 10 minutes, it could definitely drop a tornado. So we're definitely going to put them in the spotlight here underneath me. Continue to keep an eye on them. And let's do a little bit of another around the clock check here. Oh, wow. Look at that. I never thought I'd ever be saying that for this storm. I literally thought the storm was going to continue to produce a tornado all the way to Paris. But I can officially say I am not seeing an iota of dangerous rotation on this storm right now. Not a single iota. So that is good. I'm glad that storm is gone. Jeez Louise. That was going forever. This one is starting to bring in a little bit more rotation, though. Still in the beginning stages, but this could certainly produce eventually. Do need to keep an eye on that. It's struggling for now, but it might try to do something in the future. Here further to the north near Lake Providence, we still have some areas of rotation along the leading edge of this line. We're still keeping an eye on that. It's mainly just Atherton and Transylvania and Grimes that needs to continue to be in their safe spot on that warning. Further to the south, I'm not seeing anything concerning. I think you guys will be all right here in Tallulah, or Talala and Richmond, but just be safe and be in your safe spots until we get that warning to go away there. But yeah, this one right here, this is probably our strongest area of rotation, our closest thing to a tornado that we have right now. And we got a great view on it. This is the storm. There does kind of appear to be a wall cloud back in there. Let's zoom in on that really quick. Right there. Y'all see that? Right in the center of the screen. Kind of looks like a wall cloud trying to develop. No funnel or tornado in that thing yet. But if a tornado did... Oh, looks like they just zoomed in as well. There we go. Yeah. Oh! Big old lightning bolt. Tennessee's still going to have problems. There's a chance, yeah. We're still watching it up there. We haven't had any tornado warnings north, that far north. It looks like it's mainly just rain up there in Tennessee. I'm looking at it right now on radar. Yeah, mainly just rain, but we're still watching out. There's some pretty decently stronger, or I wouldn't say strong storms, but some pretty decent storms moving into the Memphis area. You can see that they are interacting with some of the shear a little bit, but they're not developing any surface rotation right now. And in fact, there's a lot of little cameras out here. Might be able to get a view on one of these storms. Yeah, not really. It seems to be getting rainy and a little bit dark out there, but we're keeping an eye on it. It's a small potential. It'll be probably a little bit worse of a potential as we move into the northern Alabama, but in that Cape's going to be struggling. And this rotation's getting a little bit stronger here south of Lake Providence. Still no debris ball, but definitely catching my attention there. Definitely, they'll probably extend this warning for this part of the storm and maybe drop these two. There you go. There we go. Sorry about that. It's like Connor's. Yeah, look at this. Inflow is increasing on this storm. Macomb needs to watch out. This is not really that dangerous of a storm right now, but that inflow is certainly increasing on this storm. You can see it here in the velocities. That's that inflow, that shear, really starting to interact with the storm. You see that southern side of it starting to clear out. It's trying to form that inflow. Give this thing about 10, 15 minutes with that much inflow going into it, and it's gonna try to do it. So Macomb, you need to be on high alert. Magnolia as well. Man, spoke too soon. We got new areas of rotation here. No debris signature, but rotation is trying to form yet again on this storm. It just might make it to Paris. Just might. And this rotation's pretty intense. Here, just to the north and west of New Welland. I'm surprised this isn't warned. Honestly. That should be warned, in my opinion. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. Give me like 60 seconds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're back. We are back. Oh, and we did get that new tornado warning. Just like, are they watching the stream? Should I be issuing the warnings? They did increase this tornado warning here. Oh wow, that's Rolling Fork. Now, let's hope that doesn't do anything there. I think they've had enough there in Rolling Fork. But if you live in Cary, Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Hollandale, you guys need to be in your safe spots and going there immediately. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. Many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. But yeah, this area of rotation is definitely. It looks menacing. I'm not sure how legitimate it is, just given the fact that we're getting kind of a blocky presentation here. But there certainly is a tighter area of circulation embedded in here. So I definitely want you guys to be taking this storm seriously. That could try to drop something. Man, this rotation over here is still picking up near New Welton. Still no debris ball, but that's getting dang close. Let's hop back over. Back over here.
Really cranking now, that low-level jet. But I think your lowering's up to your right now.
Yeah, it does seem like that mesocyclone is to the right. And you can see that's where most of the lightning is as well. I'm looking to see if anything gets illuminated back there. Funnel? I wouldn't call. There might be there's definitely a wall. Hold on. Let me zoom into that one spot. Like right in the center, there might be a bowl funnel in there. Look for the lightning. It illuminates it every now and then. It's hidden. It gets hidden, but it's like pretty much right in the center. But when the lightning strike, it doesn't look like there's a lowering in there. Oh yeah, y'all see that? It just happened very briefly there.
I think they're lowering. Yeah, I don't know. The real low though is just to the left of that clump of trees.
What's... You got all this?
Need a lightning bolt. Oh wow, look to the left. What is that? That is really low back in there. In the center? Is that scud or is that like actual... It's almost to the ground.
You see that over here? Over here.
I saw it. That was really clear. It's coming down. We gotta go.
Think we see it trying to drop.
All right, we might be about to get a
Gotta
tornado
go.
here, according to the trackers here. They're going to reposition and get it back out ahead of this storm. We'll Keep them underneath me. This one is close on radar to producing a tornado. Still not warned, but yeah, there's your area of circulation that's still pushing off to the east towards Mound, Delta, and Vicksburg. Oh, wow. Yeah, very weird signal coming out of this storm. Still no. See how blocky it is? It's hard to trust a very blocky signal like this, but there is certainly some stronger rotation in here. It's just not it's not oriented correctly. Typically, it would be a little bit north-south. I don't think there's a tornado on it right now, but it's definitely strengthening that rotation, going up towards Cary, Rowley Fork, and Anguilla. Do you want to check back down in here, see what these... Hey, looks like those little rotations died off again. It's going over that lake. Coming back over here to southern Mississippi. Yeah, it looks like the storm is still struggling at the moment. There might be a little bit of an instance here of some tighter circulation. That is kind of in the inflow of the storm, so not sure how legitimate that signal is. See if we can see anything here from Pennsylvania storm trackers. They're still pretty darn close to this area of rotation. They more like to stay, they're not like Connor, they like to be a little bit further away from the tornadoes, which is perfectly fine with me, especially with what we saw earlier with Connor getting literally feet away from a wedge. But yeah, we'll continue to monitor them. There is something hanging under that cloud. Every now and then we get a lightning strike, and there's something hanging down from there. That might be a funnel. We'll have to see. We'll keep an eye on their stream. Oh my goodness. Can you guys believe it? Look at this. It's gone. They let it expire. No more tornado warning. Finally. Wow. I'll remember that storm for a while. That one was just incredible. How long that was on the ground. That's got to be up there close to a record. At least in the top 10 of longest track tornadoes. I might do a quick search on that. Hold on. Do a broad view here. There's not like a list. I'm looking for like a list of them, but I can't find it. Most likely be top 12 according to data. Okay. I mean, it was over 100 miles. It was on the ground. If it was on the ground for the entire time, it was probably... Ooh, we're getting a couple areas of some circulation down here. Might be worth watching these cells still a little bit further out, especially this one that's forming out in front of it. These storms are kind of sharing the environment of this storm. But if you gotta watch these storms as they go off to the north and east, a little area of circulation here. Potentially one could form on the bottom of that one. Does seem like most of central or this little part right here hasn't gotten any tornado warnings in a while. Hopefully that stays. Oh wow. What is going on over here? They're getting close. Man, your service is still a little whack. Yeah, still got a strong area of rotation here with this storm. To the south and west of Cary. Still moving up towards Cary. No debris ball yet. Still kind of got a blocky presentation here, and the orientation's a little bit off. So we're definitely dealing with some contamination on this storm, but regardless, I do believe that there is some rotation here. So still be in your safe spots here in Cary, Rolling Fork, and Anguilla. The southern tornado warning is about to expire, most likely. And then they allowed this tornado warning to expire too. So we only have one really tornado warning. It's this one. These ones are older. They're about to expire. Hey, thank you, Marcus, for the $10 donation. It says you worked your entire weekend shift and you've been on your profession in the background for me all day. Props to you. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for tuning in and trusting me with your weather. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for that donation as well. Couldn't do this without you guys. I mean, your guys' support for this channel has been absolutely amazing. And I do appreciate it. We'll be here for at least a decade. At least until I go homeless. Until AI takes over. Almost a 9-hour stream. Wow. Already. We need to eat again. Hopefully we can get a small period here with no tornado warnings, and then I can eat something. Make a sandwich. I got some sandwich fixins. Can't trust AI to do your job. Not now you can't, but not sure if y'all have seen that y'all bot, but it's getting pretty advanced. Give it about another year or two, that thing is going to be a person, a literal person. And you're not going to be able to tell that it's AI, and its voice is going to be indistinguishable. A little water spout going over here near Calcio Lake. Tornado. Yeah, we're watching it. We're keeping an eye on it. I mean, I'm not sure. That's the thing. It's just not the best and cleanest radar signal. I can't really say for certain. I do know that there is some decent rotation under that spot, but will a tornado drop soon or not? I'm not exactly sure. I would be in your safe spots. Treat it like a tornado could happen with this storm, just until we get some more information. Unfortunately, this area is in a horrible radar hole, but I would definitely certainly be in your safe spots. There is rotation there. Hey, thank you, Marcus, for the 5. Need to get a better studio background, maybe a green screen. I don't know. I feel like a lamp. Put a lamp back there. Maybe a plant. But there's a reason why I put down that thing behind me, because I do eventually want to get a little bit of a better backdrop going on. So I agree with you. What's going on here? Is this a me problem or a him problem? Do a refresh. Okay, it is a
A
me
new
problem.
tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, why his YouTube thing has been glitching. It's only been his. There we go. New tornado warning has been issued down here. Interesting. Oh yeah, might have something here near St. Oh, well, that's a tornado. We have a tornado on the ground here near St. Louis going down to Palmetto and Melville. You guys need to be in your safe spots. There we have another tornado on the ground. That certainly looks like it's on the ground. Yeah, observed. This is an observed tornado warning on the ground, pushing down to the south and east towards Palmetto, Melville, Lemoyne, Whiteville, Morrow, Bayou Jack, Garland, Waxia, Darborn. All need to be in their safe spots there. We not sure how long this thing's going to be on the ground. It still seems like it is on the ground, though, as far as I can tell. But this is a QLCS tornado, so most likely it won't last very long. But I do want everybody to be hunkered down there until we get this tornado warning to expire. Let's come back up here and check in on Rolling Fork. Thank you, Judy, for the 5 and for that. Let me check that out. Yeah, it looks like it would be in the top 15 of the longest track tornadoes. Thank you, Judy, so much for that. That was actually extremely helpful, not just with the donation, but also with the information. But yeah, it was just over 100 miles long, which would put it in the top 30th. But the longest ever track tornado apparently is 203 miles. 203 miles. You know, it's interesting about almost all of these is that every single one of them is an EF4 or 5, except for one. And it makes you think. That tornado is probably violent. Yeah, a little bit stronger rotation. Here near Cary. Let me peek at my interest. No debris signature yet. Keeping a close eye on it. It's certainly trying. All right, latest scans out of this storm looks like might have lifted. A little interesting signal or here. That's unassociated with any reflectivity, though. Looks like this one might have been a very brief tornado. Seems to have lifted at this point. Palmetto and Melville still need to be in their safe spots there in Louisiana, but seems that one has lifted. Don't want to check back down in here. Ooh, a little bit more rotation with this guy. And it's back over land. Might have to keep an eye out for a QLCS threat with this storm. Another new tornado warning has been issued in Mississippi. Maybe for this storm right here, definitely still got a pretty strong inflow into it. Connor's pretty close by, but Summit, Tangafoa, and Johnson stationed here in southern Mississippi near Macomb need to be in their safe spots. Let me go see what Connor sees here. See if we can get an on-the-ground report. Goodness.
About time to go north. Here we go.
Was dramatic. Funnel spotted near Rolling Fork. I doubt that. That thing is completely rain wrapped, and it's getting pretty dark. Probably just scud. People freaking out. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. It's really hard to spot this kind of tornado.
Warning has been issued.
See how this is completely wrapped in rain here, this area of circulation? If you're on 61, the only way you're seeing a funnel is if it's directly over you, and it's not over a road right now, so someone would have to be like way back in here. And we're not seeing any debris signatures as of yet, but Edgermont Rolling Fork still needs to be in their safe spots. Still monitoring that storm. We're getting some reports come in saying some people might be seeing some funnels, but new area of rotation here again. Potentially a new tornado could be possible, pushing down towards Palmetto and Melville. Keeping an eye on that. They also just extended this tornado warning already up for Brookhaven, Wesson, and just to the west of Monticello. Yeah, still have a decent area. Actually, this rotation is strengthening. This looks like the storm has finally, unfortunately, started to mature here. It's got that inflow starting to form here. This could be our next big one, folks. Let me switch out storm trackers with Connor Croft. Connor Croft is nearby, blasting up to the north to try to get to this. Yeah, rain wrapped is bad. Don't even try to look at this storm. Don't even try to find it. Just be in your safe spots. We're unsure what's really going on within this storm. There's not really many signals that there's a tornado on the ground currently. But, you know, we're keeping an eye on it. And you need to be in your safe spot. How's your Christmas? I'm still waiting, actually, to celebrate it. A lot of me and my family members have been getting sick. I've been sick this entire stream. If you can't tell by my voice. But yeah, so we haven't really celebrated it yet. Yeah, still watching this thing here. We could get another tornado near Palmetto. Definitely keeping a close eye on that there in Louisiana. Four days in a row. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting sick. I was literally just sick like a month ago, and now I'm sick again. This one is a little bit more intense than the last one. It's been having a sore throat. Been terrible. It's been hurting to talk this entire stream. That's why I haven't really been elevating the volume of my voice, just staying real close to the microphone today. Oh, man. That's in the inflow, so I don't think that's it. Yeah, we're looking back here. That's not the rotation. As long as it's... Yeah, that's definitely in the inflow there. Right back here, that's that mesocyclone. We're not seeing too much rotation with that part just yet. Still keeping an eye on it, though. He had COVID last week. Yikes. I thank you, Relic, for the 5. They say this is an automated donation from the Relic Hominin AI bot. Thank you for your automations. Weird popping up here. It is kind of associated with the couplet, but not really too much with the reflectivity. But that could be a tornado here heading towards 71. I check on some of these other storms again, just to make sure. Yeah, broad circulation down there. Nothing further down to the south there. Back up to here. Yeah, I mean, still a very messy signal here. Not seeing a debris ball. Rotation is weakening as it approaches Rolling Fork, but I still want Rolling Fork to be in their safe spots for now. Same with Anguilla and Holly Bluff. This is mainly an outflow-dominated burst of wind, but we're still watching for that tornadic potential. This one's definitely going to be our next storm, though, if I had to guess. Connor is right next to it.
Rotation on it.
It's trying to drop, chat. It's trying to drop again.
It is west of the interstate, correct? Yeah, so be careful. It's got a rapid rotation all the way to the ground. I can't tell if that's multiple vortices or not.
Could be down, cat. Could be down.
get the fingers. Yeah, I think I see the lowering. I may. I can't tell if it's gonna pass south where I'm at right now or not.
Yes, Hank, that's the same city, yeah.
Corey, where's it headed in relation to you?
Northwest. I'll be in north on me.
What's happening? We've got a brief break.
Why is it shooting me this way?
We're having a brief break in the tornado activity. Well, I guess I can't really say it's a break. We have a tornado on the ground right now, or what? We did have a tornado on the ground just recently, but it was a brief one, technically. A brief break from the strong tornado threat, we could say. But that might be about to ramp up yet again here near Macomb. We are starting to see some stronger signals here and some stronger rotation start to develop on this storm right now, as it's about to cross over 55 here in Mississippi. We're keeping an eye on this storm very closely. This definitely seems like this could be our next big storm here, so we're keeping a close eye on it. Further up to the north, we've got some broad rotation here just to the south of Rolling Fork now. Probably miss it to the south. And head off to the east of Anguilla and Louise. This storm could definitely do something potentially in the future, but it's a little bit disorganized right now. We're keeping a close eye on it. That's kind of what's happening right now. It's a little bit of a lull, thankfully, in the strong tornado threat. Hopefully, this storm over here, south of Jackson, kind of falls apart, but it definitely seems like it's wanting to reorganize here. We'll see. I mean, it's not an overly strong storm, to be honest. Right now, not really seeing strong rotation near that mesocyclone. Gibbstown. This storm again, huh? Yep. So we got another tornado down here. This was actually an unwarned tornado here near Gibbstown. Right there. Just to the west of Gibbstown. Strong rotation on it. Recently strong. Might be brief, but if you live in Gibbstown, you need to be rushing to your safe spots. This is definitely a tornado on the ground. This is an unwarned tornado here south of Sweet Lake in the southern portion of Louisiana, kind of south of Lake Arthur. Okay, you need to be going to your safe spots. That is a quick little spin up there. I can't imagine it lasting too long like the last tornado, but I would definitely get into your safe spots immediately there in Gibbstown. After Gibbstown, it seems like we go back into a marsh there. So there we go. We keep getting these brief tornadoes. Hopefully that lifts before Gibbstown, because I don't think it's over a populated region right now. Man, this one's really starting to strengthen here. South of Bogue, Shito. Connor's about to be right on it. Let's go and listen to it real quick.
I think it's
Thank you, RG5, for pointing that out.
A suction vortex behind me.
Suction vortex.
See something, Corey?
Well, I was trying to get my bearings on where the heck this thing's axis velocity wasn't updating.
I think it should be pretty much directly in front of us.
Brandon said he might have seen a suction
A new
vortex.
PPS tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my gosh.
That's what kind of in that radar.
New PDS tornado warning has been issued. What is that for? This one? Oh, can't be this one. Not that one. It's got to be the one Connor's on, right? No. This one?
I'm flipping a Yui. Screw it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
I found
it should be to the north of us.
It just popped up on Radar Omega. Here we go. This is our new PDS tornado warning. We've got a large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing here near Gibbstown. Also, another one could be about to form east of Sweet Lake, pushing off to the east. We could have two large and extremely dangerous tornadoes on the ground here, very close to each other here shortly. As you can see, right here, there's that area of rotation. Both of them right here with a decent debris signature heading towards Gibbstown. And Gibbstown is really the only town in the path of this storm. You guys need to be in your safe spots. And then after that, it's going to be going into the marsh area where there isn't anybody that lives there. But it does seem like Gibbstown still has maybe 0.5 seconds before this is over you. So please, if you're not in your safe spots, be in your safe spots. Again, this is now a warned PDS, large and extremely dangerous tornado down here near Gibbstown. Took a while for that to show up on Radar Omega. Man, that rotation is literally right in front of Connor here near Bogue Chicto, Mississippi. Still not seeing a debris signature on this thing.
Yeah, it's definitely across now, but I mean, I'm not even come across any damage or anything, so.
Yeah, they're not coming across damage, so this thing's not on the ground just yet, according to radar, and according to the state chasers on the ground. Either that or it's about to cross the road right in front of him. There's a weird thing here. That might be something right here.
I'm getting off of this exit.
Mound, Louisiana? Yeah, I can check that. Up here, huh? Oh, yeah. And we got another strengthening rotation here south of Peelers. Not on the ground just yet, but that is definitely strengthening. And strengthening inflow. A lot of that is in the inflow of the storm there. Kind of a contaminated look. But that might get warned here shortly for Redwood. Let's come back up here and check in on this rotation. Yeah, this rotation is trying to tighten up again, potentially. Still no tornado on the ground, but it is still pushing off to the north and east towards Luis. Still want Luis to be in their safe spots. Rolling Fork is good to go with that storm. Still keeping an eye on Connor's view here, as we do have some pretty decent rotation with this storm. Come back over here to this guy. Yeah, it's still not a whole lot of rotation here, but Melville should be in their safe spot. This area of this line does have a history of producing tornadoes. Yeah, latest scan out here near Gibbstown. Looks like there's still potentially a tornado just near Gibbstown. Either that or it has dissipated. That velocity signature is almost completely gone. It's either lifting or barely on the ground still. There's a little something back in here, man. It's just not a definite signature. It's just not a definite signature. So I'm not exactly sure. I think it's just a clearing, though. We're in quite the radar hole with this storm. Once it gets closer up to Jackson, we will definitely get a better view of it. But for now, there does appear to be some decent rotation still with this storm. Seems like that rotation would be just off the right side of where Connor is. Let's go back and tune in with him and see if he's seeing anything that's helpful, or if not, we'll go back to the radar.
All right, Chad, I'm going to try and shoot up towards Brookhaven and get east to stay with this thing. We're going to get a little bit out of position, but nothing I can do about it.
Okay. So they're going to reposition here. He's going to go north up to Brookhaven, take a right at 84, probably intercept this thing near just to the west of Monticello. Let's come back over here and check in on this. Oh, wow. What the heck happened? Oh, we got a weird radar glitch here. Let me check the storm relative. Yeah, there's still some rotation here just to the east of Rolling Fork. Nothing's really changed there. Let's kind of do a broader overview for just a little bit. As you can see, there's a lot of rain out of the storm, all the way up into parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, also Arkansas, and Missouri. They're in the boot heel, Missouri. And further down to the east, you can see we got a big old line here. We've been dealing with a lot of QLCS tornadoes along this line, decent amount. And we're still watching for these prefrontal cells. We only have one right now that's really piquing our interest. And we're kind of in the peak here of that QLCS tornado threat. I think we're still past the strong and extremely dangerous peak of that threat, but we're still just had potentially another one happen further down to the south here. I think this one has lifted at this moment, but it could be trying to reorganize. You can see it might be doing a little bit of a handoff here. We got a new area of circulation forming up to its east. So we need to watch this area again further down the line. But again, there's nobody that lives out here, so we're not going to really give this storm too much attention. But we're going to keep an eye on it because eventually it is going to try to make it over towards Abbeville. This might be a prolific kind of QLCS tornado producer, and it still has those opportunities to produce strong tornadoes. Other than the tornado warnings, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings of 60 miles per hour. That's extending all the way from north of Vicksburg, down through Vicksburg, through St. Joseph, near Fayette, Roxy, Bude, Woodville there in Mississippi, and then going into Louisiana, new roads, and Jackson need to be watching out for some damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour. That's pretty much what we're dealing across the board here. Further up to the north, we don't even have any special weather statements, so these storms up here are relatively weak. That might pick up, though, as that lower level GEAR increases and intensifies. Still some question marks there. But for right now, our instability is mainly to the south, which is why we're seeing these tornado warnings pretty much stay below this line here for almost all of the day. Actually, for all of the day here. So they are kind of sticking with that instability. I do want to check on this storm, kind of way out in front here, just to see what's happening. And we do have a little bit of a supercell out here south of Biloxi, south of Mobile. Going to keep an eye on that guy. The best environment for it to produce a tornado, but it's technically not impossible. QLCS essentially means the easy to understand version is we got a line of storms. And, typically when you're looking for a supercell, you're looking for this shake. Something just like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And essentially all that means is that we've got this inside the line. So you can't really see it as well. But yeah, this thing is trying to wrap up and produce tornadoes again. You see we got some newer, tighter circulations trying to develop here along this leading edge. We really got to keep a close eye on that region. We've got a new tornado warning now, radar indicated. A little bit further to the south. Man, we just have really bad radar coverage here. A little bit further to the north, sorry, for St. Francisville, Retreat, Wayanoke, Wayfield as well. Right in there's your area of circulation that they're warning. It is starting to intensify a little bit, so definitely could see this thing try to produce a tornado. In fact, that might be on the ground already. We have a weak debris signature on this, pushing towards Ennis, in between Lettsworth and Ennis. This is over here, right on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. Yeah, latest scan out here, still seeing a decent area of some strong rotation with this storm. Still no debris ball, though, just yet. It's going to be pushing up towards Enterprise and Wellman here in Mississippi. Then after that, it's Fair Oak Springs and East Lincoln. We're still watching the storm closely. I still believe this one is in the best environment despite those lack of lapse rates. This is kind of the same environment that produced that a wedge tornado earlier here in Mississippi. You can see it's kind of in the same area. Yikes. Florence, Alabama, we're expecting this line of thunderstorms to eventually make it up into Florence. And that'll probably be within the next couple of hours. Is the tornado threat declining? Kind of. I would say our peak strong tornado threat is subsiding a little bit, but I still think we can see strong tornadoes. We're still kind of in the thick of it, I would say. We've had a little brief lull. But we might have just got a strong tornado down here in southern Louisiana. And we might be about to get another one if this kind of wraps up again. But that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Or it is in the definition of a middle of nowhere. Let's go check back up here towards Anguilla. Another weird signal here. Let's check the storm relative. Yeah, still some blocky signals here. Still not overly confident about these rotations. I think there's something definitely there, but the signal, I think, is making it look a little bit closer than what those rotations are. We haven't seen a debris signature out of this storm yet, but Luis still needs to be in their safe spots. How many tornado warnings have I gotten? Me, personally, 0. You are cooking some wings? Please send those my way. I think this rotation over here is kind of diminishing a little bit near Jackson, Louisiana. And there's still a little bit there. Let me check the correlation coefficient. Yeah, not seeing anything left in that one. Keep an eye on it. It does seem like this southern portion is still got a little bit of a kick to it. Man, this is really starting to tighten up. No definite debris ball yet, but it's trying. This is certainly trying. We need to keep our eye on that still. Or we'll do a broad view for everybody for a little bit. Go check out what Connor's talking about, see if he sees anything. He's repositioning, but he still might be able to talk about some helpful information. Maybe he sees some sort of weird flash.
I still don't see a CC drop or anything.
Yeah, no, I was mentioning StormNet's got it at like 90% tornado probability, sigma probability. Well, I just took out some tree branches.
Based on looking at meso analysis, it's probably got an hour, maybe 2 of like adequate instability before it runs into the exact same environment that just killed the last one. All right, chat. Coming up on this highway here pretty quick. Gonna get on Highway 84 and try and blast.
Blast to the east and get right under that mesocyclone again. That's probably when we'll check right back in with him. It's like Vince Welty is out, already out in front of the storm in position. There's that rotation. Not sure if Connor will make it in time, but Vince will probably be the only one close to it, unless Connor can just unless this positioning is wrong here. It might be wrong. He might be a little bit close to that turn. He might make it. The storm's moving pretty quickly, though. We'll see. Let's come back up to here. Checking on this guy up here. Do we have... Yeah, still got that rotation over there near Louise. Still got to keep an eye on it. But it does seem like it's calming down a little bit. More of a linear line of thunderstorms up there. Coming back down to here. A little bit of rotation there. Still on that radar. Oh, best radar for this? Let me check the storm relative. Yeah, I mean, still a decent little pocket of rotation back in there. Maybe some debris being lofted here. That might be just enough reflectivity to support that. It's kind of hard to tell. There is a little bit of a couplet there near Enos. Yeah, that might be it. That might be a tornado south of Angola Landing. This is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Looks like we might be having another attempt. I think the previous one has lifted, but we are still seeing tight circulations back along the leading edge of this storm. Probably producing a lot of brief little tornadoes here on that leading edge. So I still want all of the alligators and possums to be in their safe spots. And also Lowry. Lowry needs to be in their safe spots. Here near Lowry Highway. Is there people that actually live out here? There is. Yeah, you guys definitely need to be in your safe spots there in Lowry too. That is the latest across the board here. We'll see what happens. Really hoping this storm over here in Mississippi starts to die. Because this is really our biggest threat for a more long-tracked and violent tornado, if we still have that potential left. I do want to look at the our latest here on our meso analysis. Check this out really quick. Yeah. The reason why this storm is struggling is because it's still in those lower lapse rates. Some decent lapse rates to the south of this storm, still. Pushing off to the east. The storm is still in some favorable cape, in a favorable cape environment. Decent upper level wind environment. Strongest shear, though, is way out here in central Mississippi. So if we're going to get any QLCS tornadoes further up to the north, that's going to start to pick up as the line moves into that. But as we can see, the thermodynamics are almost enough up there. You know, that might just be enough to push it over the edge. I am curious, what is our storm relative helicity? It's got to be pretty big. Yeah, look at that. 400 storm relative helicity up here. 300 down by that other storm further to the south. Definitely a decent environment. Let's say they allowed that southern tornado warning to expire. And they're going to extend this one as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning further up to the north. That's going to be for Greenwood, Mississippi. Is the Cape still the same on the coast of Mississippi? Yeah. Yeah. It's decent. It's a decent environment. Moving towards the coast of Mississippi. Not quite yet. You can see we do have some storms back up here. They are still trying to rotate, but they are not really being very successful. You can see it's a little bit of a messy situation here. It would probably just make it into the coast here. Let's go check out all of our... Yep, you're right. New tornado on the ground in the middle of nowhere. But if this tracks up towards Lowry, could be a problem. So I still want Lowry, Louisiana to be in their safe spots. Good news, this is only affecting fish and alligators right now. But if you live in Lowry, it's going to make a pretty close approach to you.
Has been issued.
Right there's that couplet. There's that debris ball. There is that rain wrapping around. The inflow is right here very clearly. Still a dangerous storm. Latest scan, though, may or may not still be on the ground. Might have been just another brief tornado, but we're still keeping an eye on it. This is still considered a large and extremely dangerous tornado, but I'm not sure if that's still the case. We just got a new tornado warning again, a little bit further up to the north, near, or actually, no, this is back down to the south. Is it back? No, yeah, it's back up to the north. It's going to be for Woodville, Gloucester, Centerville, and Liberty. And how do you warn that one? That signal is horrible. It might just be warning it because of this. And then there's kind of a correlation coefficient under it. But hey, you cannot really tell what's going on at all deep in there. Jeez Louise. But, you know, this line has produced tornadoes in the past. So, you know, I wouldn't say it's impossible as that pushes towards Woodville. So just stay in your safe spots. Let's come back up to here near Rolling Fork. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation in some of these parts. They might extend this out of a precautionary. We'll see. But again, that signal is still pretty messy. Still some decent inflow into this storm. No tornado on the ground yet. You see, this is the mesocyclone right here. When you go over to the velocities, that rotation is a little bit out in front in the inflow. Tornadoes don't form in the clear air. They form in the meso. There's definitely some rotation back there in the meso. We're watching for a debris ball, though, back here, not up here. Still some decent rotation with that as that pushes off to the north. It's like Vince is in the perfect spot to intercept here. Connor's trying to catch up. He might be able to intercept from behind. Let's go check on the latest here from Connor. He's on 84 right now.
River Rapid, thank you so much for the super chat, man.
EQ McKinsey. Hey, I got some water. Tangafoa?
Yeah, it's right up
Parish.
there. Probably a couple miles in front of us. This stop sign is unfortunate.
Yeah, you guys still got a while to go there in Tangafoa.
Yeah, it's getting ready to cross. Getting ready to cross, guys. I'm trying, man. I don't think I'm going to be quite quick enough, but we'll get another intercept opportunity. I'm first.
I mean, it might cross as
Yeah, it's pretty much crossing right in front of us, guys.
Keep your eyes out for some power flashes.
I mean, we're decently close enough to where we should be able to see it if we get a good lightning flash and there's actually something down. It might be really low and grungy,
there
though.
it did.
Okay,
one just dropped.
Tornado debris signature.
Yep, one just dropped.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
One just dropped. This is on the ground here near Fair River. Right here, latest scan, correlation coefficient. Strong rotation here. This is going to be another strong one. This is an observed tornado. This is in unfortunately a great tornadic environment. You see right there, there is that debris signature. This could be another big one. This could be another big one. It's about to cross over near Fair River, moving off to the north and east towards Woolworth and New Hebron. This is in Mississippi. This is what we didn't want. Let's see if we can catch it from a Connor stream. You should have a view of it here shortly. This tornado is still on the ground here, south and east of Illinois plant, by the way. It's still going. It's just not over anything other than a marsh.
Be careful flying down.
So they're not seeing debris, but that's still on the ground. Still want Lowry to be in their safe spot here.
Trying to cross right now. I can't even pass over there. There's too much water.
This one has a decent little area of circulation.
About 2 miles maybe. I don't see anything.
Keeping an eye on that. Still want St. Francis and Wakefield to be in their safe spots there. Coming back over to Gloucester, Mississippi.
Confirmed? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Still can't really tell too much here.
It's crossing our road. I just don't have a glimpse of it.
Hasn't crossed yet. It's about to cross.
It's wrapped in rain from my vantage point. Yeah, I can't pass here. Jesus.
It is just off of the road.
Good Mississippi roads.
Right in here, about to hit Fair River. Fair River, you still have time to get into your safe spots.
It's right in front of us.
I'm gonna check Vince's feed real quick.
path. I don't have.
God. Yeah, I just can't go. I'm just hydroplaning everywhere, dude.
Yeah, looks like the roads are pretty dangerous over here east of Brookhaven. It's crossing the road right now, so watch out for power flashes. It is literally on the road right now. Vince is literally like,
now.
Vince is on it. I'm watching his feed. He is literally right next to this thing. I think there's power flashes showing up on Vince's stream right now. I think this thing is still on the ground.
Might have already crossed.
It hasn't crossed. I mean, Vince is in the path, and he's got his camera looking to the right. I think it's just right about to cross over the highway right now.
Lightning strikes to light this thing up if it is down.
Okay, it should be over the road now.
Maybe you guys can see it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to distinguish whether or not those are power flashes or not, or just lightning. It's hard to know. It's usually pretty obvious, though. It emanates from the ground, and it's pretty bright. And I can tell you one thing, Vince definitely did not get hit by a tornado.
God dang, man.
Latest view of where that tornado was right back in here. It might not be on the ground anymore. It is past the highway, though, now. We got some cars stopped up in front of Connor. We don't have the latest velocity, which is a little bit annoying here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's literally just over the highway right now. There is no debris signature. Now that we have the latest velocity, I can say for certain I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore on the radar. So this might have been a brief tornado.
It's weird. The Cubwood's way north of the highway, but the freaking...
This is definitely a me problem. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, it's already past the road, so Connor's not going to really be able to help us out too much here, but I'm looking at the radar, and I'm just not seeing any debris signature here. There's that couplet, no debris signature. It could still be on the ground, but it's not picking up anything. But I still want Woolworth to be in their safe spots. Let's come back down to here where we still have this tornado on the ground. I do want to check it here. Lowry. Yeah, it looks like it's lifted. This one has lifted. They're probably going to let that one expire. Let's come check back over here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
St. Francis, still looking okay. It looks like not really seeing many signals here that are screaming tornado. Still watching out, though. I still want everybody in these warnings in Gloucester, Centerville, Jackson, St. Francis, and Liberty here in southern Mississippi going into northern Louisiana to be in their safe spots. Let's come check back over here with our new tornado warning. Yeah, we do have an area of rotation developing here near Rocky Springs. Potentially something popping up there, kind of hard to tell. That's going to be pushing off towards the east, towards Edwards, Larned, and Utica, and Raymond. This tornado warning was probably going to be allowed to expire here. Hey, thank you, Harley, for the 4.99. Thank you so much. Okay, you're getting banned. Please do not spam the chat. That's the latest here across the board. Yeah, they did let that tornado warning in the south expire. How many hours warnings are we at now? We're at 5 tornado warnings. Hours. How long have we been live? We've been live for almost 10 hours. Live since like 8. I am definitely feeling it. It'd be nice if we could get like just a nice little break here. Maybe a tornadic debris signature popping up here just to the north and east of Woodville, heading towards Centerville and Gloucester. Watch out there. That could be a brief tornado there. Yeah, still no new debris signature here. Connor is just to the south of it. Let's listen and see if he sees anything off to his left.
Gotta get to 27 and then north.
Looks like he's not seeing anything there either. So I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore with this storm. You see, this is not our couplet here. That's the inflow. Right in there. That's where the debris ball popped up when we had an escalation of rotation back here. Just a little FYI there, in case you were wondering. Let's come check this. This is south of Vicksburg here, heading towards Edwards. Eventually towards Jackson. Yeah, this is looking a little bit more concerning over here, north and west of Rocky Springs. Definitely keeping an eye on that rotation there. That is looking a little bit more dangerous. Yeah, that tornado warning up here to the north has expired. We're back down to 4 tornado warnings. This one's probably going to expire here shortly too. They'll probably keep this one for a little bit, given the fact that we do have a couplet here heading towards Centerville. I want to check down here just to double check. Yeah, doing pretty good. Also, I want to double check over here. We actually might have a water spout out here south of Pascagoula. Keeping an eye on that. By the time that makes it to shore, it might be in a little bit better of a shear environment. Little camera down here as well we could use. Also got a camera in Jackson as well that we can use once that storm comes close. A couple of cameras that we can use going forward. This storm is really trying to wrap up. I mean, it just produced. It might be in the middle of a cycle here. ULCS embedded tornado spam. Yeah, that is exactly what we're dealing with right now. Check the CC on the water. Yeah. No point in doing that. I'm not going to pick up any debris. If you see CC over a water, then that might be fish. Still waiting on that latest velocity scan, but I'm still not seeing a debris signature, but I do want to kind of educate a little bit here.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
It's in Wilkinson County. Mississippi. That's this one. Okay, so that was a little bit of a debris signature right here. This is now confirmed, heading towards Gloucester and Centerville and Liberty. Guys seem to be continuing to be in your safe spots. there. That little signal that we did see here, I thought it might be something, and it was. So just continue to be in your safe spots. As this continues, that little tornado would be right here. Most likely be brief, but Centerville, Mississippi should certainly be deep into their safe spots by now. New mesoscale. Looks like the National Weather Service said that the tornado wind threat will continue here for southern Louisiana. Which I do not doubt. Still a little area of rotation here. Let me go back over to the storm relative. Yeah, we don't have the latest scan on that. You know, I don't know if this is still debris being picked up by that tornado or not. It just might be. As you can see, there is a faint signal there, so it could still technically be on the ground. Wow, we got a donut hole on this thing now. Yeah. Okay, so let's break this down here. There's your inflow. So that's that. That's the inflow. Still don't have too strong of rotation near the actual mesocyclone of the storm right now. Still in the middle of a cycle. How's it look for Lafayette, Louisiana? Is that right? Lafayette? I would still be pretty weather aware. I mean, we're still seeing some tornadoes along this leading edge here. Haven't had one in a while, but we could definitely get another one. So actually, we do have another tight couplet over here south of Lake Arthur. Actually, that's a tornado. We have a unwarned tornado. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Might have spoke too soon. That was a little bit of a couplet there, though. But that debris signature, well, let me check the timing on it. Yeah, I think that might have been clear air. Was a little bit of a couplet, but I think that debris signature was clear air. Let's come back up here. Okay, we finally got our latest scan here. Yeah, no new debris ball or no debris signature here, but it is still pushing off to the east towards Flowers, Edwards, Bolton, Raymond, Larned as well. And no debris signature with it right now, but I'm still pretty concerned about this area of rotations heading towards Edwards. Thank you, Mark, for gifting a membership. If you get a membership from Mark, make sure you're thanking him or my dog will poop on your lawn. We will find your house and it will happen. So be nice. He's got a free gift. Okay, latest scan here. It's kind of interesting. We got a couple little areas of some rotation, and that might actually be a brief tornado heading towards Gloucester. That one to the south might still be going on, but this one up here is definitely seems to be in progress. It's right on a subtle area of an increase there of reflectivity. Very well could be a brief tornado. So yeah, we're getting some QLCS tornado spam right now for sure along this line. It appears that the atmosphere is stabilizing. Yes, in comparison to what it was like yesterday, it is definitely stabilized quite a bit, but we still have a decent time to go. I mean, we still have at least until this line, at the very least, until this line gets to central Mississippi, before we're probably going to start to see a lot less tornado warnings. Maybe one or two here and there. But we got a little while until that happens. In fact, we might start getting a little bit more active further up to the north, because again, that upper level shear or that lower level shear is going to start increasing up here. There's not a whole lot of instability, but there's enough potentially to support tornadic activity. And so this makes sense. we're starting to see these tornado warnings start to pop up here and a little bit more rotations. We also got another one trying to develop over a little bit further to the north as well. So we're keeping an eye on these storms for sure. Chaz is the goodest boy. Yeah. Yeah, he's been a trooper today. A little debris signature did go away there. It doesn't look like this southern portion of the line is kind of falling apart. We'll keep my eye on this, but I'm feeling our focus might shift a little bit further north. Getting a lot of little indentions up here near Vicksburg, heading towards the Jackson, Mississippi area. So I'll be keeping a very close eye on that. Check back in with this storm, see if we have any new scans in. None. What? I'm just kidding. We do have a new scan. It's no big change. It almost looks identical to the last one, but I think Connor's pretty close to being back up with this storm. Yeah, he's pretty much right under the mezzo, so let's listen in.
It's already freaking crossing 27. This thing's booking. That's probably why it's not doing anything. It's probably elevated if it's moving this quick.
Interesting point.
Oh!
Dixie, this is normal. Earlier, we just got lucky with the 25-mile-an-hour movers.
Corey, be careful. There's a tree down across the road.
Is there a chance of a tornado warning in Alabama? Yeah. Yeah, there could be.
It's like poking it about halfway.
All we got was Corey, be careful. What's going on, Connor?
There's a tree down across 27, not even like where the tornado should be. It's just down. And I almost like ran into it at full speed. It's sticking about halfway into the lane.
Make sure to let it know it cannot park there.
No, that tree can definitely not park there.
That tree is illegal.
Well, chat, that was almost dead.
I'm probably going to blast east on 84 and...
Yeah, we casually almost just watched Connor die, which is not good. That's how it goes when you're storm chasing, man. Gotta be careful. You gotta look out for that kind of stuff. Yeah, he almost ran right into a tree full speed there. He just barely missed it. Didn't seem like much because, he missed it and hit it. He hit some branches in the top of it, but I think there was a tree, like a big tree, just off of the side of the road there. Is what he's talking about. That is scary. Yeah, you gotta be really careful. Really, really careful. But he's alive is the moral of the story. A little bit stronger rotation in that mesocyclone. The storms might be trying to wrap up again. It did cross back over here. Okay, yeah, that's still kind of the inflow there. We don't have our newest velocity scan just yet. But still trying to wrap up. A little bit of a merger, it seems like, coming from the south, though. Yeah, we do have a merger coming in, so it'll be interesting to see how this storm interacts with that merger. Does the merger help or hurt it? Could choke the storm off completely. We also got another merger to the south of that as well. So if this is a deconstructive merger, it'll ruin its tornado chances for a brief moment. It'll clear that out, maybe try again, maybe 20, 15 minutes from now. And then once this new merger comes in, that'll probably be another deconstructive merger if this one is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's got a new tornado warning for this storm here. That's going to be pushing it off to the north and east towards Delo, Mendenhall. You guys need to be going into your safe spots now. And it's the lowest. Most interior room of your house has many walls between you and the outside, as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Yeah, today has been pretty crazy. It definitely has been pretty intense. Still watching this area. I haven't seen a debris ball, but just keep in mind sometimes
a
the
new
radars
tornado warning
aren't going to catch
has
them
been
all.
Issued.
New tornado warning down in Louisiana. Oh, back down for this storm. This storm is still trying out here. We got a little bit of circulation over here near Guayden and Kaplan. As you need to be going to your safe spots here. Might be a little bit of a debris signature on there. Let me check the timing of that. Yeah, that might be debris signature. It's hard to tell. Could be clear air, could also be a debris signature. I'd be in your safe spots though, regardless. Treat it like it is a tornado on the ground. That's the best way to just make sure you're safe all around, regardless of the uncertainty. It's been such a long track storm. Yeah. Actually, let's go check how long. I mean, it's still been rotating for quite a while. I bet you there's still a decent rotation path on this thing. Yeah, look at that. Really started back here, and it's just kept going and going and going and going and going, and it's still rotating. Thing's been rotating. Well, one, it produced a tornado for about 105 miles, but it's been rotating for almost 200 miles here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Mississippi. It's going to be up here, I think. Yeah. Now on this northern little bit of a couplet here, heading up towards Satartia and Bentonia. Also, this rotation over here is getting a little bit more intense. There near Edwards. This also back in here. Let me check that. Okay, that's clear air. But yeah, that's clear air back there. That's not a tornado. That's not one either. Okay, just double checking. But yeah, I mean, gotta watch out. These quick little spin ups are certainly possible along a lot of portions of this line. You know, I have a feeling we're going to continue to get tornado warnings there for Edwards, Raymond, Yazoo City, and continuing down the line on different portions of this line. Those little quick spin ups are going to certainly be possible all along this line. And if my theory is correct, it might be possible all the way into Georgia. So that's going to be the main threat for Alabama, is that QLCS tornado threat there. Then maybe something a little bit more supercellular coming down from the south near Mobile, if these storms can hang in there. But they do seem to be struggling at the moment. Oh, wow, we're back up to 7 tornado warnings. Like they're letting this one expire, though. It does look like we're almost out of instability for a lot of these storms, but we still got a little while longer. Still got a little while longer. Hey, thank you, Bill, for the 2. Raymond Cam. Check that out. Uh-oh. Power Cam and Raymond. Where is Raymond? Is that Mississippi? Raymond. Mississippi, yeah. Oh, that's on the southern side here. This is a live camera view from Raymond, Mississippi. And man, look at that. Tons of lightning going on back there. And something on the right side here. Definitely a lowering back in here. This is in the tornado warn. We're looking at the tornado warned storm here in Raymond. That can't be a tornado, can it? That does line up. That's where the radar would say on the right side of the screen. I'm not seeing a debris ball there, so it's just a rain shaft, the edge of a rain shaft. But yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of areas of rotation here. One here, one here, one here. We got another one over here as well near Sartisha. Just continue to hunker down there. It looks like they're going to warn this entire portion of this line, which is not surprising. Again, you know, in this kind of environment, these warnings aren't really being issued by rotation. They're really being cautious here because anywhere along this line, you can get a QLCS tornado. And the bad thing about QLCS tornadoes and radar coverage is that sometimes you just cannot see the debris signature, because the tornado can happen so fast. It can happen in between the radar scans. Every radar scan is like a picture taken once every 5 minutes. If the tornado drops and lifts in between that 5-minute period, you're not going to see it at all. And so sometimes, especially when there's a heightened QLCS tornado threat, they'll issue just blanket tornado warnings almost across the entirety of the line, just to make sure that everybody stays in their safe spots, and they don't have to hyper focus on finding each rotation, and that just lowers the load on the NWS while keeping people safe out in front of the storms, because we do have a lot of little rotations. We got one here, another one here, another one here near Bude again. I'm not seeing any debris signatures with any of these, but again, we're not going to catch all of them. It's very likely that a tornado or two have happened, and just none of these radars have caught them. Definitely another little couplet up here, still going. There near Satartia. Another little rotation there, another little rotation there. Even one trying to develop a little bit further up to the north. Come back and check in on our prefrontal storm. Trying to rewrap back up. Yeah, it's currently dealing with a merger. And that does not seem to be helping the storm at all right now. So we're going to have to see what's going to happen after it clears out this merger. It could definitely still try again. It'll probably be another 10 to 15 minutes, though. So Mendenhall still continue to be in your safe spot. It still has a chance to get its act back together there. But, man, this is a great cam. Thank you, Bill, for sending this in. A big old lightning and shelf cloud show here as this approaches the camera. I mean, this camera is solidly in a tornado warning here. But we'll probably won't see a tornado itself, just given the fact that this thing is wrapped in rain almost completely. We might see power flashes, but it's kind of a weird a weird camera for that, due to the fact that it's taking those videos with the infrared. Don't forget to eat dinner. I didn't forget. Trust me, it's very much on my mind. But it's a little busy. We still have an area of some rotation here. Potentially a tornado. It's in the middle of nowhere. No one lives down here. Not really much rotation coming towards Kaplan, but I still want Kaplan to be in their safe spots just in case we get something else formed further down. Still talking about the QLCS tornado threat down there as well. Yeah, I haven't forgotten to eat it. In fact, it's one of the only thing that's on my mind other than these tornado warnings. Any power outages? It's a good question. We haven't really checked out power outages. Yes, we actually have quite a few power outages here in Louisiana. 50,000 people without power there, and then 20,000 people without power in Mississippi. Yeah, it's still trying. They're near Edwards. We've been watching that for a while, but I mean, it could have already dropped the tornado, honestly, by now. Might not just have seen it. So, hasn't really changed here. Still a decent little couplet on this storm heading towards Champion Hill and Bolt. Still want you guys to be respecting this storm and being in your safe spots. And the same thing goes for these couplets further up to the north. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 velocity couplets approaching Satartia and Bentonia. Up towards Yazoo City, I'm not really seeing much, but there is an argument to make that a couplet could eventually form a little bit closer to you. So that is why the tornado warning is extended for your area. My view is lagging. What do you mean by that? Your view. Yeah, looks like this merger is doing the storm in right now. Potentially another storm we'll have to watch out there near Georgetown, maybe? Forget about Mississippi traffic cams. I'm not. There's just nothing that's really, pressing right now. Like, you can't see QLCS tornadoes usually. So all we'll really see is maybe some power flashes. It's just so hard to catch them on webcam. We can definitely see the self clouds though. We're waiting to see if Connor will get back in path of this. If we have an actual trackable tornado on the ground, I'm definitely gonna be looking for. It looks like a rotation has died down here. We might get this to expire again. Yeah. See it. Kaplan should still be in their safe spots though. Thank you, Connie, for the $10. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Louisiana here, yeah. A lot of Louisiana, thankfully, is done with this dang thing. We still got Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans still in the path. Thank you so much. That's, again, a huge help out. New Orleans. Maybe I did it on purpose. Let's come back in. Check it all out. Yeah, still some rotations up on these guys.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't think we have any current tornadoes on the ground, no. Just got an extension of this one for Macomb again. Multiple areas of rotation here, pushing off towards Macomb. A lot of little areas of rotation along this line. Still no debris signatures right now. And then further off to the north, we have this one near Edwards, but no debris signature with it right now. So there is no confirmed tornadoes on the ground, either via radar or via storm chaser report or report from the NWS. Is Birmingham, Alabama going to get hit hard? It's certainly in the realm of possibilities. You can't rule out QLCS tornadoes, that's for sure. You see, you put this out in time, might not be as intense as it is right now, but there will be eventually a tornado threat move into there. Wonder if we're seeing anything yet on this camera. There's this dang bright light that's just shining so brightly into this camera. We still will see the shelf cloud if it's pointing the right way. Wind and rain ramping up here in Baton Rouge. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You guys do have some thunderstorms around you. We're watching these storms out in front. Chasers think the storm that passed Rolling Fork produced a brief touchdown. See no evidence of that. We'll see what the NWS says. I remember what happened last time a storm went past Rolling Fork and it didn't produce a tornado. Like, everybody freaked out and started making these reports like something was happening. I think it's just more of anxiety and seeing stuff. Again, that storm was completely rain wrapped. I'm not saying there wasn't a tornado, but I'm just saying I'm gonna wait until the NWS goes out there before I trust anything reported from that, because that exact same thing happened. There's a tornado right there. I think a weak tornado potentially just dropped here to the east of Union. A little bit of a couplet, debris signature potentially. Let me just double check the timings. Yeah, that's a tornado there just to the south of 28. It's a really small one, but watch out there near Panola. Storm's just not done yet. It's still trying. I think that merger actually helped it out a little bit, produce another tornado. Yeah, that's the same thing that happened last time. There was a tornado chance near Rolling Fork. Everybody was reporting weird crap there, and the NWS went out and nothing happened. Maybe a little bit of a debris signature here near Queens Hill as well. That could be a quick little QLCS tornado there near Queens Hill, moving off to the east. Thank you, Michael, for the $1.11. And there wasn't any correlation coefficient drop in Rolling Fork. The velocity signature wasn't super consistent. A little bit glitchy. We'll have to see. No idea. I can't confirm it on radar, and I'm definitely not going to confirm it off of a storm chaser report on a rain wrap storm. Yeah, that's definitely a tornado, I think. Yeah. We still have a tornado on the ground. It's still on the ground. Still on the ground here, pushing off to the north and east. You see that right there. There's that debris ball signature. Still on the ground. Pushing towards Delo and Mendenhall. I think they're going to let this one down there expire. Still something there, but haven't really seen too much activity, at least in terms of debris balls out of that. Still could be producing those briefer tornadoes. Same thing with over here near Brookhaven. All the way up to Hazelhurst. We still really haven't seen much. Maybe a brief tornado over here just to the south and west of Nevada. This is why QLCS tornadoes are so hard to catch. This is what they sometimes look like. Yeah, that very well could be a tornado there, actually. South of Nevada, I'm pretty confident about that. See, we got a strong couplet here and a little bit of a debris signature popping up there. That most likely is a tornado south and west of Nevada, heading up towards Batonia. Again, we're here in western Mississippi talking about these storms. I do want to check back down here with this storm just briefly. Yeah, still messy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued. They're extending this into one warning here for Madison, Ridgeland, Flora, Canton, Scotland, Benton as well. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots there. You can see we're starting to get bigger warnings here because they're just smushing them all together. My ears are starting to get sore because my glasses have been sitting on them for so long. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they said might have caught because of a power outages, but that's why I ignored it, because you can't tell a tornado happened just off of power outages. Tornadoes always cause power outages, but not all power outages are tornadoes. Still an area of Oh, yeah, that still might be on the ground. Let me see where that reflectivity goes. Right up in here. It might have lifted. Could have been a very brief tornado. Maybe it's last hurrah there, as that storm is really starting to look pretty messy. I know, we're not at 12 hours yet. We're at 10. Couple of rotations still near Magnolia, Mississippi, heading towards Macomb. Still haven't seen much evidence of a tornado there. Ooh, maybe a little bit stronger rotation here north of Auburn. That's picking up a little bit. Heading towards Bogue Chute, though. It might extend that warning here shortly due to that. Yeah, still a little bit of a debris ball. Looks like a little weak tornado might have just gone through Nevada, Mississippi. Definitely see that present there. A new tornado watch. Who it is? Let me see. Oh, yeah. So here's the new tornado watch. They're extending it for Mandeville, New Orleans, Cuma, Burris, Gulfport, Mobile, and Pensacola. Also, areas like Saraland, appears like Chatham, Jackson as well have been put into a tornado watch. If you guys are in the path of the storm, be watching out for tornadoes. The ingredients are certainly there. Tornado here near Tinsley. Really brief tornado there near Tinsley, I believe. Yep. Very small and brief tornado near Tinsley. See how hard it is to spot these things? I mean, you gotta be scanning. Just every scan, you gotta scan the entire line to see if you can see something. I'll check back down in with this storm again. Yeah, it looks like that. Still looks like this is going to be allowed to expired. Out this camera. Ooh. Look at that. This is in Jackson, Mississippi. Looking at that line coming in. That's this portion of the line. Big old shelf. Every little drop. All right, that one is lifted. A little bit of circulation developing south of Yazoo City now. No debris ball on that yet, but it might be close to producing a quick tornado there. Also might have to watch up here near Chachula, Mississippi as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, it looks like they just extended this one off to the east. It's going to be for Brookhaven, Wesson, Hazelhurst, and Georgetown. Also, a new couplet popping up over here to the west of Crystal Springs. It's not warned, but that could produce a tornado. So Crystal Springs should be in their safe spots. Florence, Alabama, good to sleep. I mean, I'd sleep in Florence. That's because I'm a little bit dangerous. If you want to stay safe, I'd stay up. Just to make sure. This is an ultimate. No, this is it's a QLCS tornado outbreak, but the good news is a lot of these tornadoes are not like damaging, like very damaging tornadoes. They might knock over some fence posts every now and then. Maybe will rip a piece off your roof. But we're not really seeing strong QLCS tornadoes. These are those really quick, brief hitting tornadoes that can knock over some trees, cause power outages for sure. But they're usually on the weaker side of things. Most of these are really quick, pretty weak tornadoes. But you definitely need to be in your safe spots for them, because there is still a chance, even if it's a
new
weak tornado
warning has been issued.
That something could come through your window, like a tree or something. Yeah, we got two little couplets here near Flora and Clinton. Still keeping an eye on those. Those are looking still pretty dangerous. I'm gonna check back in with this prefrontal storm here. Yeah, still struggling with this merger. Seems like it's got all the mergers through. If we see a new reorganization, it's going to be with this one near Mindenhall. No, it's mainly because they are along the line here. Also another little rotation popping up south and west of Hazelhurst. You can really see that wrapping around. They're along the line. They're embedded. So pretty much as soon as they start rotating, they are already starting to ingest rain-cooled air. And so usually they don't produce tornadoes, but when they do, it's usually brief, because as soon as it does so, oh, we do have a tornado here. Another brief tornado to the south and east of Tipsonville. Right in there. It's going towards 55 north of Crystal Springs, so watch out. Won't last for long, but this is a tornado as well. Near Martinsville, I think. Let me just check the timing. Yep, that's a tornado going towards Martinsville. Watch out there. Yeah, a lot of little QLCS tornadoes happening right now. Potentially still one over here. Now to the east of Nevada. That could be a small tornado going towards Kearney Park. So watch out in Kearney Park. That's in Mississippi. All these storms that we're talking about are still in the eastern portion of Mississippi. Camera down here. I don't think I can use that one. This one's actually pretty decent. Connor's actually pulling up on this one. Let's go see if Connor sees anything here.
Circulation just to the north, man. Need you to drive, dude.
Yeah, we do have a decent amount of tornado warnings right now. We have 9
bro.
Tornado warnings. We actually have more tornado warnings than severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
Be just to the north there.
Yeah,
See that lead shelf cloud.
I agree. It's Reed. Is it Reed? Yeah.
I'm in Crystal Springs. Circulation just to the north of Crystal Springs.
The orientation of this line is a lot more north to south, so the QLCS tornado threat is pretty much at its peak.
It's just to the north too. Right there.
Watch out for power flashes. We might see a quick QLCS tornado here on Connor's stream.
Got a little CC drop, I think. I think it's down. It's gonna go just to the north of me. Like just to the north. Like barely.
Look at this. Whoa. This is a really good view.
Coming into Crystal Springs.
Thanks, Brian, for that.
I need need a good lightning.
Yeah, this one's had a little bit of a CC drop on it for a little bit. It's still on the ground here, south of Morgan Store. Moving on to the north and east, south of Terry.
See it, man.
To cross over 55. Connor's about to pull up onto 55, maybe.
I need to figure out exactly where it is. It's just to my north, I think. It's gonna cross the highway at any time.
Yeah, probably in the next scan, it'll be over the highway.
Should be right in front of us.
Still potentially have something here. Not as definite of a signal anymore, though. Still some decent couplet
right
over there, north of Flora.
Definitely a tornado debris
instances.
signature.
Some rotation along this portion of the line. Still heading towards Jackson. To the south, not as many couplets. Still watching this little piece of the line here with a couple of rotation couplets heading towards Magnolia.
Here.
Probably lightning. All right, let's go to Connor's view here while the storm impacts him. He's right next to this. Oh, wow. Those are pretty darn strong winds. He's really close to this tornado. It's about to pass right in front of him.
Dang, this thing's close.
You see the winds are going towards him right now?
Hey, a power flash.
Watch for them to shift. Yeah, that actually might have been a power flash.
That's the northbound right there that I missed? I missed the northbound?
I think you missed it.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
God dang it.
Yeah. Yeah, he ain't catching that one. Brutal mistake. Yeah, still watching this right here. That's going to go to the north of Connor. He just missed his northern turn, which he would have had to have hit right there to potentially get to it. Little hesitation there will probably put him completely out of the path of that. With how fast this storm is moving, he's probably... Oh, this chase is probably almost done for, to be honest. Brutal mistake. It happens, though. It's hard to balance all that together. Looking at radar, navigating, hitting your roads, it's hard. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan to come in here. Go back and look. This camera is freaking cool, man. I'm gonna bring this one full screen, actually, over here. There we go. It's from Bryan, Mississippi. How fast those clouds are moving out front of this thing. That is that line of QLCS tornadoes coming our way. Some little tiny tornadoes are happening back in there. We'll keep going back to that shot. I like that one. That's a good camera view. Okay, looks like this tornado would now be over 55 here, heading towards Terry. Check back over with this storm near Mendenhall. I don't really see him much with this guy. It seems to be falling apart. I bet you we're getting a lot of power outages here in Mississippi. Not seeing any new debris signatures on... I'm still waiting, though, for that new scan to come in on the debris signature scans. We haven't gotten one in a little bit. Still, well, and we still have a decent couplet here. There could definitely still be a tornado on the ground here. Everywhere else, though, on the latest velocities, not really seeing much. How many confirmed tornadoes have we had? I think we've had over 20. At this point, with all these QLCS tornadoes, we might be close to 30. Let me see how many tornado reports we have. They're not keeping up with these QLCS, so it's going to be underreported. Yeah, just in tornado reports alone, we have 15. And a brief tornado here. No. Never mind. I mean, this little area of the storm near Magnolia and Kentwood, Louisiana, and Mississippi is still, you know, it's got a little bit of rotation on it. Don't let your guard down for that one. It seems like most of our activity, though, is more to our north. In fact, we might be about to get another tornado here. A little bit of rotation trying to spin up there, keeping an eye on that. Yeah, this tornado is still ongoing, south of Terry. Heading towards, pretty much directly towards Rosemary, Mississippi, south of Bernard. Something happening over here near Spring Ridge. Really a couplet there. That might just be hail. Got to 22, maybe 24. Okay. I trust you. A little bit of some decent rotation here as well. That's the latest. That's what I'm seeing right now. Let's go back over to that camera. Has a really good view of that shelf coming through. Wish it had audio. Might be able to hear some thunder. Lafayette is almost done. You guys are getting impacted by a storm right now with not a whole lot of rotation. Some severe winds of up to 60 miles per hour. As long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be okay. Here comes that shelf cloud. The line moving northeastish? Yeah. Still moving northeastish. It's a good way to put it. Mainly due east, but also a little bit northeastish. Yeah, don't worry. Is it Reed? That's coming. That is coming. I can confirm that. That will be coming. Ooh, what was that? On the left side. Was that a power flash? That kind of looked like a power flash there for a second on the left side. Yeah, that's another main reason why I can't use WeatherWise on stream yet, is because it would be like impossible to spot any of these QLCS tornadoes with the resolution of CC they have right now. But I do know for certain they're changing that. We're gonna get that up probably on the next update if I had to guess. Very active there on that camera. And yeah, still a decent velocity signature there. Definitely still have a tornado on the ground south of Terry, probably south of Bernard by now. These storms are falling apart. Thankfully, that's good. If all we have to deal with the rest of the night is weak QLCS tornadoes, I can tell you right now, most of the folks, even though it might get scary, well, but as long as you're in your safe spots, very high survival rate with this. Very high survival rate. A lot of these tornadoes are pretty darn weak. So just be in your safe spots and you will make it through. Although if you're in a trailer or an RV, I would definitely consider finding a more sturdy building. All right, I'm switching this camera view. Now that this one's gotten a little bit too close to the camera, there's a better one though here. Not that one here. Check that out. This is in Jackson, Mississippi. From Jackson Prep. Really nice illuminated view here of that shelf cloud. Should be coming in a little bit. All right, let me come back over here for a second. I'm gonna put that one underneath me because Connor is going to be stuck in this rain. He's not catching back up to these storms most likely. Not only is he stuck in that rain, but he is also going to be stuck in some traffic too, most likely. What is that view? Is that's the Canon view? Okay. This one. There we go. Okay, looks like this tornado is finally dissipated. That was one of our longest lasting QLCS tornadoes so far. Lasted for about, 5-10 minutes there. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the spin-ups along this leading edge are dying off. This is still our most prevalent one here south and west of Richland. A little one over here near Georgetown. No debris signature on that, though. Go back down to the south of Macomb. Yeah, still have these areas. I'm still concerned about this portion of the line. Over here near Magnolia, Osika, and Kentwood. Still keeping an eye on that. Might be seeing a little bit more kinks here further to the south as well that we need to keep an eye on. Does seem like this southern tornado threat is dying off. You can really see it's outflow dominant by a pretty significant degree. Did just get a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm, though. Oh, yeah, look at those winds. Really pushing inland now near Dolphin Island. 60-mile-per-hour winds, even a tornado possible tag on that one. That's the latest across the board there. We'll do a little broad view of the radar so everybody can see what's happening. A lot of rain up there to the north. Unfortunately, no snow, man. Can you imagine if we had a lot of cold air up here? Get a nice little snowstorm down here in the southeast. A line of thunderstorms really extending just to the west of Tupelo, down through Jackson, into Baton Rouge, Macomb. Still carrying that QLCS tornado threat. Yes, so QLCS tornadoes are very hard to catch. Very hard to catch. And sometimes, and in some cases, they can be completely undetectable by radar. One hour until SpaceX launch? Cool. Yeah, this is the view from Jackson Prep. We got that line of thunderstorms coming in hot here. A lot of lightning with this storm. Will Starkville, Mississippi get bad? It's possible. Most likely scenario for Starkville is a severe thunderstorm warning, but I wouldn't rule out still, even that far north, a chance for a QLCS tornado. But still keep your guard up there. You guys are in a tornado watch for that reason. We'll hit you in Jackson. Yep. Yep. We're watching it. This is in Jackson. You can really see just how fast those clouds are moving on the leading edge. That's one of the reasons why we're getting all these little QLCS tornadoes. SpaceX launch is out of California. It's expected to have sonic booms. Nice. Recovering for a dual stream. I'm definitely gonna take a break. Once we get close to 12 hours. Probably about an hour break, so I can eat, get some food into me, and then if need be, there's still a lot of tornado warnings ongoing. Then yes, we'll probably pull up another stream, but I'm really gonna have to take a break after those 12 hours because I haven't eaten at all since earlier. All right, let's come back over here. We should have our new scan in by now. Check down here first. Okay, a little bit of an improvement over here near Magnolia, south of Macomb. Really seeing much there in terms of rotation. Maybe a little couplet forming north of Greensburg. Yeah, still got some rotations up here near Georgetown, though. Definitely still need to keep an eye on those.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Jefferson Davis County, Lawrence County, and Rankin County. Oh, wow. So they extended this one way out here to Monticello and Mendenhall. Yeah, over here near Jackson, it looks like that line is fully through here. Or it's getting there. Not seeing any spin ups, which is good news. Further to the north, yeah, more outflow dominant. It looks like we're getting like an unzipping here of our tornado threat, starting up with this northern portion. Most of the couplets that we see right now, at least according to our latest scan, are down here to the south. But I'm still keeping an eye on the Jackson region further to the east as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued down here now. It's going to be for this area of circulation. Potentially even some debris being lofted there in front. Kind of hard to tell. But Walker and Livingston need to be in their safe spots now. That's in just to the east of Baton Rouge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has now been issued further up to the north. Looks like they're just going to warn these things forever. Even though there's not really much evidence of rotation. That's going to be for Pickens, Lexington, Durant, and West. Need to be in their safe spots. Let's come back over here and watch this storm come in. There's the bottom of the shelf cloud. Wow, look at that. Yeah, y'all have a bunch of city lights there. That's helping illuminate the storm. Something weird back in there. Is that a noodle? What is that? Y'all see that? Can't tell if it's a rain or a noodle. I think it's just a rain band. Definitely a lowering here on camera. For sure. Right center screen. We do have a little bit of a wall cloud, it appears. Watch underneath that lowering for a power flash. Because that's kind of how a QLCS tornado can look. You get a lowering. It usually doesn't condense, but it looks like a bowl funnel, and then you see power flashes underneath it. We might see one here. That's a pretty stout lowering. You can definitely tell that it is rotating quite a bit around that lowering as well. You can see the lowering's actually moving to the left, but the clouds in front of it are moving to the right. Might be a bowl funnel. It's most likely just a wall cloud, though. Looks like we lost our camera. Might have lost power. I'll try to refresh it here in a second. I'm not seeing much rotation on radar around here. Let me see if I can refresh this camera really quick, and then we'll... Yeah, I think the camera's down. Bank of Forest would be next in line. If it's still online. I don't think it is. Maybe one in Brandon? I don't think so. I'll put Connor underneath me for a little bit while we wait. He's kind of in the middle of the line, but let's go through the latest here on the rotations. Yeah, still a little bit of a couple couplets, one there, one down here. No Bree signature yet, but Denham Springs Walker should be in their safe spots still. A little bit further up to the north, we're still seeing a couple areas of some decent rotation here south of Magnolia, continuing to push off to the east. If we want folks out in front of that storm to continue to be in their safe spots there. Also up here, further up to the north, we are still seeing a couple instances here of some decent rotation, but they are getting a little bit more broad, which hopefully is a good sign there that could be dying down. Really seeing much there. Maybe a couplet trying to form here near Vaughn. Oh yeah, that's it. There we go. That was actually a brief tornado. They're south and west of Deasonville. Potentially. Maybe not. That might have also just been a... There's it's a little bit. It's a little bit in something there. That's either a clearing or a brief tornado there. That's the latest on the radar. Oh, Bank of Forest, come on, work for us. I think we're getting a lot of power outages here in Mississippi now. Let me check that back into that. Yeah, we're now at 41,000 people without power in Mississippi. Mississippi is almost past Louisiana. Slidell still on the line? Yes. You guys will be getting storms eventually.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. This one actually got tornado warned here in Mobile. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Is that fish? We got fish flying around here. Yeah, there's a little bit of circulation back over here near Alabama Port. Bellefontaine, or Bellefountain, moving up to the north. This is just to the south of Mobile. But if it makes it up here, we have a lot of cameras in the area we can monitor this storm with if need be. It does seem like it's trying to wrap up. Not really sure how legitimate this signal is. That might be the main area of rotation. No tornado on the ground there. We'll keep an eye on it, though. There definitely is some strengthening rotation here south of Bayou Labatry. I think that's how you say it? Not really sure. That is the latest. I'm running out of things to show you guys, unfortunately. One of our cameras have gone down here. Maybe a marina or something? Maybe. Check this camera. Yeah, just a bunch of heavy rain on that. What about back over here? Will this give us a good view eventually? Right. This is kind of our most interesting storm. Yeah, look at that. A couple areas of some pretty strong couplets here. Still no debris ball, but definitely getting interesting down here. Definitely keep an eye on this storm. Alabama Port, Huron Bay, I would certainly be in your safe spots. Respect this storm. It's starting to get its act together a little bit there. Yeah, these couplets are falling apart here near Denham Springs. Still a couple of couplets here, south and east of Magnolia and south and east of Osika. A little bit further north towards Monticello and Mendenhall, Mississippi. Much to report here. Maybe a strengthening of something right there. No debris ball on it just yet, but keeping an eye on it for Mendenhall. Coming towards Brandon, Mississippi. Ooh. It might be that lowering we saw on camera. Now fully developed and making it down to the surface. That could produce a tornado as it comes very close to Brandon. So watch out. We're probably not going to catch it, given how close we are to the radar.
Tornado warning
but that could definitely cause some issues there. New tornado warning has been issued. Let's see where that gets placed. Where did I put that? I don't think it's come on the map yet, has it? Not yet. I don't think. Should be placed somewhere up here. This one? No. Not sure. Did I miss something? Oh no, there it is. Dang. Radar Mega just took so long there, I was doubting my sanity. Walnut Grove, Carthage, and Casuco are now in a tornado warning. That's going to be for this portion of the line near Canton. Time to be in your safe spots there. See, this line is moving pretty quickly. It's only going to be a matter of time before it makes it to Alabama. Ooh. Still not over land yet, but this rotation's looking pretty interesting. And then we got an anticyclonic one over here as well. And then another couplet back over here. Just a really weird kind of washing machine type storm here. None of these are producing on the ground tornadoes yet, but this one, if it makes it inland, it could be a strong tornado even over there near Huron Bay and Alabama Port. They let that most southern warning expire there. This one might be next. I doubt they extend that one. Still waiting on the latest radar scan. And we're out of camera views for the most part. At least of that shelf cloud. Take a look at these storms again, see if they're doing anything near Morton. Not really. Yeah, there goes that QLCS potential tornado into Brandon. So watch out. That still could have some decent rotation on it. Yeah, you can see, look how fast Connor got left behind by this line. His chase is done. And he did such a great job today. Oh, that's about to produce potentially a stronger QLCS tornado here near Harbor View towards Sunrise Point. Strong rotation here. north of Mill Creek. Popped up out of nowhere. Boom. I wonder if that's it just passing to the north of the radar. Because what's happening here is that these greens are transferring into reds as they are now moving away from the radar. So that could be what that is. But if we see a debris signature with that, I mean, you could definitely tell it's wrapping around. So I think that's a legitimate signature there. Pretty strong rotation here. This one will probably still be brief, but this one might not be a brief weak tornado. Yeah, we do have a debris signature there. Debris signature here right above Mill Creek. Going up towards Sunrise Point. Let me check the timing on this just to double check. Yeah. It's a tornado on the ground going towards Sunrise Point and could potentially be a little bit stronger than the other ones that we've been seeing tonight. Same over here. We're starting to see a similar signature down here as well. A little bit of a Boeing segment. And a little bit broader down here, but need to keep an eye on that. All right. Nothing further up to the north to really report. Still want Durant, Casuco, Carthage, and Walnut Grove to continue to be in their safe spots as
A new
that threat
tornado
could
warning has been
start to
issued.
ramp up. New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for this storm here. That's surprising that that's actually really surprising they let that one go on, but that's going to be for Tylertown and Franklinton. Needs to be in their safe spots now. I'm going to check back over here. This one should be close to landfall now. Yep. Did make it onto land. No debris ball. Still in your safe spots, though, for sure. Still a decent area of circulation, just now making it onto land. Yeah, this one over here is definitely our strongest rotation right now. Most concerning. I wouldn't be surprised if we got something down. Oh, new debris ball scan. That is certainly on the ground still. Went through Sunrise Point. Look at that. Strong area of rotation. Still south of New Fannin. Still quite the debris signature. About to cross over 25. Here, this is just to the north and east of Jackson. Still on the ground, unfortunately. And another decent couplet popping out here. This one might have been on the ground too since it passed through Brandon. Still a strong couplet down here as well. Couple of them, one under the other. We got a lot of little couplets out here. 1, 2, 3, 4 couplets. All that could potentially produce tornadoes here in the short term. So if you live, it seems like a pretty unpopulated area here, but north of Rankin and Guild, south of Pisgah, and in Pisgah, you guys still need to be in your safe spots. See anything from this camera yet? Ooh, look at the clouds moving pretty quickly. Is it coming towards Ridgeland? I don't know. Do you live to the east of Jackson? Land, Mississippi. No, it's past Ridgeland now. You guys are good to go. Still waiting for the latest scan to come in here. That's definitely concerning though. This right here for sure. Would not be surprised if this one or this one are also producing tornadoes. I'm gonna be right. Well, are any of these guys near anything? I do need to take a restroom break. Just hoping we can get a little breather from all of this. Here over there near Menden. Oh, there's a new tornado warning. That's going to be for Mendenhall, Maggie, Ms., Taylor, Sloverina, and Raleigh. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to do them both at the same time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Might grab some like turkey or something out of the fridge just to give me some fuel. And I'll make like an actual sandwich when we get to that 12-hour mark.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning extension out here for Morton and Forest. Maggie, Ms., Raleigh, Bay Springs, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots here. Got multiple areas of rotation we're still watching here. This one could certainly try to produce a tornado. In fact, it might be here. Yeah, that might be a tornado. Over here near Delo, near Mendenhall. Okay, newest scan. Okay, most of those rotations have kind of calmed down. We still have a couple. I'm not seeing a debris ball anymore, so it looks like those were brief, potentially a little bit stronger QLCS tornadoes. Further up to the north, I'm just not seeing evidence to support that tornado warning up there, and then also further down to the south, really not seeing much to support there. It's maybe a little bit of a tightening circulation trying to get going, though, there near Tylertown, and then over here south of Mobile, we are still dealing with this storm, a little bit more broad circulation, though. See, it's still going full blast. Yeah, well, you know, relatively, it's calmed down since earlier today. I definitely view strong, potentially violent tornadoes as more dangerous than even a couple QLCS tornadoes. Again, I mean, you can get, you know, a QLCS tornado in a neighborhood, and you know, the most you see is a couple downed trees, maybe a flipped over car, maybe a couple shingles lost on your roof, but typically, you know, you don't see any widespread damage. But with the strong and violent tornadoes, I mean, you can see entire, like what we saw earlier today, entire homes just leveled. And yeah, so I mean, we're definitely past the peak of the most dangerous tornado threat, but this QLCS spam is going to go all the way probably into Alabama. Alabama's doing all right. We got tornado warning down here in southern Alabama, but nothing really to report out of that. Just very broad circulation, no debris ball, not a tornado on the ground right now. We'll keep an eye on it though. I am interested, however, to check the latest environment out here. Yeah, it does seem like the entire atmosphere is capped. This whole threat is pretty much being fueled strictly. This is the transition we were looking for. Now being fueled completely by the shear, especially on this northern mode. Still, obviously, some tornadoes possible, but they should become fewer farther in between. But the environment is completely capped now along the entirety of the line, and instability is quickly waning. But that lower level shear is up to 55 knots, pretty much all the way along this line. So we'll continue to see storms try to produce tornadoes, but our more discrete, strong tornado threat is pretty much done with. It's mainly just going to be QLCS tornado spam for the rest of the night. Okay, these ones are getting weaker here. It's got a decent area of circulation over there near Delo and Mendenhall. It's so random. And then also a little bit of a circulation broad and weak over there near Tylertown. All right, I think I'm going to quickly try to make a sandwich and use the restroom here real quick. It should take me like 2 minutes. I'm going to be watching on my phone. If I see anything, I'll pause making the sandwich and run over here if I see like a debris signature or something escalate. But I need to eat. I haven't eaten in like 7 hours. And yeah, so just give me a second. 2 minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I am back. Got a sandwich. This is the main area of rotation I'm watching. It's still pretty broad, but it could definitely surge out there and get a little nasty. Same with this one. This one still is trying to plan another tornado up here just to the west of Walnut Grove. Looks like Connor ended his stream. And I am going to end my video feed for just a little bit. Give me a second. I'm eating. Let me eat here for a little bit. Not wings this time. It's a sandwich. There we go. Banana sandwich? No. It's the bologna and ham sandwich. My uncle used to make peanut butter and banana sandwiches with mayo on it. It was interesting. A little bit of tighter circulation over here. Not sure how much I can trust it, but definitely could be some tighter circulation here. Or it seems like we have a mezzo with that rain wrapping around. Yeah, and pepper jack cheese, yes. A little bit of tighter circulation here south of Tylertown, and maybe even a tornado ongoing here. Heading towards Kirkland. Watch out there. Back over here towards Mobile. They just allowed that to expire. Still going to have to watch that as it approaches Loxley, Lobbersdale, and Foley. I'll try to rewrap back up there. Also, spinach. Got spinach on it, too. Yeah, no problem, Cam. No problem. Looks like Louisiana is almost completely done with this storm. Only got New Orleans left, really, and Bogalusa. And pretty much half of Mississippi is done here. That's Jackson, Macomb is done. Everywhere to the west of those areas are done with this storm. We got Collins, Maggie, Forest, Silverna, Carthage, Walnut Grove, and Coosaco still needs to be in their safe spots, and west as well in the tornado warnings. We should have a view eventually from this camera of the storm. You can kind of see it in the distance. Live streams medium. Said that's Brett. Is Brett out there? Did we mess up? Has Brett been out there the whole time? He usually chases in the southeast. I totally forgot about that. Because I can use his feed. Yeah, Bernadaire's out there. Yep. Where is he at? I mean, he's pretty close to. We'll bring him up in place of Connor. He's still out in front of the line somehow. Oh, nope, he's inside of it now.
Yeah, I'm trying to
He's deep inside of it.
Ooh, this tent's about to rip apart right here. Yeah. That's the one I'm trying to get. Hang on, let me see. I'll put my left side. Oh, they're trying to figure out what to do.
Brett is over here near Mount Olive and Raleigh.
I think.
Near Taylorsville. They're south and east of. Oh, there's a tornado
I think
siren.
it's gonna make it.
They're south and east of Mendenhall.
Yeah. Worst of it done hit it. Yeah. Sure did. I guess let's.
That rain shooting across the ground.
Yeah. Hold on right here. Good shot.
There we go. That's Brett Adair. He's in the storm, though, so he's probably about to get outrun by it here in a moment because he's letting it go over him. He's over here near Mount Olive, down to the south here. We do have some rotation trying to develop on Maggie, and also back over here, some intensifications of these winds as well. That is rotating, pushing off to the east towards Raleigh. I still got a decent area of circulation here. No debris ball on it at the moment, but that could certainly try to produce. So watch up over there near Walnut Grove.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they just extended this one for McCool, French Camp, and Ackerman and Ethel here in Mississippi. Going to be for this portion of the line. We do have some stronger ones on the northern side. No couplets to speak of right now, but best to be in your safe spots because, again, we're not going to catch all these tornadoes. We're just not. They're very fast. Some of them are. We're not even going to show up on radar. Thank you, Marcus, for the 5. Final warnings seem like, see ya. Better safe than sorry. Yeah. No, for sure. For sure. You want to be really safe with some of these QLCS tornadoes. As again, you just don't know. You just don't know. And half the time, you don't even catch them on radar. So you're not going to catch them by looking outside your house. So if you're in one of these tornado warnings, just be in your safe spots. It's literally not going to be for that long at all. This line is moving to the east super fast, 45 miles per hour. So it's going to be out of our hair real quick. Just continue to be hunkered down, especially if you live in Forest, Collins, Carthage, Cusco. Still down the line of this is Newton, Laurel, eventually Hattiesburg, Bogalusa, and Starkville as well. One missing in Natchez from a tornado. Oh yeah, Natchez, Mississippi definitely got a tornado. It seems like we have significant damage, potentially a whole house destroyed here. Yeah, looks like a whole house has been destroyed in Natchez. There's 2 survivors and 1 is missing. I'm gonna put that in chat. Not good. Radar hole, but it lines up. Yeah, and Storm. I mean, and Live Storms Media is also saying so as well. So that definitely must have been a QLCS tornado there. That house got ripped to shreds. My goodness. That one might be rated a high-end QLCS tornadoes. Thank you, Eric, for the 5. Thank you so much. Impressive coverage today. Rallying 10 hours plus. Hey, it's just an average day for me. We are clinically insane over here. But I appreciate the support and the kind words. Thank you so much. I'm still thinking this thing's going to produce a tornado any moment here. Still nothing, though, heading towards Walnut Grove. That rotation's pretty darn strong. Man, look at Connor, dude. He's so far back. That's why he ended his stream. He ain't catching up to that. Unless he hops on a plane. Your sister is in the red, but that means she's in a tornado warning and she should be in her safe spots. I would call her and let her know just to make sure. Picayune. Let me look at that. Yeah, you guys still got a little time left. Most likely a severe thunderstorm is going to come into your area, but cannot rule out a spin up. Does seem like we're getting a little bit of a surge here from this portion of the line. Might try to spin up a couple brief tornadoes, maybe. I'm going to check back over here near Mobile. Yeah, just mainly. Actually, might have a water spout right in the middle of the bay there, Mobile Bay. But that is kind of just stationary, not moving towards land for real. Oh man, yeah, this one's trying to wrap up. It's a little bit broad still, but man, if that tightens up, looks like we have a couple opportunities here for maybe a couple of stronger QLCS tornadoes. A little bit of rotation over here near Bassfield as well, pushing down to the south and east. And a couple of them still here to south and east of Tylertown, near the state line. Still keeping an eye on it, though. Still a dynamic and evolving situation. I think we are getting close, though. We are getting close to a 12-hour stream here. So in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have to end. I'll probably take a little bit of a break, and then I'll come back on if need be. It looks like it's probably going to be worth coming back on. I'll take like a 20. Actually, it'll probably be like an hour break. I don't know. It just depends on how my voice is feeling and how I'm feeling. Because again, we've been live since 8 o'clock this morning, and it is now 7:40. So probably take the ending of the stream as an opportunity to take a quick break. Yeah, speaking of cam coverage, I need to make sure I have Brett up underneath me. Thank you, man. Oh, the Google Map and the tornado track. Yeah, I can only do those when it's the good thing about it is it's very educational and it's really helpful for the people that live on the ground, like in the warning where the tornado is, because they can hear the stores and stuff. But when you got like tons of tornado warnings, it's with tons of tornadoes on the ground, it's like impossible to do it on a large scale. So it's only good for when you have one or two tornadoes on the ground. It's still going? Yep. Not stopping anytime soon. Though it's been a while since we've had a confirmed tornado. Had a lot of brief. Oh, this one's probably about to spit one out here. South of Miz. No tornado on the ground yet, but that rotation is wrapping up quite tightly as it approaches Taylorsville, Mississippi. Probably our most concerning rotation, other than this one near Lena. Yeah, we haven't had an actual confirmed tornado in a while. Yeah, I'm not sure why they keep warning this lineup to the north. Like, there's no precautionary stuff going on. It might be just because we're in a radar hole, maybe. I don't really, it might also be because of the shear. It might just be a purely precautionary. I'm just not seeing much rotation there at all. We have webcams here too. Let me check weather-wise though. Yeah, they do have some out in front of these storms. Man, I don't know why. Weather-wise is super laggy right now. Yikes. They're getting a little bit too big for their britches. They have to expand that server space and fast. They have been growing a lot. I think they have a decent sized user base now. Looks like it's time for an upgrade. Linda, I am eating. I'm eating sandwich right now. Sandwich decided to eat him instead. Exactly. I have unfortunately fallen victim to a hungry sandwich. Still no new scan. Still waiting on that new scan to come in. This sandwich is freaking good, though. Holy moly. And it's healthier than what I've been eating, so. I have not worked out in the last few days because I've been so busy trying to track all these dang storms. I've been trying to lose weight. I gained a lot of weight during last severe weather season. I'm trying to get rid of it before the next one starts. Is it the same water spout? Oh yeah, actually no, it's a new one. We might get a tornado warning here shortly for Spanish Fort near Daphne. Could potentially get a camera view on that one, actually. We do have a lot of cams near there. Yeah. You see right here. This is just to the north of Daphne, so we do have cameras in this region. If it does come on land, we'll be able to track it. Span is the man here. Yep, James Span is the ultimate goat. Is he live? Sometimes he goes live with this stuff on YouTube. I'm gonna raid him one day. See how James Span handles the WX weenies. I don't think he's a big fan of the WX weenies. The weather weenies. They'd probably go insane. I tell everybody to go rate him and spam W Span in his chat. Probably lose his mind. Make a tweet about it or a TikTok about it later. I'm still not see. I'm seeing a lot of close to tornadoes, but they're not quite producing. We're getting broader circulations right now. We got broader one up here, one right there, broader one here. This one could get pretty serious if it does tighten up. Same with this one near Taylorsville, but it hasn't produced, or at least on radar yet. It might have produced a brief one. We just haven't seen it, but I mean, those two circulations, if they do tighten up, that's bad news. So we're watching that pretty closely. Not quite there yet, though. He's posted on Facebook? Oh, okay. He replied to your Facebook message? Yeah. That's how I like originally, it wasn't 2011. I used to like spam him with messages on Facebook when I was like 10 or 11. You know, our most common back and forth on Facebook was I would message him and I'd be like, James, there's a tornado. Look. And he would message back and be like, that's just Scud. And that was like every time. I literally, when I was younger, I used to think everything was a tornado. He would always set me straight. This rotation is broadening out here as it approaches north of Daphne. They still might warn it, or they might just wait. If it goes away and if it gets even more broad and one more scan, yeah, they might not warn that one. We'll see. Watched him your entire life, yeah, same. Yeah, I remember I watched his like almost his entire 2011 broadcast, even though I lived in northern Alabama. Chris Hall's reporting strong QLCS damage. He's saying multiple power poles snapped in half, tremendous tree debris, and roofs ripped off in Mendenhall, Mississippi. Huh. Mendenhall. Which one was that? Interesting. That was the beginning of this thing. I wonder if this is just very strong winds. Because if you... Oh, I got a little couplet back in here. No tornado on it yet. But I mean, this, if you put the little thingy on it, we're talking like almost 100 miles per hour winds. Like this is almost definitely going to be a tornado here in just a little bit. But that was actually the beginning of this one. Very interesting. That might be tornado, or that could just be very powerful winds. Most likely an unseen tornado, though. I still technically think a violent tornado is possible, but you're right. I could probably drop that to strong tornado at this point. I'll drop it down to strong tornadoes. I think it's a small possibility, but I mean, violent QLCS tornadoes are kind of unheard of. So we'll drop it down to strong tornadoes. Those are still possible for sure. Thanks for pointing that out. That was on the end of my title, so I haven't really been thinking about it too much. I usually change the beginning of my title repeatedly. But you are technically right. We do still technically have a 15% hatched risk, but that's mainly for these QLCS tornadoes, which most likely won't be violent. Yeah, it's still possible. I mean, if we get like if this thing were to wrap up and tighten up, this could easily produce a strong tornado here. I'm watching this one like a hawk. This one over here got a little bit broader down near Taylorsville. This is definitely our most serious and concerning storm at the moment, especially given the fact that we're getting major damage reported in Mendenhall. What threat does Florence have? Florence has mainly just a wind and rain threat, it seems. Might get the very northern bit of this line. That's what the HRRR was saying. So maybe also still a small tornado threat possible, especially if this line keeps building in strength further north. We'll see though. It's going to be a close call for Florence. That'll be in a couple of hours. There's cams in this area. Yeah, there are. There's one south of Macon. Quite in range. There's one in Mabin, Mississippi.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. See where that gets placed. It's in Mississippi. I know that, but where? Maybe they're extending this one near Bogalusa. They've been keeping this one for a surprisingly long time. We also have some radar Omega cams in range here. See if they're facing the right way. Okay, this one is facing the right way. We'll keep this one up over here. Yeah, pretty much the entire line is warned. Okay, yeah, so they did extend this one here near Varnado and Poplarville. Still some instances of some tighter rotations happening along this line. So definitely worth getting in your safe spot for. Just got a cup of your coffee. I'm jealous. I don't know if I can handle a cup of coffee, though. I kind of want to try to get some good sleep tonight. Because a lot of you probably don't know this, but I've actually been sick this entire stream. But I've been taking healthy doses of Dayquil, though, and that's been helping a lot. Yeah, still some pretty decent rotations here. This one's broadening out, though. Still very strong winds on the southern side, though. Definitely could cause some power outages. Lots of trees down there near Pineville. And it's going to feel like a tornado there for sure. And then down here, we're still watching these rotations a little bit broader right now. Check back down here near Mobile. Yeah, looks like that rotation fell apart. Mainly just some damaging winds possible, up to 60 miles per hour for Robertsdale and Foley. Maybe as this line gets closer to this storm, it might try to produce a inland tornado. Oh, well, we had a tornado report over here in Northeast Jackson. A roof collapse on a home. Oh, no. That's not good. Rankin County. Stomach doing better? Yes. He actually went to the doctors and coughed up the cost for it. Got some
a new tornado warning
powerful
has been
anti-acid
issued.
medicine, and that I think it was an ulcer. It's healed by now, so stomach's doing a lot better. Still get some grogginess every now and then, but I would say like 100% better than what it was. All right, new tornado warning. We're probably about to get a bunch of tornado warnings here, extending a lot of these tornado warnings to the east. Decatur, Newton, Lewin, and Heidelberg, Mississippi now need to be in their safe spots.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we're about to get tornado warning span. And instead of spam, from now on, we're just going to call it tornado span. Radar Omega is taking a little bit. There we go. This one's for Philadelphia, Noxapater, and Louisville here in Mississippi. You guys need to be going to your safe spots there. Still decent rotations over here. Check for debris. No debris signature, though. We haven't seen a confirmed tornado on radar in a while. Wonder if we're past our peak on the QLCS tornado span. 62 and stomach problems as well. It's no fun. Yeah, it's not. It's similar to what happened in Chicago that other day. Yeah, similar there. Also kind of similar to what happened in St. Louis. You know, a story that I like to tell folks just so they can get an understanding of how prolific these storms can be and how you can miss a bunch of tornadoes even if you're watching every scan. We caught about 4 or 5 tornadoes here in St. Louis. It was a while back. Ended up having up to, I think it was like 12 to 14, something crazy like that actually ended up happening. So we've caught a lot of these tornadoes, probably a good dozen of them by now. But there's probably way more than that have happened. It'll take a while for them to confirm all of them, but it's going to end up being a pretty high tornado count day, mainly due to these QLCS tornado threats. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation on the southern part heading towards Poplarville. Check this warning out. Yeah, this one's not really overly concerning me either. And the main rotations that continue to concern me are still in this region. We have a couple areas of some stronger winds that could turn into rotations eventually up in these northern parts near Forest going towards Newton. Also Philadelphia, where our camera is here. But so far, nothing super concerning. Nothing really tight. Yeah, that one didn't need to show up on radar because it was in a radar hole. Yeah. We're getting pretty close to the 12-hour mark. Yeah. We're at 11 hours and 40 minutes. I'm going to try to stay on until very last second. So I just want to monitor these, but it does seem like we're in a little bit more of a quieter period here for these little spin-ups. Might try to ramp back up eventually. Extension lasts an entire hour from now? Yeah. Yeah, just to keep y'all in the know, the way YouTube works, we'll bring up a camera here in Hattie's. Oh, wow, look at that. Big old shelf cloud in Hattiesburg. But yeah, how YouTube works is that once you hit the 12-hour mark, it stops saving the stream, so you have to restart it. And I'm just going to go ahead and use that 12-hour mark to take a nice little break. So we've been live for 12 hours. And if there's still something happening at, what would it be? Yeah, if there's still something happening at like 9:20 p.m. after my break, I'll come back on and do some more coverage. But I need to get my energy levels back up to do really much more coverage than I have. I'm really just like no energy. I'm sick. I'm gonna take some more Dayquil, see how I feel, and then hop back on if there's something still to track. Which there probably will be. Voice sounds scratchy. Yeah. That is because I have probably strep throat. It hurts pretty bad right now. It wasn't as bad earlier because I need to take more Dayquil though. How's Chazzy been? He's been good. He's nice and fed, sleeping by my feet as usual, as he usually does. He's being a good boy. I gave him an extra bone. Whiskey? Don't have any of that. It looks like this rotation is actually starting to broaden out. Still some Pretty dang strong winds, though, on the southern side here. 80-mile-per-hour winds still being recorded. Looks like that's going to be heading pretty much directly into Clear Springs, Mississippi. Check back down in these. Yeah, still not seeing much there. I still don't understand why they're warning that storm over and over. It's been warned for so long. Like, they haven't warned anything to the north or to the south. They just keep warning this area. It's got to be like something in the kinematics where they think, yeah, it's just a little bulge there. So that's probably where they're still warning it. A little bit of a Boeing segment in that line. What did Chazzy get for Christmas? Well, we haven't celebrated Christmas yet. We've been a little bit distracted here by the storms. During Christmas, my mom was sick. Then after Christmas, I got sick. And so my parents live about 40 miles from me, or no, 20 miles from me. And so we're trying to celebrate Christmas together. We've had to push it back. Mainly because I don't want to get them sick. They're getting older. And also I'm a little bit busy. So, yeah, this northern circulation is getting way broader here. Still watching the southern one here, south of Bay Springs. A lot of these rotations, though, on the northern side are just non-existent. It's mainly just a line of damaging winds at this point. Let's still be precautious, though, in Philadelphia, Noxapater, Louisville, and Ackerman, just in case there's something hidden in there that we're just not seeing. It's totally possible. Everyone will feel better. Yeah, I don't know what it's been like. It feels like everybody I know has just been getting sick. Like for like the past week or so, one by one, everybody's been eventually falling ill. Marion County. Let me see. Marion County. Is that Georgia? No. Marion County, Tennessee. Nah, shoot. Hold on. Marion County. Oh, it showed up there for a second. Marion County, Tennessee. There we go. Yeah, still got a while. Still got a while. Especially if you're living some of the higher elevations over here, it'll probably get pretty darn windy. And as this line approaches, tornado threat should be low, but not impossible. New KC, Texas tornado from earlier this morning was quite significant. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, the New Caney one, yeah. I've been hearing a lot of reporting on that one. That was probably a strong one. Did you get some sleep? Depends on where you are. I mean, it's only 8 o'clock. You can stay up if you're still in the path of these storms. Calhoun County. That's really close to me. Hold on. Calhoun County. That's just south of me. Yeah, you still got a ways to go. The tornado threat will be dying as it comes to you. Your biggest chance is for some severe winds. Oh, interesting. Prefrontal storms trying to develop over here near Birmingham. Not sure if we'll have to monitor those just yet. Maybe. The instability should be too low over there. I do want to check back in with this storm near Mobile. Haven't checked in on it in a while. Yeah, still doing all right. Still a couple of rotations, though, north of Loxie and south and west of Robertsdale. How's Huntsville, Alabama tonight? We got to watch out for that. Eventually this line of storms is going to come through and the shear will be pretty much at its peak. So can't rule out a QLCS tornado, but it'll be hard. Our biggest threat is probably for some damaging winds, some trees down, maybe some power outages coming into the Huntsville area. But there is a threat for tornadoes. It just hasn't really materialized. If we were seeing tornado warnings all the way back here already, maybe a little bit more of a problem. But to be fair, the stronger and stronger the lower level shear has gotten today, the further north we've been seeing these tornado warnings. So it is possible that eventually we start seeing tornado warnings because the lower level jet only gets stronger as this moves into Alabama, and it's going to be at its peak near the Huntsville area, further up north to here. But there's just not enough instability in most of Tennessee, maybe southern Tennessee in this area. Could still see a tornado threat with that, but it's a low chance, but definitely something to continue to pay attention to, in my opinion. New tornado watch has been issued. Okay. Let me go pull that up. Oh, speaking of northern Alabama, here we go. New tornado watch has been issued. That's going to be for Florence, Tupelo, Russellville, Coleman, Jasper, Birmingham, Sylacauga, Canton, Montgomery, Selma, and Tuscaloosa are all going to be in that tornado watch. Not Huntsville yet, but depending on what happens, if we really do start seeing tornado warnings, they might extend it to this eastern portion. It looks like it stopped somewhere over there near Decatur. When will this be over? 2 a.m. on the 30th. We're going to see this type of tornado threat. Probably not as intense tomorrow, but there's still going to be a chance for tornadoes tomorrow, and it's really not going to fall apart until it moves off the coast, to be honest. We'll probably see spottier tornado warnings further east, but still tornado warnings throughout the day tomorrow. Is it going to hit Columbus, Mississippi? I mean, if you live anywhere to the right of this line, it's going to hit you. Maybe the northeast. Let me see where Columbus is. If it's in the northeast, maybe you might miss the worst. And there's so many Columbuses. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna come through there. Wouldn't be surprised also if you got a tornado warning. Good news is we haven't confirmed any tornadoes with this northern tornado warning in a really long time, but still watching it. In terms of our rotations further south, we're still watching these. Got a couple of these. Still rotating down here. Check for debris balls. Still not seeing debris balls though. Still debris ballless. Also another little rotation forming here near Summerall that might send a tornado warning out for Laurel and Hattiesburg here shortly. This camera over here, by the way, is in Hattiesburg. The one to the north is in Philadelphia. We're about to get hit by the line of storms here. Yeah, Memphis does have quite the flooding situation going on here. Disabled vehicles and flooded waters. So all the way down into South Haven, roads have been closed because they're impassable. Trying to see if we can get a view on any of that flooding. No. Time will Florence, Alabama be over? Probably within the next hour and a half. It's moving pretty quickly to the east. Yeah, that shear is increasing, and I'm starting to see a couple of notches form a little bit further north. We might start getting tornado warnings just a tad bit further north. See. I can see your message. Any latest scans are in. Still kind of the same look to these rotations. Still can't discern any definite debris balls here. I'm still mostly concerned about this southern warning, not seeing anything else sticking out anywhere else. Looks like that storm is pulling into Philadelphia right now. You can see that rain is increasing. So is the wind. So you might take that full screen for just a second here. Oh yeah, look at those street lights back there. Lots of fast-moving rain here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's for the southern storm for Laurel. Looks like they didn't include Hattiesburg. It's going to be mainly for this area of rotation. Ellisville and Laurel, Mississippi now needs to be going into their safe spots. Just a quick
new
reminder.
Tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. There we go. Yep. So they are pulling the trigger on these tornado warnings further north now as that shear increases. It's going to be for Calhoun City. That's exactly the area we were just talking about. Big Creek, Pittsboro, Vardaman, and New Holka. Yeah, that increases the chances of there being tornado warnings in northern Alabama later. Yeah. All right. Hold on one second. Hello? What's up? A little bit. I can call you back in just a moment. Bye. All right, everybody. I do have to get off here. I'm going to take an hour break. But we're at 11 hours and 53 minutes here. We're about to hit the 12-hour mark. So I do have to end the stream. I'm going to take an hour break, and then I will be back by 9:16 or 15. We'll just do 9:15, round it off. We should be here for a lot of the Alabama portion of it. That's what I'm planning on doing. As long as there's still tornado warnings left, we'll come back on for a little bit. But I do have to end the stream, and I do have to take a break for just a little bit. It's been 12 hours. Give my voice just a tad bit of rest to give me enough energy to go throughout the rest of the night if need be, because this is going to be a long risk, I think. This is going to continue for a while. But if you are out in front of these storms in Meridian, Starkville, and in the tornado warnings, just make sure you have a way to get alerts. Same there near Tupelo as well. And I will see you guys in about an hour. Thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you want that notification when I go back live. Trying to think. Hold on. Everybody stay here for just a little bit. Let me see who's still live, and we'll go raid them real quick. You guys don't have to stick around. Obviously, you guys are here for coverage. But I'm going to send you over to a storm chaser just so you guys